Chapter 9:37. Shanghai Wanner raised her head and looked at Fu Qingqing blankly. Fu Qingqing said, "He is just a medical assistant in the Imperial Hospital. As long as you nod your head, I will immediately take care of this matter. I will make sure his death is flawless and will not arouse anyone's suspicion." Wanner sighed softly and said slowly, "It is easy to kill Assistant Yang. But what happens after killing him?" Fu Qingqing was stunned and said, "After killing him, nothing will happen after that. No one will know about this matter. Won't you be safe then?" Shanghai Wanner stroked her flat belly and shook her head. "What about the child in my belly? How can I hide it from others after 10 months of pregnancy? There is no benefit in this matter. Why kill people? I want this child to grow up healthy, safe, and happy. I should accumulate virtue for him. How can I let him die before he is born?" Fu Qingqing stamped her feet and said, "Oh, my good sister, you still want to give birth to the child? How is that possible? After killing Yang, you have to leave the palace with the excuse of visiting relatives. You have to find a doctor who doesn't know who you are to have an abortion. You have to rest for 2 days and then return to the palace. At that time, you will be safe." Abortion? Shanghai Wanner's face changed greatly. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, absolutely not. I would rather be smashed to pieces than let others hurt my child." Her lower abdomen was still very flat, but when she gently caressed her abdomen, it was as if she could already feel a small life growing inside. For a moment, her expression became somewhat infatuated. "This is my child, my biological child. This is my flesh and blood, the life growing in my belly." Fu Qingqing was so anxious that her face turned red. She walked in front of her and grabbed her shoulder. She anxiously said, "Sister, wake up. If you die, can you still keep the child?" Shangwan Er's face turned pale. She hesitated for a moment and said, I have served Her Majesty for many years. If I beg her, I believe that even if she wants to punish me, she will consider the fact that I have served her wholeheartedly for so many years and let this innocent baby go. Even if this child is made into an official slave after he is born, as long as he is alive, his father will always have a way to save him." Fu Qingqing sneered and said, "Sister, are you saying that when the emperor finds out that her most trusted internal court prime minister, who is in charge of the central affairs and controls the world, has secretly married an external court general who should not have had any contact with her, and has a child? Do you think that after the emperor finds out, he will still consider our past relationship and spare your life? Do you think that the emperor is so old that he won't think of something from this? Do you think that an emperor who doesn't even blink when he swings the butcher's knife at his own son and grandson will show you mercy? Wake up. At that time, not only will you die, the child will die. Even Yang Fan will die." Shangwan suddenly raised her head to look at Fu Qingqing, her face as pale as paper. Fu Qingqing said anxiously, "Sister, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer. Is Shangwanzui here? Zhang Changzong requests to see you." A clear voice suddenly came from outside the door. Shangwan quivered and quickly raised her hand to stop Fu Qingqing. She whispered, "Wait here." Shangwan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves and hurriedly walked outside. She calmed her emotions and opened the door. She smiled and said, "Why did Zhang Fengxian come? Why didn't you send someone to inform me? Wanner didn't go out to meet you. Please forgive me, Zhang Fengxian." Shangwan welcomed Zhang Changzong in and invited him to sit down in the study. Zhang Changzong was a very straightforward person. He didn't even need Shangwan to ask for his purpose. He didn't even say any pleasantries and impatiently explained the purpose of his visit. Although Zhang Changzong didn't have any schemes, he wasn't that stupid either. The reason why he was so straightforward was because as the two largest forces in the palace, Shangwan and his brother had always been in harmony and got along very well. During the period of their expansion, Shangwan had never created any obstacles for them. Correspondingly, they also reciprocated Shangwan kindness and never thought of seizing Wan's power. First, the Zhang brothers, who came from the prime minister's family and a prestigious family, were very respectful to this talented woman who also came from the prime minister's family and a prestigious family. Second, it was because of the kindness Shangguan Wan'er had shown them. Furthermore, they also knew that even if they could topple Shangguan Wan'er, they wouldn't be able to control the entire internal court. There was a part of the role that they could never replace Wan'er, even if they had to castrate themselves and become eunuchs. Thus, there was a part of power that they could never control. Although the two sides had never communicated with each other in such a naked manner and tried to figure out the emperor's edict, the two sides had cooperated for a long time and had long formed a tacit understanding. They also understood each other's thoughts. Thus, unveiling this layer of window paper was a matter of course. At this moment, Wan'er's heart was filled with the ecstasy of having her own flesh and blood. She was worried about how to protect this child. Her heart was a mess, and she had no idea what to do. How could she be in the mood to listen to what Zhang Changzong was saying? It wasn't until she heard the name Yang Fan from Zhang Changzong's mouth that she came back to her senses. This matter, Wan'er really didn't know. Wan'er smiled apologetically at Zhang Changzong and said, "Zhang Fengshun, please tell me again who the saints summoned. Perhaps Wan'er can guess a thing or two." Zhang Changzong slowed down and repeated the people the emperor had named. Ministry of Revenue Qiu Lingji, Zhang Zhongbua, Ministry of Justice Qindong, Sun Yuxuan, Censorator Yuanli, Shi Yu, Wen Ao, Ministry of Works Ho Zhongyu, Qin Yinru, Jin Wu Wei, Yang Fan of Thousand Horsemen. Wan'er listened with rapt attention and thought quickly. These yamen have civil and military affairs, civil and judicial affairs. They have nothing to do with each other. Why did he suddenly summon all these people together? What is the emperor trying to do? What has recently required these yamen to work together to do? A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Wan'er's eyes brightened and she cried out, "I guessed it." Zhang Changzong happily said, "Dai Ji is indeed exceptionally smart. I wonder what Dai Ji is thought of." Wan'er said word by word, "The saint has made up his mind. He is preparing to move the capital." Zhang Changzong was confused. He still couldn't figure out what this matter had to do with moving the capital. Shanghai Wan'er could only patiently explain it to him. In reality, the emperor moving the capital was similar to a commoner moving. The only difference was the scale and the factors that needed to be considered. If a family wanted to move, they first had to clean and decorate their new home. If there were rats and cockroaches in the house, they had to first get rid of them. They also had to consider whether the roads were passable and wide. They also had to consider whether the food markets, hospitals, and schools around the new house were complete. The emperor moving the capital was basically the same thing. Wu Ziqian had been on the throne for 10 years, but it had been 20 years since the court moved from Chang'an. Could the palaces and yamen in Chang and still be usable? Did they need to repair and refurbish them? There were more than 100,000 soldiers and soldiers traveling from Luoyang to Chang'an. They needed to know the road conditions and solve any problems immediately. Furthermore, there were at least 100,000 officials, family members, servants, and soldiers moving back to Chang. Because the center of the court was moving, the merchants, gentry, scholars, and officials from all over the country had to follow them to Chang'an. In reality, Chang'an would suddenly have an additional 100,000 people. Would the road be smooth? The problem of food also needed to be solved. These were the responsibilities of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. As for the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, was there even a need to say anything? Of course, it was to get rid of the four pests. Flies, mosquitoes, rats, and cockroaches were all on the list. Through the case of Yinzhou, the empress was already very worried about the governance of the officials in Guangzhou. If the officials in the capital were corrupt, it would seriously affect the stability of the center of the court. The emperor wanted to move the capital back to Chang'an. Of course, he had to carry out a thorough cleaning in Guangzhou. If the emperor wanted to move the capital, it was inevitable to mobilize the army. This was the most important of all problems. Although the imperial army will be transferred from Luoyang, didn't they need someone from the military to be the vanguard? The placement of the army was also a big problem. The reason why the Northern Office was sent was that the imperial army of the Northern Office was the core army of the emperor and was the army stationed in the capital. As for the southern office, the official army was rotated from all over the country to guard the capital. It was not a top priority. Shanghai 1's analysis was clear and reasonable. Zhang Changzong listened and nodded. While listening, he was anxiously thinking about what benefits the Zhang family could get by moving the capital. Unfortunately, he had nothing else in his mind except poetry, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a reason. Finally, he had to give up. He wanted to go back and talk to the Wulong, and let the Wulong make the decision. When Wanner finished, Zhang Changzong, who was in a hurry to go back and deliver the news, stood up. He bowed to Wanner and said gratefully, "Your words have woken me up. I will remember this kindness in my heart. I will repay you in the future." Shanghai Wanner also stood up and said with a slight smile, "Zhang Fengshun, you are too polite. You and I are both working for the sage. We want to figure out the sage's mind and also hope to do things better so that the sage can be more relaxed and happy. It is our duty as officials to share the emperor's worries. There is no need to thank me." Zhang Changzong laughed, cupped his hands to Shanghuan Wan'er, and left. Shanghai sent Zhang Changzong off and returned to the study to sit down. She rested her chin on her hand and was lost in thought. Fu Qingqing walked out of the bedroom and said to Shanghai Wan'er anxiously, "Sister." Qingqing just carefully pondered for a long time. "If we want to keep this child," Shanghai Wan'er's eyes lit up and said, "You have an idea?" Fu Qingqing said awkwardly, "No. Qingqing's plan is clumsy. I really can't think of anything. Why don't we tell this news to General Yang and ask him to come up with an idea? He is a man. He can't just cause trouble and ignore it." At this point, Fu Qingqing was a little resentful and muttered in a low voice, "These men are the worst. They only care about their own happiness. How can they be so careless?" She was, after all, an unmarried girl. As she spoke, her face turned red. Wanner shook her head lightly and said, "No. You heard just now. He is about to leave Luoyang and has something important to do. How can he spare time to take care of me? Besides, what idea can he have for this matter? It will just distract him for nothing. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. I will definitely be able to keep my child." At this moment, her black and incomparably clear eyes revealed a gentle and resolute light. In order to protect her child, this woman, who had a temperament as delicate as moonlight, let out a voice that could split the earth and was harder than metal and stone. No one would doubt that if someone tried to harm her child, she would pounce without hesitation like an enraged lioness. Chapter 9:38. Early the next morning, the fully recovered Yang Fan was about to return to the Thousand Horsemen camp when someone from the palace came to pass on an edict for him to enter the palace. Yang Fan stayed in the palace until almost noon before leaving the palace in a mess with the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, and the Imperial Censorate. All the officials hurried back to the Yamen and rushed to tell the news to their own officials and all the officials who were close to them. The emperor had decided to move the capital. No, it wasn't a decision. He had already started moving the capital. Wu Yizong also attended the imperial conference at Wucheng Hall. When he saw Yang Fan, Wu Yizong's expression immediately changed between green and white. It was as if a large dye shop had opened on his face. However, he did not immediately pounce viciously and bite like a mad dog as Yang Fan thought. This surprised Yang Fan. Yang Fan already knew that the prostitutes and patrons of the brothel had been implicated. From his actions, he could guess that although Wu Yizong would take revenge on him, he would not do so with great fanfare. He had already lost all face in front of him and would not continue to lose face in front of all the people of Luoyang. However, at the time, his ruffian and scoundrel behavior had been seen by several court officials. It must have spread in officialdom, so Yang Fan guessed that when he saw him in the palace, he would not have many misgivings. Perhaps he would immediately attack him on the spot like last time. He had not expected Wu Yizong to know how to endure. This made Yang Fan look at him in a different light. Yang Fan was not afraid of a mad dog that would bark at him endlessly if he stamped his foot. However, if this mad dog knew how to endure and evolve from a mad dog to a poisonous snake, then he had to be on guard. The emperor had not summoned them to discuss matters. He had given them a direct order. He ordered them to immediately hand over the matters at hand and set off the next morning for Chang and to make preparations for the capital move. When Wu Yizong heard this, he no longer stared fiercely at Yang Fan. His aunt had indeed decided to move the capital. He was one of the advance officials. If the emperor moved back to Chang, and as a general of the imperial army, there was no reason for him to command the army in Luoyang. This army had to be handed over to the southern office. Through the relocation of the capital, the emperor reduced his power and strengthened the power of the political affairs hall. The expansion of the power of the prime ministers was actually strengthening the power of the Li Tang family. Wu Yizong's mind was filled with ideas on how to seize power in Chang'an. He had no time to care about Yang Fan. After leaving the imperial palace, Yang Fan immediately ordered a personal guard to deliver a message to the 1,000 horsemen camp, telling Sima Shuliang to hand over the Black Tortoise Gate's defense, pack up, and prepare to depart from the camp. After sending a personal guard to the 1,000 horsemen camp, Yang Fan hurriedly returned to the Yang estate. As soon as he entered the door, he ordered, "Go, summon Gu San, and Miss Gu to the study." The Gu brothers' defensive zone was located in the outer residence of the Yang estate. They were the fastest to arrive. Very soon, they stood in front of Yang Fan with their heads held high and chests puffed out. Each of them was in high spirits. When they looked at Yang Fan, their gazes were filled with kindness and joy. They already knew that Ah Lang had slept in their sister's arms and was seen by everyone in the residence. Logically speaking, from their standpoint, they should have beaten this bastard who took advantage of their sister and ruined her innocence. But the three brothers were bursting with joy. They didn't care about the strange gazes of the servants in the residence. Their only regret was that when they found Ah Lang, they were in the bedroom. Moreover, Ah Lang was still sick. Even if he had done something bad, it would be limited. If he had done it on the bed, it would have been perfect. Don't think that the Gu brothers were trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful by pushing their own sister into the fire pit. In fact, they never thought about what benefits they could get if their sister became Ah Lang's woman. They were happy, and they were happy for their sister from the bottom of their hearts. Among the three brothers, the youngest third brother's children were already old enough to buy soy sauce, but their little sister was still living alone with her sister-in-law. She had long passed the marriageable age. The three brothers loved their sister dearly, so it would be strange if they didn't worry about her. At her age, coupled with her status, she was neither suitable for a high position nor a low one. Who should she marry? Now, as long as their little sister was willing to marry someone, and that person was a good leader, they would thank their ancestors. Not to mention that the person was Yang Fan, a young and handsome man with such status. In their opinion, their little sister must be very lucky to have found such a perfect husband. As for the fact that she couldn't be the legal wife, they had never thought about it. With Ah Lang's status, it was already too high for their Gu family's daughter to be his concubine. Even if they were promoted to civil status, ordinary families wouldn't be willing to marry a woman from their family as a wife. This kind of influence could only be gradually removed after 2 generations of good citizens. Moreover, they didn't think that they could kill a person within 10 steps without standing martial arts. Being a martial arts master was never a symbol of status and identity in the Orthodox society. Most of the wanderers in the legendary novels had a noble master who couldn't even trust a chicken. Wanderers were the group of people who were the furthest from the social order. They repeatedly preached how they despised etiquette, looked down on the rich and powerful, and ignored the hierarchy, which proved their lowly status and lowly identity. Just like in the era where men were superior to women, there were jealous shrews, but they were pitifully few. Because of this, the occasional appearance of a jealous shrew would be recorded as a miracle by the literati. What was preached would never be what people were used to. They were people of this era, not monsters with water in their heads. How could they have such strange and inappropriate ideas? Yang Fan had seen the martial arts of the 3 brothers. None of them was a match for him, but if it was 1 against 2, he might only have a slight upper hand. If the 3 brothers attacked together, he would definitely lose. Therefore, He trusted the three brothers' martial arts skills very much. But when it came to brains, Yang Fan trusted Miss Gu more. Therefore, when he saw the three brothers gathered, Yang Fan didn't wait for Miss Gu to arrive and explain the purpose of gathering them. I have to go to Chang'an immediately. You go back and pack your luggage. We'll leave in the afternoon. The three brothers didn't hesitate and replied respectfully, yes. Yang Fan continued, I'll leave tomorrow. You go ahead of me. There's something I need you to do. I'll tell Miss Gu what you need to do. When the time comes, you just need to listen to your younger sister's arrangements. The three Gu brothers nodded repeatedly, thinking to themselves, as brothers-in-law, we're not as close as our younger sister to him after all. When the three brothers went out, Gu Zhuting, who was dressed in a short green robe, happened to rush over. The eldest brother winked at his younger sister. The second brother gave his younger sister a thumbs up, and the third brother made a face at his younger sister. In the face of her three brothers' friendly teasing, Gu Zhuting's pretty face immediately turned red. She hadn't told her family about Yang Fan's promise to her. She wanted to hide this happiness and joy in her heart and slowly savor it in the middle of the night. She wanted to wait for Lang to fulfill his promise in public and then turn it into a surprise for her family. However, in the minds of the three Gu brothers, apart from being vigilant and experienced when killing people, they were usually extremely simple-minded. Since the younger sister had hugged Lang to sleep for a whole night, her chastity was naturally his. Was there even a need to think about it? He couldn't refuse it. If he dared to refuse, the three brothers would, of course. The Gu family owed Lang a great debt of gratitude that could never be repaid in this lifetime. No matter what he had done, they couldn't use violence against him. But Lang was such a good person, so he couldn't let the younger sister suffer. Could he? Lang, Gu Zhuting said to Yang Fan with a blushing face. Her long eyelashes drooped as she stared at the tips of her feet. Her toes were drawing circles on the green bricks. The shy look of a young girl was exceptionally charming. Unfortunately, her coquettish look was useless to the blind. Yang Fan was lying on the table, holding a brush and scribbling something. He said to her without raising his head, I entered the palace today. I've received the emperor's edict that I have to go to Chang'an tomorrow morning. I guess I won't be back for a year. Gu Zhuting let out an ah, and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Because of her identity as a woman, it was convenient for her to enter and exit the inner residence. She had been responsible for the security of the inner residence, so it was impossible for her to leave with Lang. Lang would be gone for a year, then Yang Fan continued, I've just told your three brothers that you will leave with them in the afternoon. Go to Chang'an ahead of me and do something important for me. Gu Zhuting's heart immediately flew back to heaven from hell. Didn't this mean that not only could she stay by the best man's side, but she would also be alone during this time? Gu Zhuting, who had just come back to life, answered crisply with a misty look in her eyes, yes. Pursing her lips, Gu Zhuting couldn't help but say, the Empress did not reveal anything in advance, and without the discussion of all the civil and military officials of the imperial court, such a major matter as moving the capital was done just like that. As expected, she was acting on her own volition. She added sweetly in her heart, the Emperor is wise. Oh, Yang Fan, who had been writing, paused and looked up at her. He chuckled and said, you're wrong about this. Moving the capital is such a big thing, involving politics, economy, military, culture, education, construction, transportation. She also has to convince those princes and ministers who have too many interests in Luoyang and are unwilling to move the capital. It involves too many aspects. The safest way is to use the power of the whole country to arrange it through the court. If it were 10 years ago, no, even 5 years ago, the emperor would have done this. Now she has given the court a act first and report later. It's not because the emperor is arbitrary, but precisely because she has no confidence to sway everyone's opinion. That's why she decided to set an established fact so that no one can stop her. Oh, Gu Zhuting answered softly and said with infinite admiration, Lang really has sharp eyes. I didn't see it at all. She said it just now because she was full of joy. and also because she wanted Alang to think that she was not a female warrior. Obviously, Alang liked intelligent women, but since she guessed wrong, it didn't matter. Which man didn't like obedient girls who admired and worshipped him? Yang Fan was writing with his head down. As he was writing, he suddenly looked up at Gu Zhuding and chuckled, leaving Gu Zhuding confused. Yang Fan noticed Gu Zhuding's careful and flattering mind, but he didn't find it annoying at all. Instead, he was very happy. No wonder when he read history books when he was young, he often found it strange that treacherous officials were known to be treacherous, but the fatuous emperor liked them. Now he understood. Who would like a person who contradicted him all day long and reprimanded him at the slightest provocation? If treacherous officials were as cute as Agu, he would rather be a fatuous emperor. In fact, in the Yang family, wasn't he just an emperor? Chapter 9:39. Outside the pavilion on the side of the ancient road, several riders were standing under a tree. Yang Fan stood opposite to Gu Zhuting and said in a low voice, "You must speed up the journey. The earlier we set up the plan, the more advantageous it will be for our future situation. Alang, rest assured, this slave understands." Gu Zhuting subconsciously touched her belt. The things that Yang Fan had written for her were right there. She had read them carefully and memorized 70 to 80% of them. Along the way, she wanted to memorize everything on the paper in her mind and then destroy the real thing. A small careless mistake could lead to a complete defeat. "You must be careful," Alang said. She kept his words firmly in mind. Yang Fan took a deep look at the woman who had already dressed up as a man. She had only changed into men's clothes, but her appearance remained the same. Her pink lips were moist and bright, like a pair of red and tender cherries. Yang Fan suddenly opened his arms and gave her a full hug, whispering softly in her ear, "Be careful." Yang Fan's hug stunned Gu Zhuting. His breath gently blew into her ear, making her feel limp and numb. Seeing this scene, the three Gu brothers not far away were also dumbfounded. It turned out that it really was heavens. When Yang Fan gently let go of Gu Zhuting, she was still standing there in a daze. Just because of this hug, her lips trembled and she couldn't say a word. Her pretty face was flushed red because of surprise and excitement. Only her pair of eyes were bright black like the stars. Yang Fan smiled and softly said, "Let's hit the road. Take care." Yang Fan was well aware of Gu Zhuting's state of mind. She was apprehensive and flattered. Just think about it. She was originally just a dispensable pawn under this sect master, running errands for him at all times. Even if she died, she would be insignificant in this person's eyes. But suddenly, she had become his woman. She was originally a subordinate of Yang Fan, a slave whose soul and body belonged to him. When Yang Fan made a promise to her, she was pleasantly surprised and thought of herself as Yang Fan's woman. But in terms of mentality, she was still half subordinate and half slave. She didn't dare to ask for more. Yang Fan had long sensed her mentality, but he didn't say anything. Words couldn't solve the problem. He could only slowly change her mentality through his attitude and actions. Until one day, she saw him as her man, not a benefactor and a noble. The group of 4 on horseback quickly disappeared on the road west of Chang'an. Yang Fan watched them disappear before returning to Luoyang under the protection of Ren Wei and the others. An hour later, Yang Fan appeared in the south of Luoyang. Yang Fan jumped over the wall and quietly appeared in front of Miss Ning Ku's grave without disturbing the boat maiden. On the grave, there was a blade of grass that had just sprouted, swaying gently in the wind. Yang Fan walked over, bent down to pull out the blade of grass, scooped up a handful of soil from the ground, and sprinkled it on the grave piously. The drooping osmanthus leaves gently caressed his shoulder, but he remained motionless. After a long time, Yang Fan sat down in front of the grave, hugged his knees, and leaned against the tombstone beside him. His lips and teeth kept moving, as if he was saying something. His expression was sometimes smiling, sometimes sad, but his soft voice could not be heard by anyone except Ning Ku. The wind blew and fluttered the 2 ribbons behind his hairnet, which rose and fell, playfully slapping the back of his neck. The osmanthus flowers fell like snow, sprinkling on his shoulders and feet. In a very elegant courtyard, there were vines all over the walls, pine and cypress bonsai in the middle, and countless exotic flowers and plants around. Near the window, there was a small pool like the crescent moon, in which several golden carps were swimming under the water lilies. The room was very spacious, divided into different functional spaces by screens. In the largest space, there was a painting of three friends in winter, a painting of fishing in the misty rain, and a few large characters hanging on the snow-white wall. Next to the window, there was a desk made of sour twig wood, on which were all kinds of famous calligraphies and a few precious inkstones. More than 10 fine weasel bristles were inserted in the brush pot. On the desk, there was a celadon vase with several blooming chrysanthemums. Next to the wall, there were a few bookshelves carved by famous artists of different heights. This was a study, but the scholar in the study was not reading. Beauty could only be found outside of books. A beautiful young girl with half-fallen hair and disheveled clothes rested her hands on the desk. Her breasts, which were like two small jade bowls, swayed gently in her half-opened green silk gown. It was a very seductive sight. Her pomegranate skirt was lifted up, piled up at her slender waist, and her white, tight, but still narrow buttocks were raised high in the air. A young boy with a hint of childishness on his lips was dressed neatly, but his pants were pulled down to his legs. His hands were clamped on the slender and soft waist of the young girl, who was squinting her seductively. He gritted his teeth and bumped into her from behind. "Princess, the princess has arrived." Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in the courtyard, and a green-clothed attendant turned over and bowed in surprise. Princess Taiping's face was as calm as water, and she hurriedly walked past him. Her golden embroidered skirt, with colorful phoenixes and red peonies, swayed on the ground like water, and the golden phoenix hairpin on her head did not move at all, as if she was walking on water. Behind her, there were a few fat female sumo wrestlers, and each of them had a fierce look on their faces. "My mother is here." In the room, the handsome young boy, who was sprinting with all his might and was about to climb to the top of the pure land of ultimate bliss, was so scared that his face turned pale. The young girl, who was squeaking on the table, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide, and her face was filled with horror. "Open the door." Princess Taiping pushed the door of the study room and saw that it was closed. She immediately retreated 2 steps. A fat woman walked up and grabbed the door with both hands. She shook the door and suddenly exhaled loudly. She exerted her strength and pulled the door outward. With a rumbling sound, the entire door was torn down along with the door frame. A burst of dust flew, and when the dust slightly dispersed, Princess Taiping stepped over a few fallen bricks and walked into the room. In the room, a man and a woman with messy clothes were kneeling on the ground like quails, and their bodies were trembling. Princess Taiping looked coldly at the man and woman kneeling in front of her and said in a cold voice, "Chong Sun, you are really well read. Every time I test you, you know nothing about poetry, and you talk nonsense on policy. I thought you were talented, but it turns out that your talent is used on this kind of thing." The one kneeling in front of Princess Taiping was her second son, Shui Chong Sun. After Princess Taiping remarried Wu Yuji, her 2 sons did not change their surnames. Fortunately, they did not change their surnames. Otherwise, if Shui Chong Sun changed his name to Wu Chong Sun, he would have the same name as Wu Sanxi's eldest son, Wu Chong Sun, who married Princess Anil. Shui Chong Sun kowtowed like pounding garlic and said with a trembling voice, "I know I am wrong. I know I am wrong, mother. Please calm down." Princess Taiping waved her big sleeves and said in a stern voice, "Come, drag this shameless lowly maid who seduced the young master out, and beat her to death." Ever since Princess Taiping came in, the beautiful maid in emerald green gown was scared into a pile of meat paste. Other than trembling, she could not spit out even half a word. Now that she heard it, she was so scared that her liver felt like it was going to explode. She did not even have the time to cry out, "Princess, please spare my life," when a fat female sumo wrestler rushed up and grabbed her hair and dragged her out like a dead dog. Shui Chong Sun was shocked. He heavily kowtowed to the ground and repeatedly said, "Mother, Please have mercy, spare Ali. Mother, mother. Princess Taiping sneered, turned around, and walked away, only leaving behind a cold sentence. Drag this unfilial son out for me. 20 lashes. The few female sumo servants obeyed Princess Taiping's orders. Even if it was the young master's order, they did not hesitate. 2 more people rushed forward to pick up Shui Chong-sun and left. In the courtyard, the little errand boy knelt on the ground with his forehead touching the ground, his buttocks raised high. He did not dare to raise his head. Princess Taiping walked past him like floating clouds and flowing water, without stopping for even a step. The little errand boy saw the red dress floating in front of him like a cloud from the corner of his eyes. He had just heaved a sigh of relief when Princess Taiping lightly threw down a sentence from the cloud, smashing him into the 18th level of hell. Beat this lowly servant who is guarding the door and helping the master to do evil, to death for me. When the steward of the princess's mansion, Li Yi, saw Princess Taiping, he immediately bowed to the side of the road. Princess Taiping walked past him like a gust of wind. Li Yi lowered his head and hurriedly followed behind. Princess Taiping was still angry and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Yi was very well informed. As soon as Princess Taiping went to the study room, he knew that the second young master did not study hard, but fooled around with a pretty maid instead. In fact, he already knew about this matter, but he did not mention it. His master was so smart, he did not know that he already knew about it, so he vented his anger on him. Li Yi was even more careful. He did not even dare to breathe loudly as he said, "Loyal General Yang Fan requests to see you." Princess Taiping suddenly stopped, paused for a moment, and said, "Invite him to see me at the Xingxiu Hall." In the Xingxiu Hall, as soon as Yang Fan saw Princess Taiping's expression, he laughed and said, "The emperor has just acquiesced in princess's meddling in political affairs. Princess has already shown your majesty." Princess Taiping's anger had not subsided yet, so she frowned slightly. Yang Fan's words made her burst out laughing. She could not help but say coquettishly, "You deliberately came to make fun of me, didn't you? What majesty? Isn't it because of Chong-sun, that unfilial son? AI. All day long he does not study hard. He only does those shameful things like fighting cocks and raising dogs, stealing women, and stealing jade." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Your son was born with a noble title and does not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you still expect him to pass the exams and come back as the top scholar." Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's easy for you to say. As a parent, even if we can leave an inexhaustible mountain of gold for our son, we still hope that he can have his own ability." Yang Fan was also a father. Hearing these words, he deeply felt the same way. He no longer teased her and said seriously, "It's inevitable that the son of a rich family will be a bit of a playboy. You should not be too strict. Take your time. As long as he has a good character, the rest is not important." Princess Taiping was still remorseful in her heart, but she also knew that because Chong-sun's father died early, she spoiled him too much when he was young and neglected to discipline him. Now that his temperament had matured, it would be difficult to correct him. She could only sigh bitterly and put aside her depressed thoughts. Her bright eyes glanced at Yang Fan and said, "Erlang, did you come here for the matter of moving the capital?" Chapter 940. Early the next morning, Yang Fan had to lead the army to Chang. He had to return to the military camp tonight, so time was tight. But because this meeting with Princess Taiping was very important and related to how the two of them could cooperate with each other in Chang and in Luoyang, Yang Fan stayed in the princess mansion for almost 2 hours before leaving. Yang Fan couldn't tell Princess Taiping about the succession hall, so when it came to Chang, it was difficult to explain some things clearly. But in terms of grasping the overall situation, Princess Taiping was undoubtedly better than him. From his vague words, Taiping still grasped the key point, so he had a clear idea of what to do next. When Yang Fan left, he saw an ox cart escorted by several servants coming. There was no official banner on the cart, but when the person in the cart came out, Yang Fan glanced at him and vaguely recognized that he seemed to be a Ren Huang of the Hall of governmental affairs. Just now, when he and Taiping were in secret, the steward Li Yi came in 3 times to whisper to the princess. Yang Fan vaguely heard some news of a court official visiting. Since Wu Ziqian made the oath of alliance and asked Princess Taiping to attend, the sensitive officials understood the emperor's intention. So these days, there was an endless stream of officials visiting the princess mansion. Most of these officials were fence-sitters, neutral parties, and wait-and-see parties. Why did they turn to Taiping? Was it because they thought that Princess Taiping, who had just risen, would be the most powerful among the various forces in the court? Or it was just because of Taiping's special identity? She was the princess of the Li family and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. No matter which party fell, they would not easily kill her. Moreover, she was a woman and would not directly participate in the fight for the throne. Worshipping her as a disciple would not be like those officials who clearly supported a candidate for the throne and had no way out. Because of these reasons, they naturally flocked to Princess Taiping. However, this directly strengthened Princess Taiping's influence. When Taiping's power and influence reached a certain level, would her status and mentality still be as aloof as today? Yang Fan silently walked on his way home. Every time he had a meeting recently, he had a strong feeling that he and Taiping were drifting further and further apart. This feeling was not because he was meeting with Taiping now. It was more because he was studying political cooperation. There was less love between a man and a woman. That was a feeling of the soul. Could passionate love last for 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime? No. A pair of lovers, after the passion, would rely on family, children, and a common life to maintain their love, and eventually, it would also turn into family love. But there was no basis for him and Taiping to evolve their love into kinship. Therefore, after the passion gradually cooled down, the relationship between the two of them was more like a pair of confidants, a pair of friends, and more like 2 partners who cooperated with tacit understanding in the business. It was only because of the connection between their souls and flesh that there was more trust and intimacy between them. Under such circumstances, would Taiping, who had lost the shackles of his emotions, grow even more ambitious? Yang Fan was not sure. If Wu Mei had not entered the palace and instead married into some noble family, even the struggle for favor in the harem would not have been so bitter. If she had ultimately become the mistress of a household and not the empress dowager of a country, she would never have become the Wu Ziqian of today. A person's fate had always changed according to their circumstances. The times and heroes would always create each other. No one could follow the path that had been determined long ago and walk through their lives without the slightest deviation. Yang Fan did not know whether Wu Zetian's decision to finally break her ban and allow her daughter, whom she had always been wary of, to enter politics was a blessing or a disaster. But at least for now, he had to support her, and he could only support her. Because the crown prince and the prince of Xiang, under the sensitive and paranoid eyes of the empress, could not possibly recruit soldiers like Princess Taiping. When Princess Taiping appeared in the newly completed Heavenspan Palace, standing together with the 30 princes of the Wu and Li clans, she became the greatest hope for the Li clan's revival. When Yang Fan gathered the Gu brothers and Gu Zhuting to make arrangements, the clan already knew that he was going to Chang'an. By the time he returned home, his luggage had already been personally packed by Xiao Man. Xiao Man tirelessly exhorted him again and again, telling him to pay attention to his temperature, pay attention to his diet, and take care of his body. Meanwhile, Anu counted down the days, hoping that when she gave birth, her husband would have a chance to come back. His 2 lovely wives did not have any hidden grudges against him for his long journey. In this era, the vast majority of men who became officials had to travel thousands of li to serve as officials. As long as their parents were still alive, their wives had to stay at home to fulfill their filial duties. Thus, there were many women who parted from their husbands for several years or even 10 years. Repenting and teaching their husbands to seek the title of Marquis was the resentment of countless women who hoped that their husbands would succeed, but when their husbands really did succeed, they felt lonely and cold. Compared to those women, they were already very lucky. Yang Fan picked up his luggage and was about to leave when he suddenly saw his precious son and daughter staring at him eagerly. He suddenly remembered that when he went to see Taiping, she was troubled because of her son's unfilial behavior. A sense of crisis immediately arose in Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan began to earnestly instruct Xiao Man. The children are not young anymore. After the new year, ask a teacher to teach them something. Our son needs to learn, and so does our daughter. Zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, singing, morality, character, martial arts. You two should also teach them a little. You don't need to be the enemy of tens of thousands of people, but at least they can strengthen their bodies. You can't spoil the children. Yang Yinzu blinked his big eyes as he listened. He immediately grasped the most important issue in Yang Fan's words. Father, if I learn to read, can I still go out to play? Yang Fan's face turned serious and said, Of course, learning to read is the main thing. If you learn well, I can let you play for a while. If you don't learn well, of course you can't play. Yang Yinzu immediately looked at his mother bitterly. Mother, I don't want to celebrate the new year. Xiao Man couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fan's face darkened, and he became more like a strict father. You haven't even learned, and you want to be lazy? When I come back, I will check your studies. If you don't learn well, I will spank you. Yang Yinzu pouted and said, Father, go quickly. If you don't go, the city gate will be closed. Yang Fan laughed and said, Hey, you little bastard, you are driving me away. After being teased by his son, some of the sorrow of separation faded. Yang Fan gently hugged his two lovely wives and said softly, I'm going. Don't send me out. It's a big crowd. Yang Fan turned and walked out of the door. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, his precious daughter, Yang Serong, who had not spoken a word, said, Father, wait a minute. Yang Fan's heart warmed. It was said that daughters were their parents' intimate little cotton-padded jackets. She was only a few years old, but she already knew that she couldn't bear to leave her father. Yang Fan turned around with a smile and looked affectionately at his beautiful daughter, who had her hair combed into two horns. She ran over with her fingers and arranged tasks for him. Father, remember to buy me a mask, a clay figurine, a wooden horse, a whistle, a bamboo dragon, and a pretty little skirt when you come back. After hearing this, Yang Fan said to Xiao Man with tears in his eyes, Wife, educating children is a long and arduous task. There is an ancient saying that a mother taught her children, and Mencius's mother moved 3 times. It can be seen that educating children is very important as a mother. Whether our 2 unlucky children will be successful or not depends on you. There was a very large dock on Bailu Plain. Behind the wide dock area, there were huge granaries. The huge granaries stood on this plateau like giants that could support the heaven and earth. Below the plateau, there were endless fertile fields. Ba was located at the confluence of the Ba River and the Wei River. The people here relied on the water to make a living. When the flood was in full swing, it could swallow everything in an instant, including your life, your family, your home, and your city. But if humans wanted to survive, they also couldn't do without it. Therefore, even though it would occasionally throw a tantrum, humans still followed its footsteps without abandoning it. Chang'an, Luoyang, Daliang, Yi City, Yangzhou, Jinkou, these prosperous cities, and Dafu all relied on the banks of the great rivers. Even a small village had to live by the river. The Yellow River flowed through Daiming, so the goods from Jianghuai, Min, and Shu converged here from thousands of miles away. The Yellow River changed its course to the south, and Daiming instantly declined. The dock of Ba thrived on water transportation, and the main goods transported here were grain. Guangzhou was an important grain production area, but its output was not enough to meet the needs of Chang'an City. The garrison in Chang'an, the officials who stayed in the capital, the scholars who traveled to study, the rich and powerful families and their servants who gathered here, the students of the Imperial College and the Imperial College, the Buddhist temples, the Taoist temples, and a large number of monks who did not produce. After Wu Ziqian moved the capital to Luoyang, Chang, and still had a population of 700,000, and 300,000 of them were not farmers. These people needed nearly 6 million dawn of grain a year, and this did not include the grains needed by the garrison to raise the horses. And how much grain could Guangzhou provide for this millennium ancient capital? Deducting the fiefdoms of the nobles and dukes, the allotted fields of the officials in the capital, the public fields, the bestowed fields, and the Buddhist fields of the Taoist temples, Guangzhou's annual grain output was about 3 million dong. Deducting the grain used by the people and paid to the Chong and granaries as taxes, there was at most 2 million dong of grain. Nearly 4 million dong of grain had to be transported from other places every year. Because of this, the water transportation prospered and supported a large number of people who relied on water to make a living. These people were called the water laborers, and there were tens of thousands of them. Water was the most unpredictable thing. When it was gentle, it could take whatever it wanted, but when it was angry, it could destroy everything. To transport grain, a group of people had to stick together to fight against the turbulent torrents, the treacherous terrain, the unpredictable weather, the extortionate officials, and the local gangsters of the docks. They had to use their blood, sweat, and lives to transport the grain to Chong, and in exchange for food for their families. Therefore, those who depended on the water to make a living had to unite in order to improve their ability to survive. Thus, they naturally formed gangs. The Shun faction was one of these gangs of various sizes. The Shun faction had more than 200 members and 5 boats. It was just a small gang among the gangs of the canal transport. Their gang leader was Qiao Mu. Gang Master Qiao had been very distressed recently because the Shun gang, which had never been smooth since it opened, had now encountered a big obstacle. Gang Master Qiao, who had even dared to sail through the Sandman Gorge, which was known as the Gate of Hell, was really desperate this time. He knew that he could not overcome this obstacle this time. At this time, his benefactor came. This benefactor was a very beautiful girl. Her surname was Gu. Chapter 941. Gang leader Qiao sat on a stone roller in front of the empty field. Behind him were granaries that were set against the blue sky and white clouds. Arbor was tall and burly. Because he had been working on the ship all year round, his feet and arms were abnormally thick and strong. He looked like a tiger sitting on the ground. However, his face was full of hesitation and worry. This kind of weak expression formed a strong contrast with his burly figure. The Qiao family was considered an aristocratic family in the shipping industry. It wasn't a noble family in Shandong or a noble family in Guanlong, but an aristocratic family in Jianghu. Since the 5th generation, Qiao Mu had been involved in the transportation business. His descendants had been running boats for a living. On Qiao Mu's left stood his second younger brother, Qiao Lin, and on his right stood his third younger brother, Qiao Senator. Standing on both sides of him were the elite backbones of the Shun sect. There were 20 young disciples in total. Unlike the worries of the 3 elders, they clenched their fists tightly, and their angry chests heaved up and down like bellows, as if they were suppressing great anger. Qiao Mu was silent for a long time. Then, he let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, "I Ching." A bronze-skinned man with big eyes and thick eyebrows stepped forward and cupped his fists. Here. This person's surname was Zhua, and his full name was Zhua I Ching. He was in his early 30s and was a leading figure among the younger generation of the Smooth sect. Qiao Mu said, "If we can't settle this matter today, our Shun school will be finished. This is the foundation of our Qiao family that has been handed down by our ancestors. I am duty-bound to take responsibility for it. I can only pay the death penalty to my ancestors. After I die, you should join the Flood Dragon Union with your brothers." Zhua I Ching was unable to restrain his anger and said, "How can the sect leader say that? Which brother of our Shun gate is greedy for life and afraid of death? If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight the Flood Dragon Union. I'll be the first to kill anyone who dares to betray our master." Qiao Mu shook his head and said sadly, "Which one of us doesn't have a family to feed? We have a whole family to support. What are you going to use to fight with them? Can we even fight with them? It was I, Qiao, who was incompetent and could not protect the ancestral property. I, Qiao, will bear all the responsibility. You don't need to worry." In a loud voice, Zhua I Ching said, "Ever since I, the one surnamed Joie, was born, I have been a member of the Shun men's boat. In life, I'm a man of the smooth gate. In death, I'm a ghost of the smooth gate. I can't betray my master and defect to the enemy. The brothers couldn't do it either. Brothers, they want to swallow up our Shun gate. Do you agree? No. Fight it out with them. The 20 burly men spoke in unison, their expressions unusually heroic. Xiao Mu flew into a rage. He glared at Zhuo Yiqing and said, I'm still the sect master of the Shun faction. How dare you disobey my orders? Zhuo Yiqing was extremely terrified. He hurriedly knelt down and said, This disciple does not dare to disobey, but this kind of order, this disciple cannot obey. As he spoke of his grievances, the huge man actually prostrated himself on the ground and cried loudly. The reason why Zhuo Yiqing was so terrified was not because Xiao Mu was strict. In fact, rather than saying that they were from a gang, it would be more accurate to say that they were from the same clan. As soon as they were born, they inherited their father's position and became members of the Shun family. Xiao Mu was their father's brother and their uncle. When they grew up, they went to work on the boat. Only then did they have a clear hierarchy and were bound by the gang rules. The reason why he was so terrified was because the rules of the water gang were very strict. He could not bear the crime of disobeying orders. Ever since the arrival of the water transport, the river laborers naturally gathered into groups and gradually formed their own set of rules. The water transport gangs were always managed according to quasi-military standards. Every year at the end of January, the river laborers would set off from their homes and sail to Yangzhou. After about a month, they would gather at Yangzhou and load the local grain onto the ships. Then, they would continue to load grain from various grain-producing areas. In April, they would pass through the Huai River and enter the Bian River. In June and July, they would reach the mouth of the Yellow River. At this time, the Yellow River was rising. Their ships would wait at the mouth of the river for more than a month. In August and September, when the water level of the Yellow River receded, they would pass through the Yellow River and enter the Luo River to transport the grain to Luoyang. Some of the grain ships would unload at Luoyang, while the others would continue up the river, pass through the dangerous Salmon Gorge, and enter the Guanzhong waterway. Finally, they would pass through the Wei River to Chang'an. In this way, they would be floating on the water for 9 months every year. Only 3 months would they be able to reunite with their families because of the frozen river. In these 9 months, they had been guarding their own ship, carrying boatloads of food through the main transportation artery of the empire, supplying it with blood and nutrients. In the army, if a soldier disobeyed a military order, it might not necessarily affect the fate of the entire army. But on a ship, every sailor had an irreplaceable position. Once they slacked off, the whole ship would be buried with them. Therefore, there had to be some strict rules on the ship. They used gang rules that were close to military rules, and sometimes even stricter than military rules to restrain everyone. In the process of sailing, if any troublemaker dared to disobey an order, he would immediately be tied to a stone and thrown into the river to be executed. Even the families of the deceased would tacitly agree to this rule. If someone reported it, the government would also acquiesce to their rules. They would refuse to accept the case because there was no evidence, and the families of the deceased would be abandoned by the whole Chao gang. They would never be able to carry on this business again. They were a group of people who lived under the law, but also dissociated from the law. They had their own set of stricter laws to restrain themselves. They were stricter in carrying out orders and prohibitions than the army. Over time, they formed a special team with gang traditions and military characteristics. That was why Zhuo Yiqing was so terrified when Xiao Mu said that he disobeyed orders. Ha ha, touching. It's so touching. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Su Xiaolian, why don't we wait a little longer? We can talk after gang leader Xiao finishes dealing with their family affairs. A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. The speaker was in his early 20s. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, long pants, and leather boots. His clothes were thin and narrow, which made him look as slim as a bean sprout. He had thin eyes and light eyebrows, and his face was frivolous. When he walked, he clasped his thighs and swayed his buttocks like a coy woman. It was when Ben, the young master of the Flood Dragon gang leader, had 2 sons, both of whom died young. Therefore, he spoiled his youngest son very much. In order to raise him better, he specially dressed him as a girl. As a result, when he grew up, he also smelled of rouge. Beside Ben, there was a middle-aged man in a slanted green robe and a net scarf on his head. He had a mustache, which made him look gentle and dignified. Behind them, there were nearly 100 strong men with their trousers and sleeves rolled up. Their muscular arms and calves were exposed, and their faces were ferocious. Looking at their posture, Xiao Mu was shocked. It seemed that the other side didn't want to settle this peacefully. Xiao Mu braced himself to greet the middle-aged man in a green robe with a mustache. He cupped his hands and saluted him, saying, "Su Xiaolian, thank you for coming." The disciples of the 2 gangs are young and impetuous, and there was a little conflict. Now, the harmony has been damaged. Su Xiaolian, you are a person of virtue and prestige. I hope you can come forward to mediate. This Mr. Su was called Su Lin. He was originally a scholar who took part in the imperial examination and was honored as a Jiren. He was also a member of the Grain Gang, an important figure of another big gang, the Heavenly Eagle Gang. A weak scholar became an important figure of a big gang and led a group of unruly Jianghu people, which was exactly the characteristic of the Grain Gang. Because the Grain Gang was different from the underworld and the underworld. They lived in a gray area. Although they had the characteristics of Jianghu people, they had to abide by the system of the government in some matters. The imperial court had a special organization to manage the collection and transportation of the grain, which led to a complicated system of hidden rules. The peasants handed over grain to the grain transport yamen. The bailiffs, petty officials, and officials who collected the grain tax would exploit them layer by layer, taking advantage of them in the name of donations. During the process of transportation, the officials, petty officials, bailiffs, and odd job workers at the gates would also exploit them layer by layer. If they didn't satisfy them, they would make things difficult for them, not allowing them to pass. If they missed the deadline, the losses would all be theirs. When they stopped at the various docks, the local bullies would also collude with the officials to cause trouble, extorting and extorting. Even when they were on the water, when they encountered official ships and other ships with the right-of-way, the grain boats had to give way. If they deliberately made trouble for them, they could block them at the narrow river, and they would have to wait impatiently behind them. These were not things that these Jianghu people could solve with force. But if they let others exploit them like this, their losses would be too great. In this case, the Grain Gang could only make friends with the gentry and deal with the government through them. The gentry had connections and power in the government, and they had the right to speak. When they came forward, the officials couldn't be as unscrupulous as they were when they directly exploited the people. As time went by, the status of these gentry in the Grain Gang grew higher and higher, and their role became more and more important. Some even joined the Grain Gang and became one of the leaders of these Jianghu people. At present, the largest few grain gangs all had the participation of gentry, and some were even led by them behind the scenes. Su Lin cupped his hands at Xiao Mu and said with a faint smile, "Gang leader Xiao, the matter between you and him is very tricky." After much persuasion, young gang leader Su has finally agreed to bury the hatchet. However, your Shun gang has to cancel its name and merge with the Flood Dragon gang. From now on, we are on the same side, so a little conflict is naturally nothing. Xiao Mu's expression froze as soon as he heard that. This was originally the condition proposed by the Flood Dragon gang. Su Xiaolian was not mediating, but clearly on the side of the Flood Dragon gang. The more than 20 disciples behind Xiao Mu exploded as soon as they heard that. "You want to annex our Shun gang? No way. We won't agree. Right? We'd rather die than agree." In an empty field in the distance, a little village girl with a green handkerchief wrapped around her head and a green cloth skirt bent over with grass in her hands suddenly raised her head. She used the back of her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead and turned her head to the side. As she straightened her posture, Her beautiful breasts immediately revealed a moving arc, and her narrow waist concave into a charming curve. It seems that they're going to fight. The pretty little village girl looked into the distance and said with a smile. A burly man next to her stood still with the help of a bamboo rake in his hand. He slightly raised the bamboo hat that was pressed down to his eyebrows, cast a cold glance in that direction with a pair of sharp eyes, and said with a frown, "There are almost 200 people. Little sister, can you handle them?" The little village girl smiled non-committally, showing 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. "If I can't handle them, you guys can do it." As she said that, she walked with extremely light and graceful steps toward the place where the swords were drawn. Chapter 942. Gang leader Xiao's expression gradually changed from dullness to shock, and then to uncontrollable grief and indignation. His face quickly turned red. Glaring at Su Lin like an angry rooster, he said, "Is this the justice your Heavenly Eagle gang wants to uphold?" Su Lin felt very uncomfortable under Xiao Mu's indignant and disdainful eyes. He said somewhat angrily, "Gang leader Xiao, what kind of justice do you want our Heavenly Eagle gang to give you? A life for a life, and a debt should be repaid. Your men have hurt the men of the Flood Dragon Triad. According to the rules of the underworld, the Flood Dragon Triad should pay back a tooth for a tooth." "What's wrong with that?" Xiao Mu said, "Let's not talk about who is in the right and who is in the wrong in this conflict. Now we are the ones who have suffered losses. Dozens of men of our Shun faction have been injured by them, and 2 of our brothers have been disabled, while only 4 of them have been slightly injured. Killing people is just a matter of nodding to the ground. Do you want to push people to death?" Su Lin wiped his eyelids and said gloomily, "Gang leader Xiao, you are in your 50s. Have you lived so long in vain? You have been in the underworld for half of your life. Don't you know this? There is not so much reason in the underworld. Whoever has the bigger fist is the reason. You're not convinced? Your Shun faction has more than 200 men, but the Flood Dragon Triad has thousands of brothers. Even if they use their men, they can still crush you to death. What do you have to compete with them? Listen to my kind advice and join the Flood Dragon Triad. In the future, there will be people to take care of you." "What's wrong with that?" Xiao Mu smiled bitterly and said, Good, good. Su Xiaoyan, I appreciate your kindness. I also understand the meaning of your Heavenly Eagle gang. Jianghu, there is no morality in today's Jianghu. I am blind and deserve to end up like this." His words made Su Lin's face turn red and then pale, because Xiao Mu had done the Heavenly Eagle gang a favor. Back then, the old Grandmaster of the Heavenly Eagle faction tried to break into the Sandman Gorge by force. As a result, his boat was wrecked and he fell into the water. It was Xiao Mu who dived into the water to rescue him regardless of his own safety. With his excellent swimming skills, he rescued him. Otherwise, the Heavenly Eagle faction would not have existed today. Now that the old Grandmaster of the Heavenly Eagle faction had passed away, his son, Wei Yongtang, was sitting on the throne of the Grandmaster. Xiao Mu asked the Heavenly Eagle faction to mediate between them. The Grandmaster of the Heavenly Eagle faction could not refuse, so he sent Su Lin, the Deputy Grandmaster. However, instead of helping Xiao Mu, Su Lin added insult to injury and became the lobbyist of the Flood Dragon cult. Su Lin flicked his sleeves and said, "Since you, Gang Master Xiao, don't know how to appreciate favors, then my Heavenly Eagle gang was meddlesome. From now on, the Heavenly Eagle gang will no longer be involved in this matter. Leader Xiao, if you have the ability, you can take responsibility by yourself. If you can defeat the Flood Dragon Union, it won't be too late to negotiate with the Heavenly Eagle gang." Xiao Mu let out a sad laugh and did not even want to take another look at him. It seemed that one more look would dirty his eyes. Speaking of the Shun faction, it had enjoyed a glorious time. In the Sui dynasty, the Shun faction had nearly 2,000 ships and tens of thousands of brothers. Later, the world was in chaos. Zhang Zhongjian, the third son of Zhang Jilin, the richest man in Yangzhou, wanted to conquer the world and recruited soldiers everywhere. At that time, Old Master Qiao was an important member of Curly Beard's team. Later, when Curly Beard saw that he had lost the upper hand, he decisively gave up the fight for hegemony and left the country. Old Master Qiao did not leave with curly beard because he had a large number of brothers who depended on him. Most of them had families to take care of. When the Tang dynasty was first established, Old Master Qiao was worried that the imperial court would not allow the existence of such a huge civilian force that could be transformed into a navy at any time because of his relationship with Curly Beard. Therefore, he split the Shun faction and gave his fleet and tens of thousands of sailors to the 8 Vajras, asking them to set up their own faction. The Shun faction only kept a few people and dozens of ships. It became an insignificant small faction. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, it was the critical period for all kinds of new forces to fill in the gaps left by the previous dynasty's demise. At this time, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. The Shun faction did not advance, but retreated and missed the best period for development. When the Shun faction was passed to his grandson, Qiao Mu, it became a small fish with only 5 broken ships. Today, the few gangs on the grain transport river were almost all split from the Shun faction. But so many years had passed. When the Shun faction was split, Qiao Mu's father was just a baby. Now, even Qiao Mu was getting old. As time went by, the little bit of kinship he had with the Shun faction in the early days had long been ignored. However, in any case, the few biggest gangs today were all members of the Shun faction. Now that the Shun faction had fallen to such an extent, there was no need for people to deliberately make things difficult for it. But there was one thing that made people jealous of the Shun faction, and that was their people. When the Qiao family split the Shun faction, they left behind a group of old loaches on the grain transport river. They were the ones who were most familiar with the water conditions and geography along the way from Yangzhou to Chang'an. Most of those who ran the boats were the sons of their fathers. Their knowledge of the water conditions and geography was all taught by their fathers, brothers, and elders. For those who were not familiar with the river conditions, it was unknown how many times their boats would be destroyed and people would die before they could figure out the key points. Although the Shun faction had declined, it was the only one among all the gangs that dared to pass through the dangerous terrain like the Sandman Gorge by boat. The other gangs did not have this ability. Take the Flood Dragon cult, for example. They had more than 200 boats, but no more than 20 boats dared to pass through the waters of the Sandman Gorge. The reason was that they lacked sailors who were familiar with the waters and experienced boatmen. To avoid the boats being destroyed and people dying, their boats could only stop at the wharf in front of the Sandman Gorge and change to land transportation. How many wagons, mules, and horses would it take to transport the grains by one boat? Not to mention the loss of people and horses, it would take too long. If the Flood Dragon cult could take over the Shun faction, they would immediately have more than 200 sailors who were qualified to sail through the Sandman Gorge. Because of this, although ordinary small gangs were suppressed, it was only for the sake of fighting over resources. Even if they took the initiative to join, it was still unknown whether the Great Channel Gang would be willing to accept them. Only the Shun faction was an exception. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Although all the big gangs wanted to take over the Shun faction, they couldn't take it by force because of the infamy of deceiving their masters and ancestors. Besides, although Qiao Mu did not have a good life, he was unwilling to join other gangs because of the glory of his ancestors. Nobody could do anything about it until the Flood Dragon cult decided to take over them. When the Shun faction unified the Jianghu, the Flood Dragon cult did not exist yet. They had nothing to do with the Shun faction. The once arrogant Shun faction declined day by day, while the Flood Dragon cult grew stronger and stronger, as if they had hit the jackpot. They wanted to go to the next level. Everything else was easy, but good sailors were hard to find. So they set their eyes on the Shun faction. Now was the time when the boats returned to Chang, on one after another. The boatmen rested for 3 months and would go to Yangzhou again at the beginning of the next spring. After 9 months on the water, the boatmen who were free liked to gather together to drink and chat. A few days ago, a few brothers of a Shun faction quarreled with a few boatmen of the Flood Dragon cult in a tavern and then got into a fight. In fact, it was common for these boatmen to fight and make trouble. But this time they got into big trouble. The young master of the Flood Dragon cult did not let them go. He stopped them and beat them black and blue, then threw them to the door of the Qiao family. Some young and vigorous disciples of the Shun faction could not stand it, so the two sides started a full-scale fight. The Flood Dragon Union had the advantage of numbers. The disciples of the Flood Dragon Union gathered in groups and beat the people of the Shun sect whenever they saw them. After only a few days, dozens of people of the Shun sect had been wounded. 5 or 6 of them were heavily wounded, and 2 of them were probably disabled and could never sail again. Xiao Mu knew that the other side wanted to force him to give in, so he wanted to force the Flood Dragon cult to stop. However, the Life League, the 5 Element Society, the 3 River Society, the Circle faction, and the Taiping faction, which originated from the Shun faction, did not want to get involved. He had no choice but to go to the Tianying faction. As a result, the Tianying faction stabbed him in the back again. Xiao Mu was filled with grief and indignation, but Wenbin said, "Su Xiaolian, you spoke for him out of kindness. My father agreed to let him go for the sake of you, Su Xiaolian. But what happened in the end? His good intentions were treated with ill intent. The other party didn't appreciate his kindness at all. Instead, it made Su Xiaolian feel bad inside and out. I think you should stay out of this matter, Su Xiaolian. We, the Flood Dragon cult, and the Shun faction will solve it ourselves." As Wenbin said, he waved his hand. More than 200 brothers immediately swarmed forward. More than 20 people behind Xiao Mu did not want to be outdone. Although they were facing 10 times the number of enemies, they also rushed up and tightly protected Xiao Mu in the middle. Xiao Mu shouted, "Go away! The Shun faction is the family property left by the ancestors of the Qiao family. We, the Qiao family, will handle this matter ourselves. It has nothing to do with you." Zhuo Yiqing said loudly, "The Shun faction is the family property of the Grand Master, as well as the family property of all our brothers. My grandfather is a member of the Shun faction, my father is a member of the Shun faction, and I am a member of the Shun faction. When I have a son, he will also be a member of the Shun faction. Now that they have come to bully us, we have to protect our family property, even if we have to risk our lives." Young Master Wen curled the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. "Why do you talk so much nonsense? It's tiresome. Come on, beat them to death." Xiao Mu said sternly, "Wait." Wenbin looked at him and said, "What? Are you afraid?" Xiao Mu said, "Afraid? The 3 brothers of the Qiao family will die here today, and I won't even frown. I just want to know, how are we going to fight? How many rounds to decide the winner?" Young Master Wen widened his narrow eyes and looked Xiao Mu up and down. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. He pointed at Xiao Mu and laughed so hard that he staggered back and forth. "Ha ha! This is the first time I've seen such a stupid person. Are you sick? Who wants to fight you one-on-one?" Xiao Mu's pupils constricted, and he asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Young Master Wen's face darkened, and he said gloomily, "If we win, we will continue to fight until you disappear from the world forever. If we lose, we still have thousands of brothers. Are so many people just for decoration? We still have to continue fighting until you all disappear forever. Do you understand?" Wenbin raised his hand and pointed forward, then ordered fight. More than 200 members of the Flood Dragon gang rushed forward and instantly surrounded the people of the Shun faction. As soon as Zhuo Yiqing threw a punch, 7 or 8 fists and 5 or 6 feet rained down on him. His fist had just landed on the face of a fierce-looking Flood Dragon gang member, and blood spurted out of his red nose when he was drowned by a storm of attacks. Zhuo Yiqing gritted his teeth and wanted to rush at Wenbin, but he was quickly knocked down. Then it was a one-sided fight. In a flash, he had been kicked countless times. A kick on his lower abdomen made him curl up like a shrimp. Then his ribs were stomped hard, which made him gasp for breath. Then the sole of a boot kicked hard on his face, making him see stars. More than 20 people had no chance to resist the enemies who were almost the same in Kung Fu, but outnumbered them 10 times. In an instant, they were knocked down to the ground and punched and kicked. Xiao Mu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Staring at Wenbin's hateful face, he waved his iron fists and rushed at him. Wenbin hurriedly retreated. Countless thugs swarmed up from both sides and swarmed at Xiao Mu like a tide. Xiao Mu used to be very good at fighting. It was not a problem for him to deal with 8 or 10 strong men alone. But that was when he was in his 30s, when both his physical strength and spirit were at the peak of his life. Now, he was in his 50s. Time and hardships had not only dyed his temples white, but also bent his spine and eroded his strength. He was like an old male lion, although when he opened his eyes, they were still filled with a terrifying majesty. But his mane was already sparse, his claws were already dull, and he was immediately drowned by iron fists that covered the sky and covered the earth. A foot kicked hard on his leg. The person who kicked him was very cunning. The tip of the boot was made of iron. Xiao Mu's legs were still very stable. Although he kept moving forward, trying to catch up with Wenbin and bite off his prey's throat with his fangs, every step he took seemed to be rooted to the ground as soon as he landed on the ground. In the turbulent torrents and huge waves of Sandman Gorge, he could stand steadily on the bow of the boat. Even if the opponent was wearing iron boots, the kick could not break his leg, let alone make him move. His bones were harder than iron, but the iron-like muscles on his legs still turned black and blue in an instant. He had no time to pay attention to them. His pair of big fists, which were like iron bowls, tried hard to fight back against all the enemies he could see. Iron fists collided one after another, and the sounds were like fireworks exploding. In the crackling sound, no one knew how many people's fists were cut open at the moment of collision. However, even if he was a real lion, he could not break through the crazy attack of so many hyenas. The enemies came one after another, more violent than the huge waves of the Yellow River. In the stormy waves, he could steer the boat, steer the rudder, row the oars, and pull the poles. With his knowledge and control of the water, he could bypass the huge waves, avoid the undercurrents, and let his boat fly through the fleeting downstream. But he could not do it here. He had nowhere to hide or retreat. One of Xiao Mu's eyes was purple and swollen, leaving only a slit. His face was full of scars and blood. His body, which was as steady as a mountain despite the wind and waves coming from all directions, began to shake. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he had used all his strength in every punch and that every punch was as fast as lightning. But in the eyes of the onlookers, his punches were getting slower and slower and weaker. All of a sudden, a member of the Flood Dragon triad rushed to his side. He leaped into the air, twisted his elbow, and hit Xiao Mu's ear hard. Xiao Mu immediately felt that everything in front of him was shaking violently. It was the same feeling he had when he followed his father's boat through the dangerous waters of the Sandman Gorge for the first time and stood on the deck with a pale face. Puff! Xiao Mu fell to the ground. He didn't do anything to protect himself. His whole body fell forward and fell hard to the ground. However, the thugs of the Flood Dragon triad didn't hesitate at all. They immediately swarmed up and kicked the unconscious Xiao Mu with countless feet. Before they came out today, they had been instructed by their gang leader. The 3 brothers of the Qiao family must die. How could they hesitate at this moment? Bashang was very close to Chang'an, but right next to this glorious and huge capital of civilization was a dark place where the sun could never shine. Lawlessness was the law of Bashang Town. The law of the jungle was the rule of Bashang Town. There were tens of thousands of people garrisoned in this town, which was comparable to a small city, but the imperial court had only sent tax officers and tax collectors. There was not a single public security officer. This was because the government believed that letting the weak be prey to the strong was the best rule. Only in this way could Baishang Town form an efficient organization through strong constraints. Only in this way could they protect the interests of the outside world. Only in this way could the problem of feeding Chang and its population of nearly 1 million be solved. For this purpose, everything here would be solved by the people themselves. This was not the abandoned land. This was a coliseum designated by the government. Jolin was knocked down. He spat out blood and struggled to crawl toward the direction where his elder brother fainted among the legs that kept kicking out, retracting, and kicking out again. There was blood and tears on his face. The blood and tears were stained with soil and mixed into muddy stains. Suddenly, he saw a dark shadow flash by. Having been born and raised in this special environment on Ba, he immediately understood that it was a foot wearing an iron boot. The tip of the heavy boot was aimed at the temple of Chiao Mu, who had fainted on the ground. It was like a soul-hooking chain poking out of the netherworld, hooking a fragile soul without hesitation. "Big brother!" Jolin screamed in despair. He saw that the tip of the heavy boot was about to touch his elder brother's temple, but he could not exert any strength at all. However, it was so close, and the deadly tip of the boot could no longer touch his elder brother's head. He saw a very delicate boot with delicate patterns on the edge. The tip of the boot was pressed against the ankle of the hatchet man from the Flood Dragon gang. He heard a crack, a very clear sound of bone cracking. Then, the foot wearing the iron boot was strangely bent in the opposite direction. The leg was broken. An extremely shrill scream rang out. The feet that were falling on Jolin's head and body like raindrops were also shaken by the scream and paused for a moment. Jolin took the opportunity to raise his head. The blood on his forehead was flowing down, blurring one of his eyes, and his vision was suddenly filled with blood. He saw a pretty village girl wearing a green handkerchief on her head and a green dress standing in front of his fainted brother. Her petal-like lips were slightly curled, and she looked very beautiful. Jolin lowered his head to look at his elder brother again. He saw that the village girl's foot seemed to have moved. He didn't see it clearly, but a phantom flashed in front of his eyes. It seemed that the village girl had moved her foot, and then the few hatchet men from the Flood Dragon gang around his elder brother let out the same shrill scream as the hatchet man whose leg was broken earlier and fell on their backs. They fell heavily on the ground, like loaches overturned on the ground, hissing, rolling, writhing with all their might, and vainly prancing about the ground to relieve the violent agony. Gu Zhuding took action. In the surging waves of more than 200 ferocious hatchet men from the Flood Dragon gang, Boss Xiao, who had sailed a boat all his life, failed to make it through. His boat was destroyed, and he died. However, Gu Zhuding was able to break through. She was like a fish, a small green fish. The white flowers on her dress were the silver scales on her body. No matter how fierce the wind and waves were, they couldn't drown a fish. She swam in the stormy waves, and every move she made was waves. Everyone who came close to her, no matter if she gently pinched, softly knocked, or lightly kissed them with the tip of her boot, would fall to the ground screaming. In just a moment, everyone around her had fallen to the ground. Within a radius of several feet, there were people screaming and rolling on the ground. She did not make any fierce or ferocious movements. At the age of 13, she had snuck into the heavily guarded mansion of the governor of a province and silently taken the governor's head. She knew how to kill better than anyone else, and she also understood the weaknesses of the human body better. Thus, her attack was simply a beautiful dance. She waved her hand and knocked someone's joints with her fair fingers. Half of the person's body was paralyzed, and he fell to the ground heavily. He couldn't feel half of his body for a long time. She flicked her index finger, as if she were going to pick a flower. The person who was touched by her fell on his back while holding his throat. He breathed hard, but he couldn't take a breath for a long time. The delicate boots on her feet were also equipped with iron tips, which were more delicate, sturdier than the boots of the fighter from the Flood Dragon Society who wanted to attack gang leader Qiao. When she kicked lightly, the tip of her foot would definitely fall on the front of someone's calf, which was the most vulnerable part, the most painful part, and the one that lacked the least protection. Jolin raised his hand and swiped it across his face. He wiped away the bloodstains and tried to get a clearer look. He never thought that anyone could fight against 100 people alone, but now he had to believe it. The little village girl danced and danced as if she was singing and dancing, but everyone she touched fell to the ground with a scream. The people who were attacked by Gu Zhuding were all lying down. Those who didn't believe in evil and wanted to fight with this willow-like little girl also fell down. Thus, the remaining people began to retreat as if they had seen a ghost. Every time, Gu Zhuding didn't wait for her to come to their side. She only glanced at them with her pair of beautiful eyes. They seemed to see a group of hornets pouncing on them, and with a hong sound, they fled backwards. Gu Zhuding waved her hands casually, but there was not a trace of arrogance in her expression. To deal with these so-called Jianghu people, she, who was at the top of the food chain of Jianghu people, was more ferocious than a great white shark and more domineering than a tiger coming down the mountain. She could easily catch these so-called masters who could only dominate Baishang town by their weak points and deal with them in any way she wanted. Who is this little village girl? Jolin thought as he looked at the girl who continued to dance. Those disciples of the Smooth Wind sect who were beaten to a pulp also opened their mouths wide. Some were lying on the ground, some were kneeling, and some were standing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the beautiful girl who was dancing. There was only one thought in their minds. Who is this beautiful girl? Gu Zhuting finally stopped because she found that the people closest to her had all escaped far away. If she still wanted to fight, she could only chase after them. So she stopped and walked to Qiao Mu's side. She squatted down and helped him up. The expression on her face suddenly became sorrowful, and her pretty eyes were brimming with tears. The culprit who attacked so viciously and made dozens of strong men roll on the ground and scream miserably suddenly turned into a lonely village girl with tears in her beautiful eyes. The village girl held the unconscious gang leader Qiao and cried miserably, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 943. Gu Zhuting's kung fu was not better than that of her three brothers. In fact, she was much weaker than them. If she fought with her brothers face to face, she would definitely lose. This was caused by the innate difference of women's physique. Even if she was smart and talented in kung fu, she still couldn't win. But if she attacked secretly, her three brothers were no match for her. Stealth and assassination were her forte. In addition, Gu Zhuting's bone-softening skill was unparalleled in the martial arts world. She was also the most outstanding in the Gu family. She could change her body into all kinds of shapes that others couldn't imagine, and through some tiny channels that others couldn't crawl through, she could take someone's life while they were asleep. Her disguise technique was also superb. She could easily turn herself into another person. Even if she turned into a man, very few people would be able to tell the difference. To change into another person, of course, it was not only a brilliant disguise skill. You couldn't change into a tiger by wearing a tiger's skin. You also needed vivid movements, expressions, voice, and tone. Therefore, it was very easy for Gu Zhuting to completely change into another woman from inside to outside. She could become an 80-year-old woman with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, or she could become a 13-year-old innocent and pure girl. Noble, elegant, cool, charming, coquettish, immature. At this moment, there were 2 lines of crystal tears on her cheeks. Her voice was timid and she was bewildered. She looked like a little village girl who had never seen the world. She held Qiao Mu's head and cried, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Jolin, Qiao-san, and Zhua Yiqing were dumbfounded. Jolin tried to widen his swollen eyes again and again. He was tongue-tied as he looked at this poor village girl with tears in her eyes. He was not so much surprised that he didn't know when he had such a niece, but because of the huge difference in Gu Zhuting's performance before and after. She is Qiao Mu's niece? How can the Qiao family have such a good fighter? Young Master One was aghast. In his eyes, the smooth gate was like a piece of fat meat that could be swallowed in one bite. But when he opened his bloody mouth and stuck out his sharp fangs to swallow it, his teeth hit hard on the hard bone, causing his teeth to fall out. Something has changed. I have to tell Father. The timid Wenbin found an excuse for himself and quickly ran away. Deputy Sect Leader Su of the Heavenly Eagle faction was also very surprised. A Jianghu master with excellent martial arts might not be a big deal in other places, but in Ba, in this special environment where violence was the only way to survive, he was a powerful force that no one could ignore. Of course, such a force was not the final deciding force in Ba. Although Ba was the world of Jianghu people, the ones who ruled these Jianghu people were officials, eunuchs, and gentry. Many of the leaders of the big gangs were influential gentry in Chong and City. These bumpkins who relied on brute force were always under their control. However, they would not easily bring in the power of the officials. It was easy to invite them in, but hard to send them away. It was not easy to put this place outside of the law. They could do whatever they wanted here, and they could tear off their hypocritical mask and be lawless. But if they really brought in the power of the officials, how many benefits would they have to offer to satisfy those people's greed and make them leave this place willingly? The fact that Shunmin suddenly had a super martial arts master was not enough for them to break the rules of Bashang Town and bring in the power of the officials. In this way, they had to reevaluate the strength of Shunmin. Otherwise, they would have to find a master who could fight 100 people alone to ignore the sudden increase in strength of Shunmin. Su Lin left in a hurry. He wanted to report this matter to the gang leader immediately. When the heroes of Shunmin carried their unconscious gang leader like heroes who had won a great battle and walked through the busiest street from the dock to the town, there were still countless disciples of the Flood Dragon gang lying on the ground in front of the granary. They were not unconscious, but they were in the most pain when they were awake. Most of them were not seriously injured to the point of disability, except for the unlucky guy who wore iron boots and tried to attack gang leader Qiao secretly. They did not need a doctor to examine his leg. They could be sure that the unlucky guy's calf had been kicked to pieces. But they could not stand up. That scary little village girl had used just the right amount of strength. Their bones might not have been broken, but they were at least cracked. Without anyone to support them, they could only crawl back. There were also some people who had been hit in the most vulnerable parts of their bodies. They lost the ability to move for a short while. After the people of Shunmin left, their terrified companions quietly rushed back. They supported, carried them away in a panic. When they also walked onto the bustling street, the people in the inns, restaurants, hotels, and shops on both sides of the street finally understood why the people of Shunmin were so arrogant, as if they had won a great battle, even though they had been beaten so badly. 20 people against 200 people. To be able to beat the other party to this state, they were really Kingmen. Baishang Town was a place where one's fist talked. The people here only respected one kind of people, and that was those whose fists were bigger than theirs. For a moment, as they looked at the heroes of the sect of obedience, everyone's gazes became a little strange. They had never thought that the sect of obedience, which was very amiable and could only rely on the shadow of their ancestors and the faintly discernible relationship of incense offerings in Bashang Town, could actually be so outstanding. However, although it was already shocking that they had beaten the other party to this state, everyone could see the severity of their own injuries. What should they do next? There were still 2,000 people in the Flood Dragon gang. Unless every one of the 200 men of Shunmin had the ability to fight against 10 people alone, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At this time, people only thought that the heroes who had beaten up the thugs of the Flood Dragon gang were the 20 men of Shunmin. They didn't think that the pitiful, pretty village girl who had been crying beside the unconscious old gang leader Qiao was the culprit. But when night fell, not only them, but everyone in Baishang Town knew who the real culprit was. The one who beat up the Flood Dragon Society was just a little village girl. That little village girl was gang leader Qiao's distant niece, who had no idea what kind of relationship he had with gang leader Qiao, but was very lucky. All right, all of you can leave. Gang leader Qiao frowned and ordered his weeping wife and the group of disciples who had been beaten into pig heads, second brother, third brother, and Ting stay. Gang leader Qiao didn't have any sons, only 3 daughters. His son-in-law were all from the Shunmin. Second brother had been injured when he was young, so he never got married. Third brother had a son who was smart and liked to study. Therefore, gang leader Qiao didn't let him stay in the gang, but tried to find a way for him to study. The reason why the Shunmin had fallen to this state was because when they were hiding from the limelight, the backing of the great sways of officialdom had already fallen. In the newly rising Li Tang's court, there wasn't a powerful force that could help them resist the extortion from the tax officials. By the time things had calmed down and they needed someone to pull themselves together, they had already become a small gang that most of the nobles and officials disdained. It wasn't easy to build a connection, but it would be secretly destroyed by other gangs. Gang leader Qiao knew this very well. At that time, although the obedient sect had declined in terms of power, their name was still there. Those gangs that had already established themselves were worried that the obedient sect would become stronger again. Even if the Shun men had the same power as them, based on the Qiao family's past prestige and reputation, they had the ability to reorganize all the big gangs. Therefore, under the suppression of all the forces, the Qiao family never had a powerful backer in the government. Now that the Qiao family had produced a scholar, they naturally had to fully support him. Once this child obtained scholarly honors, he would be the Shun men's greatest hope in the future. Therefore, gang leader Qiao didn't allow anyone to tell his nephew who was studying in the city about this conflict. He was the hope of the entire Qiao family, and he couldn't be sacrificed in this hopeless struggle. The room quieted down, leaving only Gu Zhuting and the three brothers of the Qiao family. The three brothers were all covered with injuries. Xiao Mu was lying on the bed, and the other two brothers were sitting on a stool. Their bodies were all covered with bandages and medicine. Xiao Mu looked at Gu Zhuting, his face turned cold, and his eyes were full of hostility. He said, "Miss Gu, you helped our Shun men out of trouble today. Our Shun men are sincerely grateful. But I want to know, what do you want, Miss Gu?" Xiao Mu certainly knew how many nieces he had, and he was even more clear that his family didn't have such a terrifying niece. But just now, he couldn't deny that he needed to give the gang a little confidence, even if it was only temporary. Just like a drowning man, he knew he was exhausted and would sink to the bottom sooner or later, but now as long as he still had the strength to struggle, he wanted to float on the surface to take a breath. Gu Zhuting saved him and temporarily got them out of a disaster, but he didn't believe that a person would suddenly appear in Baishang town and help them for no reason. Even if this person was a knight-errant who had long disappeared from the streets, he shouldn't be a woman, not to mention that she claimed to be his niece. Therefore, before he expressed his gratitude, he needed to figure out this person's identity and purpose. If this person also had the intention of annexing the Shun men, his gratitude would become a joke. Although Jolin and Xiao Sun knew that this woman's martial arts were amazing, they also subconsciously stood on her left and right, forming a pincer attack. When there were only them in the room, Gu Zhuting's soft and timid look suddenly disappeared. She crossed her arms, glanced coldly at Jolin and Xiao Sen's pincer attack, and sneered, "What do I want? I don't want anything, just a Shun man. You treat it like a treasure, but in my eyes, it's nothing." Chapter 944. The gentle and weak village girl suddenly turned into a vagabond. Her expression and tone had the toughness unique to Jianghu people. That kind of clear-cut, unrestrained, cold and ruthless, without any pretense. At first glance, Xiaomu knew that this woman with changeable expressions was indeed an experienced Jianghu person. With a touch of contempt in her bright eyes, Gu Zhuting glanced at the three people coldly and said slowly, "People in Jianghu should have the awareness of being in Jianghu. If you're not as good as others, you will be trampled on. This is the iron law of Jianghu. I'm not a kind person who will help others when I see injustice. Don't expect me to be a living bodhisattva." Gu Zhuting completely ignored Xiao Lin and Xiao Sen's posture of wanting to pounce on her. She walked forward slowly with her shoulders swaying. As soon as she lifted her leg, her very delicate little boot stepped on the bench in front of the couch. Gu Zhuting bent her waist slightly and looked down at Xiao Mu, who was lying on the couch. She said, "I've killed people since I was 13. I don't care about right or wrong. As long as my master wants him to die, he must die. Over the years, countless heroes in Jianghu and nobles in the imperial court have died in my hands. Do you want to scare me with your lousy skills?" Xiao Mu gritted his teeth and said, "I know that you have amazing skills. You won't stand a chance against me. What's more, you saved my life. But why did you come here? Why did you pretend to be my niece? Please tell me clearly. If I misunderstood your kindness, I'm willing to apologize." Gu Zhuting slowly straightened up and smiled. "You're not very capable, but you're quite cunning. Not bad. I did come for a purpose. You're lucky that my master has taken a fancy to you. Otherwise, even if all of you from the Shun faction, young and old, die in a yard today, I won't give you a second look." Xiao Mu's heart tightened. He hurriedly asked, "Your master? Who is he? What does he want?" Xiao Lin and Xiao San were also shocked. Such a terrible woman actually had a master behind her. This master only sent one person to defeat the Flood Dragon faction. How terrible was her master? All of a sudden, the three brothers felt a sense of hopelessness and helplessness. They still had the courage to fight against the Flood Dragon gang, but how could they resist this person who had defeated their invincible enemy, the Flood Dragon gang, by sending a timid little woman? Gu Zhuding sneered and said sarcastically, "Gang leader Qiao, you really value the Shun faction more than your life. Don't be nervous. My master doesn't want to swallow your Shun faction, but he wants to help your Shun faction reestablish itself." Gu Zhuding sighed softly and said, "You guys are very lucky. Originally, my master could have supported a slightly larger gang, and that would have saved a lot of effort. But my master accidentally discovered that the Shun Gate was once Third Master's subordinate. As Third Master's successor, my master couldn't ignore this incense." The three Qiao brothers looked at each other, not knowing who this Third Master was. The era of Curly Beard was too distant for them. When Curly Beard was carefree overseas, the three brothers weren't even born yet. But, as the overlord of the water, whose old subordinates did the Smooth Gate belong to, there was only one Curly Beard. Therefore, this person who was respectfully addressed as Third Master by their own people, and called Curly Beard by outsiders, was quickly recalled by them. The three brothers cried out in surprise almost at the same time, saying in unison, "Third Master Zhang? Curly Beard." Gu Zhuding smiled lightly. "That's right, it's this Third Master. Other than him, who else is worthy of being called Third Master?" The three Qiao brothers were stunned. Curly Beard had long since become a legend in their memories. When they were young, they had sat on their grandfather's lap and listened to him tell the story of that strange man. Many years later, when they were already white-haired grandfathers, a man suddenly came and told them that he was the descendant of that legendary strange man. However, if it wasn't for that eccentric Jianghu man who unified the Lulin sect and ascended to the throne of Zongbyo Baizi in the era of the Flames of War, whose descendant could have such unimaginable martial arts? Almost in an instant, they believed Gu Zhuding's words. Qiao Mu used a great deal of reason to control his shock, but his trembling voice still betrayed the horror in his heart. Your master is the descendant of Third Master Zhang? What do you want to do?" Gu Zhuding said lightly, "The Smooth Gate has been in decline for too long, and the Jianghu has been in chaos for too long. My master wants to unite Ba and unify the Jianghu under the banner of the Smooth Gate." The room suddenly quieted down. After being stunned for a long time, gang leader Qiao's expression gradually calmed down. He said in a low voice, "You want a rebel?" It was no wonder that he thought so. When Zhang Zhongjian subdued the Smooth Gate, it was to conquer the world. In the end, he failed and had to go overseas. If the Qiao family hadn't been too close to Zhang Zhongjian, they wouldn't have separated the Smooth Gate and finally declined to this point. To do great things, one must be prepared for failure. The Qiao family didn't resent Curly Beard because he didn't get the title of king or marquis, but declined day by day. They even admired him. But it didn't mean that they who had never seen Curly Beard would be unswervingly loyal to his descendants just because of the name of Curly Beard and continue to rebel. Gu Zhuding said, "Third Master's era has long passed. My master doesn't want to lead you in a rebellion, but he wants to be your Cao. He wants to help you expand the Smooth Gate until the Smooth Gate rises again, swallowing all the big Cao gangs and restoring its former glory." Restore the Smooth Gate to its former glory? In the hearts of the Qiao family's three brothers, this was something they didn't even dare dream of. But at this moment, Gu Zhuding calmly said it, as if she was talking about a very ordinary matter. For a moment, they felt a kind of absent-minded feeling. What surprised them the most was that Zhang Sanye's successor actually wanted to be their Cao. What was its Cao? The Smooth Gate didn't have its Cao today, so it was getting worse and worse. Only those powerful large gangs had its Cao. The gangs were divided into two parts, Chaoquan and Cao. Chaoquan was the main part of the Cao gang. Those Jianghu men who operated boats and struggled in the wind and waves all practiced Chaoquan. And Cao was the literati of the Cao gang. These literati were not literati who recited poems and wrote essays to show off their elegance. Instead, they were literati who were officials in the official circles or had connections. The word official meant that they had two mouths. Chowko meant that they had to fight for a mouthful of money from the government. Only those who had the backing of powerful officials could resist the layers of exploitation and prosper. If they could really find its Sauko and have a backer in the officialdom, that would certainly be what Xiaomu wanted. But the smooth gate had been coveted for a long time. He still couldn't believe that a big pie would fall from the sky. Xiaomu said warily, "Is what you said true? Are you going to take the opportunity to annex our smooth gate?" Gu Zhuting blinked her eyes and said, "The flag is still called Smooth Gate, and the sect master is still you, Xiaomu. Can they still annex you in this way?" Jolin and Xiao Sun looked at each other, breathing a little fast. Xiaomu's heartbeat also quickened. He forced himself to restrain himself, thought for a moment, and said, "Today, you helped us out of trouble, but you also offended the Flood Dragon cult. Maybe they will send more people to retaliate later. Can you handle it?" Gu Zhuting smiled and said, "Otherwise, why would we come here? There are a lot of bullies in Ba. The big gangs are big bullies, and the small gangs are small bullies. In this den of bullies, do you think I'm going to win people over by virtue? Since I'm here, I have more powerful force than they do." Xiaomu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Miss in Ba, powerful force can solve some problems, but it can't solve the fundamental problem. The Flood Dragon cult is backed by the official force in Chang'an. We are not bandits and robbers who live in the mountains and have to live under the noses of the officials. As long as we have a patrol inspector and a few constables, no matter how powerful your force is, it will be useless." Gu Zhuting shook her head gently and said with pity, "No wonder the Smooth Gate has fallen into such a situation today. Gang leader Xiao is really not smart enough. As I said just now, my master is going to be your Tsauko. How can you be at Tsauko if you don't have some power in the officialdom?" Xiao Mu's eyes finally lit up. He said nervously, "Your master is an official? Can he compare with the backing of the Flood Dragon cult?" Gu Zhuting asked, "Do you know who's backing the Flood Dragon cult?" Xiao Mu was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. This kind of thing has always been the top secret of the Tsauko gang. How can others know?" Gu Zhuting smiled, stretched out a slender finger that was as white as green jade, and pointed at the tip of her nose. She said, "I know. The official backing of the Flood Dragon cult is Chu Tianxing, the military counselor of Chang. When I came here, I already informed the Dugu family of Guanren Lane. They will send someone to knock that military counselor Chu down." Hearing that, gang leader Qiao opened his mouth like a hippopotamus. He cried out involuntarily, "The Dugu family of Guanren Lane. Your master is from the Dugu family?" Jolin and Xiao Sun also gasped like bellows. The Dugu family? They never expected that the Dugu family was the one who had taken a fancy to the Smooth Gate. If Curly Beard was just a legend in legends, then the Dugu family was a legend in reality. Would such a lofty and unreachable family lower their heads to look down on these small ants in Baishang town? They were just worried that they would be swallowed up by others. How ridiculous! A millionaire who was as rich as a country suddenly showed kindness and wanted to throw a piece of gold into their broken bowl that only had a few copper coins in it. They actually hugged the broken bowl tightly, worried that the few copper coins would be snatched by someone else. If they had the Dugu family as their backer, the great happiness made the three experienced Jianghu people involuntarily tremble. They were already moved to tears, but Gu Zhuting knocked them out with her hammer again. "The Dugu family? I didn't say I was from the Dugu family. To be precise, the Dugu family is my master's man." Xiao Mu trembled all over and asked, "Who is your master?" "He. Where is he? I want to pay my respects to him immediately." Gu Zhuting said sweetly, "My master? You'll be here in a day or two." Speaking of this, Gu Zhuting felt an indescribable joy in her heart, as if the flowers in her heart were about to bloom. She couldn't help but tremble. "Alang will be here soon. Chapter 945. The valley was deep and dangerous. The long ancient road was only wide enough for one carriage to pass through. A snake-like group of people and horses slowly walked through the narrow valley. On both sides of the mountain was a peach forest that stretched for hundreds of miles. In late autumn, all the leaves had fallen off. When a gust of wind blew, the withered branches would shiver in the wind. 1,000 cavalrymen, fully equipped with saddles and swords, rode tall and strong horses. In the middle of the procession were several carriages carrying a few civil officials who could not bear to travel long distances on horseback. Chen Dong and Sun Yuxuan from the Ministry of Justice, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, and Wen Ao from the Ministry of Censorate went with Wu Yizong. As for Qiu Lingji from the Ministry of Revenue, Zhang Zhongbo from the Ministry of Granaries, and Ho Zhongyu and Qin Yinru from the Ministry of Works, they all followed Wu Yizong from the Golden Guards. Wu Yizong roped in the officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works to his side. One of these two yamens would be responsible for the renovation of the old capital of Chang, and thus controlling large amounts of funds and workers. The other yamen would be responsible for the census and statistics of the people of Chang, and directly controlling the household registration and tax situation. Wu Yizong clearly wanted to grasp the key points by taking control of the population, tax, allocation of funds, and construction. He wanted to control these two yamens along the way by using both carrot and stick. Qiu Lingji from the Ministry of Revenue was his in-law, so he would definitely cooperate with him. He only needed to work hard to win over the Ministry of Works. Although the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Censorate did not care about money or people, they were responsible for fixing people. The aftermath of the corruption case in Yinzhou was rippling, and the emperor was about to return to Chang'an. Chang'an's public security was bound to be greatly improved. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court would play a major role in this. Because of this, as long as Wu Yizong controlled the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, he could monopolize all the governance of the old capital and completely exclude Yangfan. However, the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court had always been close to Yangfan. This time, the people from the two yamens clearly rejected his invitation and went with Yangfan. Perhaps Wu Zetian had already thought of this result when she transferred these people over. She had deliberately transferred these people over to create this kind of situation, balance. In Wu Zetian's heart, the Wu family was still the most trusted and most willing to use. Moreover, the reduction of Wu Yizong's military power was also a disguised form of compensation. Wu Yizong would spare no effort to rope in the officials of the Ministry of Works. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, was his relative and would definitely cooperate fully. There were many areas in which the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works would need to work closely together in the future. However, she was also worried that these people would do whatever they wanted and ruin the country's plans. She needed someone to strictly monitor and restrain Wu Yizong's power. So she specially transferred a few officials who were close to Yangfan from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate. When these people left, they must have been instructed by her personally. Imperial Censor Shi sat alone in a carriage and walked behind in a sickly state. He had not shown himself many times along the way and was very depressed. Originally, he and Hu Yuanli were the most popular candidates for the position of Deputy Imperial Censor. Unfortunately, during the trip to Danzhou, he fell into a honey trap and was played by Miss Fang Dian. In the end, he missed a good opportunity. Following Zhang Changzong and Yang Fan's actions in Yinzhou, Hu Yuanli also solved the grain embezzlement case while overseeing Fengzhou. However, because the evidence had fallen into someone else's hands, he could not do anything. In the end, because of the Yinzhou case, the provincial governor of Danzhou, Li Junfeng, was unable to escape the law, but he did not have any credit. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Junfeng did not want to add another crime of framing the imperial censor, he would have lost all his reputation and been removed from office. Imperial Censor Shi could only watch sadly as Hu Yuanli took advantage of this opportunity to sit on the throne of Deputy Imperial Censor. However, he became a capable subordinate of Hu Yuanli and came to Chang'an with him. What made him even sadder was that if he had really slept with Provincial Governor Li's Madame Ru, he would have vented most of his anger. However, It was not until Li Junfeng was caught by the law that he found out that Madame Ru was actually a famous prostitute from a brothel that Li Junfeng had found. With such an unbearable situation, imperial censorship was naturally depressed. In front of them, a large carriage was very lively. Chun Dong, the Minister of Justice, and Hu Yuanli, the Deputy Imperial Censor, were sitting opposite each other and playing chess. Yang Fan and Sun Yuxuan were sitting on the left and right respectively, watching the game. The two people watching the game did not have the slightest intention of watching the game without saying anything. From time to time, they would comment on the two people playing chess. The four people chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The wheels of the carriage rolled and squeaked as they traveled on the ancient road of Chang. From time to time, the tall wheels would roll up a few withered leaves and fly in the rustling autumn wind. The carriage suddenly stopped and the curtain was lifted when Ao walked in with a plate of glistening yellow oranges. He nodded and bowed as he said, Hu Xian, General Yang, Chun Xianlang, Sun Xianlang, please eat some oranges. I bought them at the intersection just now. They can clear the body heat and improve the stomach. When the group of cruel officials was running amok in the imperial censorate, this imperial censorship was only a lackey of those cruel officials. After that group of cruel officials was swept away, this imperial censorship was spared. This group of new officials were not cruel officials, so the imperial censor naturally did not dare to do evil. However, his personality of loving to flatter others still did not change. When Ao always used respectful terms to address the few high-ranking officials. Yang Fan's rank was higher than Hu Yuanli's, but Hu Yuanli was his superior. Therefore, when the few people were in the carriage, he would always greet his superior respectfully first before greeting the other officials according to their rank. Yang Fan smiled and took the plate. He said to one Ao, "Thank you, Imperial Censorship." When Ao felt as if his bones were lighter after receiving his thanks, he hurriedly said, "It's my pleasure, my pleasure." The Imperial Censor stood aside and glanced at the chessboard. He smiled and said, "Oh, Hu Xianxian is really good at chess. I am afraid Chun Xianlang will not be able to turn the tables this time." Chun Dong snorted with a dark face. He looked very unhappy. When Ao laughed awkwardly, he had achieved his goal of flattering Chun Dong. He nodded and bowed and left. As soon as the Imperial Censor left, Yang Fan laughed and said, "You are bad at chess. Why are you showing your face to the Imperial Censorship? What do you think? I told you not to go straight for the heart at the beginning of the game, but you didn't listen. Now you can't go on, can you?" Chun Dong glanced out of the window and said unhappily, "We have passed the Hanggu Pass and will reach Chang'an soon. The King of Hanoi has already started recruiting people as soon as he left Luoyang. Why are you still in the mood to point fingers here?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "What is there to be anxious about? The trip to Chang and is just like the game you played with Brother Hu. It doesn't matter who takes the lead. Chess is a game of encirclement. The key to victory lies in the encirclement and the encirclement. We're still at the stage of setting up the game. As long as we have a good opening, why should we let him take the lead?" As he spoke, Yang Fan peeled an orange and put a piece in his mouth. The sweet and sour juice immediately flowed down his throat. Chun Dong glanced at him and said, "It seems like you have a card up your sleeve." Yang Fan smiled and said, "If it was King Wei who came this time, I wouldn't dare to say that I have a card up my sleeve. Even if it was King Liang, I wouldn't dare to say that I have 100% certainty. But since it is this pig-riding general who came, do you think I'm more stupid than a pig?" Yang Fan pointed at the chessboard and said, "Being too solid and too firm, nitpicking and blindly consolidating the position, fearing that the opponent will invade, will inevitably delay the battle. The place of setting up the game doesn't necessarily have to be the territory you want. It is fine as long as it is the battlefield you choose. The key is to seize the key point and gain the advantage. Even if it is only a corner, as long as it succeeds, you will be able to occupy the high ground and break through like a hot knife through butter." Hu Yuanli stroked his beard and gave Yang Fan a meaningful look. He asked, "I wonder which corner General Yang is going to place this piece on?" Yang Fan tapped a corner of the chessboard with his fingers. Hu Yuanli's eyes narrowed, thinking that Yang Fan was about to reveal the mystery. But he saw Yang Fan shake his head calmly and said, Buddha said, I can't say, in a luxurious bedroom. The furniture, lighting, and silk bedding all showed the wealth of this family. Although it wasn't winter yet, there was already a brazier in the luxurious bedroom, and the air was warm. A graceful beauty was sitting in front of the dressing table. Her beautiful long hair was draped over her smooth and white back. Behind her was a thin string tied with an Angela's muffin, covering her full breasts. On her slender waist was a pair of jade-colored panties, faintly revealing the alluring color of her flesh. Her face was reflected in the bright bronze mirror. It was a delicate and alluring face, as tender and beautiful as a flower that had just bloomed. As soon as Jun Rian entered the room, she saw her enchanting and lovely appearance, and her lower abdomen immediately heated up. Jun Rian was in her early 30s and was a former supervisor of the Imperial College. She was one of the 3 deputy leaders of the Flood Dragon Union, mainly in charge of accounting and dealing with the government. This woman was his second wife, who he had only married for half a month. Although she came from a small family, she was extremely beautiful and gentle. He loved her very much. Just now, Jun Rian went to meet with the gang leader to discuss how to deal with the peerless master of the Shun Gate. He planned to go to the city early the next morning and ask Adjunct Chu if there were any influential families involved. As long as there were no officials involved, it didn't matter how good that woman was at fighting. Not to mention that there were 3,000 members of the Flood Dragon Union. She couldn't fight against 3,000 people no matter how good she was at fighting. As long as there were no officials involved, that woman would fall into the trap, no matter how good she was at fighting. Langju, you're back. His wife saw the figure walking over from the mirror. She happened to turn around with a smile, but Jun Ruyan hugged her and threw her onto the bed. Langjun, you're only thinking about doing that shameful thing as soon as you're back. The woman's eyes sparkled as she spoke shyly. Jun Rian had already jumped forward while laughing. With this leap, the warm and fragrant jade did not fully embrace him, but his entire body was suspended in midair. A big hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his belt. Jun Rian was a 7-foot-tall man. When he jumped forward again, the man grabbed him and held him in the air. This arm strength was really amazing. Then, she heard a boorish man's voice with a hint of ridicule and sarcasm as he said, I'm sorry to disturb President Jun's good mood. President Jun, do you have time to talk to me first? Jun Ruyan turned her head in horror and saw an extremely strong man standing firmly on the ground. His outstretched arm was still grasping her belt, and his pair of big, sharp eyes were bright and full of expression. The 3 brothers of the Gu family acted at the same time on this night. In a corner outside Chong and City, they laid the first piece of this game for Yang Fan. Chapter 946. Li Hei slowly walked back to his mansion and entered the guest hall. He sat down and thought about what happened today. Just as he was thinking, his daughter-in-law Miao Qing suddenly stumbled in. When she saw Li Hei, she shouted, Gong Gong, you're back. You're back. Although Li Hei was a Jianghu person, his family had always been very strict. Seeing his daughter-in-law only wearing yin Ju casual clothes and her wet hair draped over her shoulders, he was very displeased. He frowned and reprimanded. How can you be like this? That's not proper. Before he finished, his daughter-in-law burst into tears. Grandfather, Jinyu is gone. Jinyu is gone. Li Hei was so scared that his whole body trembled and his face turned pale. He hurriedly asked, Gone? How'd he go missing? Tell me clearly. Li Hei only had one son. He fell into the water and died while crossing the Sanmen Gorge in the autumn of the year before last. Now he only had his precious grandson, Li Jinyu, who was the only bloodline of the Li family. Li Hei was now in his early 60s. Although he had many wives and concubines, it would be difficult for him to have a son. Carrying on the family line, continuing the family line, and wearing mourning clothes for him after 100 years, all depended on this baby. This precious grandson was the flesh of Li Hei's heart. He was now the 2nd deputy leader of the Jiao Dragon Society. In fact, he was the first deputy leader. He handed over the power for retirement because of his precious grandson. He used to be in charge of Chao Quan. Every year at the beginning of the year, he would go to Yangzhou and then return to Chang, and from Yangzhou, he would be outside for a whole 9 months. Thousands of brothers in the society were under his command. His position was second only to Leader One, and his real power was enough to compete with Leader One. It was because he wanted to see his precious grandson often that he gave up his position. Now that he heard that his grandson was gone, Li Hei's blood rushed to the top of his head, and his hair stood up. He raised his hand and slapped his daughter-in-law, causing her to stumble and fall to the side. Li Hei's cheeks trembled, and he shouted fiercely, "How can Jinyu be missing? Tell me now." When the daughter-in-law saw that her father-in-law's eyes had turned red and he looked like he wanted to eat someone, she was so scared that she didn't dare to cry. She knelt on the ground and trembled as she replied, "Jinyu was sleepy, but he refused to sleep and kept saying that he wanted to wait for you to come back. I coaxed him for a long time before he fell asleep." The daughter-in-law placed him on the Kong bed and asked the wet nurse to look after him. She then went to take a bath. When the daughter-in-law returned to the bedroom, she saw that the wet nurse had fainted on the floor. Jinyu, he was gone. Boo-hoo. Li Hei was in so much pain that his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was someone who had been in the pugilistic world all his life. When he heard his daughter-in-law say this, he knew that this was definitely not the work of a human trafficker. Human traffickers rarely went to someone's house and directly stole a child. Besides, what kind of place was the Li family? Even if it wasn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, it wasn't a place that just anyone dared to barge in. To be able to go to the Li family's house and beat the wet nurse unconscious, then take a child away without anyone knowing, how could he be a thief? Li Hei knew that the other party's target was definitely not the child, but him. However, he didn't know what the other party's goal was. If they wanted money, it wouldn't matter even if he gave up all his family's wealth as long as he could protect his eldest grandson. What he was afraid of was that the other party came for revenge. If that was the case, then his precious grandson would be in danger. After spending his entire life in the pugilistic world, Li Hei's hands were also stained with dozens of lives. Li Hei was so anxious that his chest was burning as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a guard from the house ran in and reported loudly, "Master Hei, Little Lang Jun, Little Lang Jun." Li Hei pounced over like a ferocious tiger and grabbed his collar. He asked with a trembling voice, "What happened to Jinyu?" The man pointed outside and said while panting, Someone came back with Little Lang Jun." Li Hei suddenly turned his head and saw an extremely burly man who was surrounded by more than 10 thugs from the house. The man walked over with steady steps, carrying a 2- or 3-year-old child in his arms. The first deputy leader of the Flood Dragon gang, Yin Shiwei, returned home with a gloomy face. He took off his robe and handed it to the servant girl who came to greet him. He walked into the inner room while untying the leather belt around his waist. He was originally the second deputy leader and had always accompanied the leader in Chang'an. In terms of status, he was ranked second. In terms of actual power, he was actually inferior to the third leader, Jun Ruyan, who was ranked below him. In the end, Li Hei handed over his power because of his son's death, so he became the first deputy leader of the Flood Dragon gang. In the Chao gang, the most important skills were the Chao fist and the Chao mouth. They were the right-hand men of the gang leader. Jun Ruyan was in charge of the Chao mouth, while Li Hei was in charge of the Chao fist. As the second deputy leader, his position was very awkward. He was overjoyed to be in charge of the Chao fist. However, Li Hei had been in charge of the Chao fist since his father's generation. The father and son had been in charge of the Chao fist for decades and had many trusted subordinates. Although Li Hei had handed over his power, he still had great control over these Jianghu heroes. Yin Shiwei didn't live up to his title as the leader of the Chao fist. After more than a year of hard work, he finally grasped a certain level of strength and recruited 200 to 300 people as his trusted subordinates. They were the people who wanted to annex the Shun gang by force today. When one gang leader wanted to annex the Shun gang, he patted his chest and took it on. He thought it would be easy to deal with the Shun gang, but he didn't expect that he would embarrass the Flood Dragon gang. In tonight's meeting, he wanted to immediately return the favor and gather the people of the Flood Dragon gang to destroy the Shun gang. However, Li Hei, who still controlled most of the force in the Flood Dragon gang, strongly opposed it. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fool of himself. To tame those unruly Jianghu men, one had to rely on means and prestige. Li Hei didn't want to give up his power because he didn't want to lose face. Damn it, his grandson was still drinking milk. What did this old man want to do? Did he want to wait until his grandson grew up and take back the position of the Chow Fist leader? Yin Shiwei walked around the inner room with a calm face. When he looked up, he was stunned. Under the light, a square-faced man with thick, ink-like eyebrows was sitting in front of the table. Yin Shiwei would drink a bowl of cheese every night before going to bed. At this moment, the bowl of cheese that the maid had brought was in the hands of the man, and he was enjoying it with relish. The man raised his head and stared at Yin Shiwei with a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He smiled and said, "Did Leader Yin just come back? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yin Shiwei's horrified gaze fell from that person to the long sword on the table. He cried out in alarm and hastily retreated, shouting, "Someone come! There's an assassin! Guard, come quickly!" Following Yin Shiwei's shout, the thugs of the mansion heard the alarm and rushed into the bedroom with sticks and swords in their hands. The room was filled with crashing sounds, the sound of tables and chairs breaking, the sound of things being thrown and smashed, the sound of fists and palms colliding, the sound of weapons colliding, and the sound of shouting and cursing interweaved together. With a crack, a large hole was smashed on the wooden screen by a broken corner of the table. In just a moment, the storm-like sound stopped, and the bedroom was silent. Yin Shiwei stood in the hall, protected by 4 armed guards. Hearing the silence in the bedroom, they couldn't help but look at each other. "Go, see what's going on inside?" Yin Shiwei nervously pushed the 2 guards in front of him. The 2 guards gripped their knives and braced themselves to go around the screen. They looked around and saw that the bedroom was in a mess. The 7 or 8 thugs who broke and were lying on the bed. Some were hanging limply from the top of the tent. Some were hanging upside down on the dressing table. Some were lying on the floor full of wood shavings, and one was sitting on the floor leaning against the screen. All of them were unconscious, but the burly man who broke into the bedroom had disappeared. "Deputy Leader, that person is gone." The 2 guards looked as if they had seen a ghost. They stared at the room in shock and fear, afraid that the person would suddenly jump out of nowhere like a demon. Gone? How is that possible? The only way out of Yin Shiwei's bedroom was through the central room. There were no small doors or windows, so how could a living person disappear? Yin Shiwei rushed over to take a look. Everything in the room that could be broken had been broken, and the curtain was on the ground. There was indeed no place for a person to hide. The 4 guards and Yin Shiwei looked at the room in a daze. Yin Shiwei suddenly shivered and cried out involuntarily. Could it be some kind of demon? Someone at the side poked his head into the messy bedroom and said to Yin Shiwei, "Are there any demons or evil spirits here? Deputy Leader, you should invite a Taoist priest to perform a ritual." Bullsh *T. You are. Yin Shiwei was furious. He was about to turn around and scold him when he suddenly realized that the person who spoke wasn't his guard at all. The guard had fallen to the ground, unconscious. The person who was standing there and looking into the bedroom curiously was the man who had just disappeared from the bedroom. When the sky was about to brighten, someone impatiently knocked on the door of the vice president of the Flood Dragon Society. About half an hour later, Jun Rian hurriedly walked out of the house with dozens of hired thugs and rushed to Vice President Wen's house. Halfway there, they met Li Hei, who had come out from another alley. Li Hei also had a few dozen people with him. The 2 of them did not speak when they met, only nodding with cold expressions. They then cooperated and hurried towards Guild Master Wen's house. Soon, Yin Shiwei also appeared in town with dozens of thugs. All of them looked gloomy and hurried toward Leader Wen's house. The people who got up early noticed the abnormality and immediately thought of the great loss the Flood Dragon Society had suffered yesterday. Could it be that the Flood Dragon Society had set the time for them to take revenge on the Shun Gate this morning? Curiosity and excitement tickled them like a cat in lust. They all informed their neighbors and waited eagerly. However, they did not see the troops marching to the Shun Gate until the sun was high up in the sky. Instead, they received a piece of unbelievable news. When Chongqing, the leader of the Flood Dragon Union, was dead. The first to discover Leader Wen's death were the 8th and 9th wives of the one family. Leader Wen's 8th wife and 9th wife were a pair of twin sisters. They were originally prostitutes in the martial arts world, but Leader Wen took a liking to them and took them in as his wives. Leader Wen loved having them serve him in bed. Last night, it was the 2 sisters who served him on the bed. Today, at dawn, when the 9th wife was about to get up, she found that Leader Wen, who had been sleeping between them, was already dead. Leader Wen was unscathed and died of old age at the age of 42. Chapter 9:47. The headquarters of the Flood Dragon Triad was Wen Chongqing's home. The morning hall had already been set up, but because the news had just spread, there were no guests to pay their respects except for the 3 vice presidents and the stewards. The stewards gathered outside the morning hall and discussed. They had many doubts about the sudden death of President Wen. The 3 vice presidents and the young president, Wen Bin, were discussing in the living room. Wen Bin was wearing linen clothes and had a white scarf wrapped around his head. His eyes were red and swollen from crying, but the 3 vice presidents were unusually silent. Wen Bin said in a hoarse voice, "My father was so strong. How could he have died so suddenly? There must be something strange about this. Yesterday, a master came from the Shun faction. With her martial arts, she could easily kill my father. This must have something to do with her." The 3 vice presidents were still silent. Li He silently thought about his worries. Until now, he could not forget the fear and panic he felt when his grandson went missing last night. He still remembered when he snatched his precious grandson back into his arms and ordered his men to arrest the intruder. The intruder's clean and agile movements were still fresh in his mind. "If I can take your grandson away and return him to you, I can take him away again. President Li, if you want your grandson to grow up peacefully and take care of you, you'd better know what's good for you." This was what the man with amazing skills had said to him after he had defeated everyone with a wave of his hand and a kick. "What do you want me to do? Betray the Flood Dragon Triad?" What I want to do doesn't conflict with your personal interests at all. I know what President Li is thinking. You want to leave a family business for your precious grandson so that he doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. No matter what I do, I can satisfy your request and give you more. Carry the injured away. Keep your mouth shut and don't leak anything. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing your entire family into the Wei River to feed the turtles. Warrior, please talk in the study. Thinking of the conversation with the man last night, Li He let out a sigh of relief. Yin Shiwei was also thinking in silence. "President Yin, the Flood Dragon Triad belongs to the Wen family and will never be yours. You have no objections to this, right? So what? The leader of your clan's Chao Quan is you on the surface, but it's still Li He. That's not wrong, is it? What are you trying to say? If you have to choose between death and power and wealth, which would you choose?" Yin Shiwei woke up from his recollection. He raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Li He and Junruyan. Both of them were silent with sullen faces. Other than the gang leader, these 2 were the most influential people in the Flood Dragon Union. However, they were surprisingly silent today, which was very different from their usual behavior. Could it be? Yin Shiwei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the 2 of them met someone last night? Last night, Junruyan had been about to pounce on the beautiful woman, only to be caught in midair by someone who could have easily killed her. Junruyan didn't believe that Master Wen had died a sudden death. But if Master Wen had been killed by someone, and there were no signs of tampering, then the culprit must be too terrifying. The person who saved the Shunmen yesterday was a girl, but the person who broke into his bedroom last night was a brawny man. Where did these people come from? How many of them were there? While he was puzzled, what that person told him kept lingering in his mind. "Master Jun, you're the leader of the Flood Dragon Union and a scholar. The fighting and killing in the Jianghu has nothing to do with you. You have connections with the government, which is your greatest asset. Only with this asset, Even if the Flood Dragon Union doesn't exist, the White Dragon Union and the Black Dragon Union will still offer you a high salary. There's no need for you to stir up trouble. We Jianghu people do things very simply. We go in with a knife and come out with a knife. That's all. Master Jun has connections with the government. You can subdue these Jianghu people who rely on the water for a living, but you can't subdue us Jianghu people who have unknown identities. I think you understand this. What do you mean? You're different from Yin Shiwei and Li He. They rely on the water for a living for generations, but you're a person with an official's title. If you're lucky enough to become an official and are sent to another place, you won't be able to be the leader of the Flood Dragon Union. Or, if you lose your connections with the government, you'll still have to hand over the helm of the Flood Dragon Union. You're only a vice leader of the Flood Dragon Union for money. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us, we also need you. We Jianghu people can't deal with the government. We still have to rely on you, Jun Xiaolian. What do you want me to do? You don't need to do anything now. Tomorrow, you can even go to the city according to your previous agreement and listen to what Adjunct Chu has to say. We'll talk after you've made up your mind. Is that okay? Wenbin spoke angrily for a long time. Only his voice reverberated in the spacious hall. He finally felt the uneasy peace. He looked at the three vice leaders with some bewilderment. Master, hey, Uncle Jun, Uncle Yin, what do you say? Yin Shiwei was the leader of the Flood Dragon Union and ranked first among the three vice leaders. However, he was called last by Wenbin. He immediately felt uncomfortable. He said, "Don't be agitated, my good nephew. There's still no clear explanation for the death of our leader. If we act rashly against the Shun Union, we'll be in the wrong." In the wrong? Wenbin was tongue-tied. In this world, the fist is the law. When did the Flood Dragon Union ever reason with others except when facing gangs that are stronger than them? Now the leader of the Flood Dragon Union, Yin Shiwei, actually said that they're in the wrong. What surprised him even more was that Li He, who had always been at odds with Yin Shiwei, actually agreed with him. That's right. What leader, Yin said, makes a lot of sense. Young leader, you don't have to be so hasty. If this is really the work of the Shun Union, we have to seek justice. But before that, we have to find out more about them. Wenbin finally realized that something was wrong. He panicked and turned to Jun Ruyan. Uncle Jun, what do you say? The corner of Jun Ruyan's mouth twitched slightly. She said calmly, My good nephew, you should go outside and arrange the funeral first. The most important thing now is to take care of the gang leader's funeral. I'll go to the city to see Adjunct Chu later and find out how powerful the Shun Union is. Wenbin was furious. He clenched his fists and was about to object when Li He and Yin Shiwei both stood up. Vice Leader Jun is right. Let's do that. Then, without waiting for Wenbin's reply, the three of them turned and walked out in unison. Wenbin stared blankly at their backs, a chill creeping into his heart. The first mate's white silk hung on the walls of the living room, fluttering in the wind. Wenbin was the only one left in the living room. Looking at his pale face, it seemed that he was the one who should be the one in charge of the funeral. How could this be? How could this be? What were those three old fellows trying to do? Could it be a frightening thought suddenly welled up in his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Impossible. It couldn't be that they coveted his position as gang leader. The special system of the Chao gang ensured its stability, making it difficult for others to usurp its position. Firstly, the Chao gang wasn't the only gang. There were other Chao gangs. You could be rude to outsiders, but internally, if you dared to disregard seniority and betray your master, you would be rejected by all the gangs. Unless you had the power to stand above all the other gangs and didn't need to care about them. But ever since the last years of the Sui dynasty, no Chao gang had been able to dominate the martial world. Moreover, the Chao gang was divided into civil and military. The Chao gang and the Chao gang were inseparable and mutually restricted each other. There was only one gang leader, and the Chao gang and the Chao gang were second only to the gang leader, who would support the other to the position without any benefits for themselves. Thus, the Chao gang and the Chao gang could never work together. Moreover, the Wen family not only had great influence within the gang, but also outside. The daughter of the Heavenly Eagle gang's leader had just been betrothed to him, and the Heavenly Eagle Gang wasn't any weaker than the Flood Dragon Gang. With the help of such a powerful father-in-law, who could overturn the gang? Thinking of this, Wenbin calmed himself down and slowly walked out. Jun Rian returned to the city today to ask Chu Tianxing about the Chao Gang's background. At the same time, she had to report the death. Of course, she had to report the major changes to the Flood Dragon Gang to Adjunct Chu Tianxing. As for offering condolences, Adjunct Chu wouldn't go. The disciples of the Chao Gang were different from the underworld and the forest gangs. In the eyes of the underworld and the forest gangs, the emperor was nothing but a fart. The business they did made them enemies of the court, but the Chao Gang was different. Their rice bowls were in the hands of the government. They could do whatever they wanted in the relatively closed circle of the Chao Gang. But in the eyes of the government, they were soft persimmons that could be squeezed as they pleased. When passing by Qixia Gate, Jun Ruyan reined at his horse. Putting aside his identity as a member of the Chao Gang, he was also a scholar with scholarly honors. No gatekeeper dared to make things difficult for him when he passed through the city gates. However, there was a large group of soldiers entering the city, so he could only stop and wait. The endless stream of soldiers seemed to have traveled a long way to get here. From the war horses, weapons, and uniforms that didn't seem like ordinary garrisons. As Jun Rian watched, many officials in Yamen uniforms appeared in the procession. Behind them, there were several carriages with official banners on them. The imperial censor, the director of the Ministry of Justice, sitting in the carriage, Hu Yuanli stroked his beard and smiled. "Haha, no one from the Chong and government came to welcome us. General Yang, this show of strength has made us look bad." Yang Fan smiled. "Since the Lord of Hanoi has arrived in Chong, and first, you should have expected this. If they don't give us a welcome, we'll do it ourselves. Tonight at Ping-Kong Square, I'll treat you. How about it?" Hu Yuanli's eyes lit up. "Ping-Kong Square? Great. I've long heard of Ping-Kong Square. I heard that it's no worse than Luoyangsting Square. There are many enchanting and charming golden cats there." Chen Dong, who was dozing off, suddenly perked up. He coughed and said, "Golden cats? General Yang, I can't refuse your good intentions. I must go and see for myself." You're such an introverted slut." They talked and laughed as they drove into the city. Jun Rian immediately stood by the side of the road, completely unaware that the disturbance on Ba was caused by the young man in the carriage. This disturbance was destined to sweep through the whole of Chong, and this was just the beginning. Chapter 948. Ping-Kong Square was diagonally opposite the 6 ministries of the Chong, an imperial court, and many government offices. With the geographical advantage, it was convenient for the officials to enter and exit, visit prostitutes, and feast. In the Tang dynasty, officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes, and it was a fashion. Officials were the main force of visiting brothels. No wonder Ping-Kong Square became the center of Chong and city's brothel. The Central Plains women who could serve wine in Ping-Kong Square were not only beautiful and elegant, but also had a beautiful mind. They were good at zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. The women from the Western region were not good at literature, but they were good at singing and dancing. They only knew how to do sex, so there was no place for them here. However, at this moment, the Chong and officials, gentry, and old people of aristocratic families were gathered together, but there was no beautiful girl hung reciting poems, nor was there a Western region concubine dancing. The one who was pacing slowly in front of the crowd was a short, skinny man in his 50s. He was the king of Hanoi, Wu Yizong. Wu Yizong knew that Yang Fan and his group would arrive in Chong, and today, so he invited all the influential people in Chong in advance. Since the king of Hanoi had sent an invitation, no one would reject it. Therefore, the prefectural magistrate of Chong and Lu Xiantian, all the senior officials of the capital, the royal family, and the local gentry and old people of aristocratic families were all present. The sage may come back to Chang'an for a while next year, so I will go first. The palace needs to be repaired, the roads need to be leveled and widened, the rivers need to be dredged, and there can't be any problems with the transportation. I will be accompanied by all the civil and military officials and tens of thousands of elite soldiers. I can't afford to have a lack of food supply. Wu Yizong purposely wanted to embarrass Yang Fan and the officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, delaying these people from welcoming him. But this kind of discord, it was good enough that everyone was aware of it. Naturally, he could not say it out loud, so he found an excuse for himself. Thus, the banquet turned into a lecture. The Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works have both sent people over to assist me in reorganizing the old capital. The local officials of Chang'an, the generals of the garrison, the members of the royal family, the gentry, and the elders of the rich and powerful families, please cooperate with me. If anyone is incompetent or tries to drag me down during this process, I will tell you the ugly truth. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Haha, hall full of beauties, it's dazzling. Nannyhoo, your silk flower shop really lives up to its reputation. I think it could be considered the #1 shop in Ping Kong Lane. Come, come, come. Quickly invite the ladies to dance a Huxian for us. Huxian has to be performed by Hu Ji to be considered authentic. Just as Wu Yizong finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from the other side. Turning his head, Wu Yizong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Separated by a low wall was the adjacent silk flower shop. It was also on the second floor and was also the largest room. The windows were wide open, and the people inside looked to be sitting on the side, not facing this side. The window was also drawn with an almost transparent curtain. Several people were sitting inside, and their faces could be seen clearly at a glance. The person in the middle was surprisingly Yang Fan. Yang Fan had Su Liang, Ma Qiao, and the others lead the 3 armies to the Xuanwu Gate in Chang, an imperial palace. In the past, there had been barracks of the imperial army outside the Xuanwu Gate. Now it naturally belonged to them. However, ever since the emperor moved the capital to Luoyang, the barracks had been unoccupied for a long time and had fallen into disrepair. The Ministry of Works had to send people to repair it, so they could only make do with it. Under Hu Yuanli and Chandong's arrangements, the officials from the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice also stayed in the Chang and government office that belonged to that office. On the other hand, Yang Fan dragged Chen Dong, Sun Yuxuan, Hu Yuanli, Shi Yu, Wen Ao, and the others to Pingkong Square. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the place they had chosen was adjacent to the place where Wu Yizong was holding his banquet. Although they were separated by a wall and belonged to 2 different brothels, the sounds of music could be heard and the movements of the dancers could be seen. It was as if they were fighting in a ring. Wu Yizong had never imagined that when Yang Fan and the others arrived in Chang, and with their tails between their legs, not a single official from Chang would come out to welcome them. Instead of feeling indignant, they were actually enjoying themselves here, and coincidentally appeared next to him. Dugyu, who was seated, quickly swept his gaze over the guests present. Seeing that everyone had a strange expression on their faces, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In a she flower shop, when a madam saw that this customer was so generous, she happily agreed to make arrangements. Very soon, the servants filed in a line. 8 delicacies of water and land were laid out, and the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Immediately after, 8 blonde, blue-eyed, snow-white, high-nosed women spread out and prepared to dance. These girls were all dressed in light tunics, wearing colorful beaded hats, and had great patterned long belts draped over their shoulders, revealing their enchanting, slender waists. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with an enchanting and exotic charm. They first greeted Yang Fan and the others in new language. Their voices were like that of an oriole, and it was unknown what they were saying, but their voices were extremely euphemistic and pleasant to the ears. Following that, the musicians who had already taken their seats in the 2 rooms began to play, and the 8 Hu girls danced to the cheerful and powerful music. They raised their eyebrows and moved their eyes on the flowered carpet. Their beaded hats slanted in red sweat. They leaned to the east and fell to the west in drunkenness, their boots frail before the lamp. Their circling and hurrying steps were all in response, their hands on their hips like the moon. Huxian's music was lively and vigorous. It was originally more suitable for men to dance, but when the women danced, There was a kind of valiant and heroic bearing amidst their vigor, coupled with their enchanting charm. The pointed hats and pointed chins gave them an even more enchanting flavor that could directly hook people's hearts. From beginning to end, Yang Fan did not even glance over the wall, as if he did not know that Wu Yizong was just a wall away from the opposite brothel. Even Hu Yuanli, Chun Dong, and the others only cared about stroking their beards and watching the dance, chatting cheerfully and wittily. None of them looked over. Since the team had already stood, there was no need to think about turning back. To be able to reach their current positions, they were also people who had toiled in officialdom for half their lives. How could they not understand this principle? At this moment, they were in a dilemma and had no way out. Instead, they had even lost their strength of character and integrity. Moreover, deliberately delaying the Chong and officials and preventing them from welcoming the 1,000 cavalrymen, the censorate, and the Ministry of Justice, although it was a disgrace to them, as a dignified prince, such a move was too narrow-minded. How could these people not be angry in their hearts? Wu Yizong stared blankly for a long time before fiercely turning back. His footsteps became heavier, and his tone also contained a kind of uncontrollable anger. I will be in charge of the Chong, and palace, streets, roads, and transportation together with Assistant Minister Chiu of the Ministry of Revenue and Assistant Minister Ho of the Ministry of Works. Everyone, good. Good dancing, good singing, good speaking. Beauty, you have worked hard. I will reward you with a cup. A burst of loud laughter interrupted Wu Yizong's words. Wu Yizong coldly turned back and saw Yang Fan raising his cup, waving and laughing at Hu Girl. This Hu Ji was dancing, but when did she ever sing, and when did she ever say it? If the two seats were completely unrelated, it would be fine for Yang Fan to say so. Now that the two hosts were clearly showing signs of conflict, Yang Fan's words seemed to be mocking Wu Yizong. Wasn't Wu Yizong trying his best to step forward, wave his arms, and reprimand loudly? Wu Yizong's face turned green and red, but he could only listen to what Yang Fan said. Yang Fan did not give him a chance to talk. If he angrily went forward to talk, what crime would he be charged with? Moreover, after the last encounter in the tenderness workshop, Wu Yizong knew that Yang Fan would not care about his life when he was angry, so he was indeed not afraid of him. At that time, not only would he not be able to do anything to Yang Fan, but would also play into his heart. Since you are all here, and since you have met, shouldn't you welcome me? At that time, he, the dignified king of Hanoi, would also become a guest to welcome him and raise Yang Fan's status for no reason. After the Hu Xian ended, the music changed to soft silk music. Two beautiful Hu girls sang and danced in front of the hall. The two girls were bright and enchanting, and their faces were full of smiles. They danced calmly, and their steps were light, like willow branches swaying in the wind. The other 6 beautiful Hu girls changed their clothes and scattered to the seats. They sat in front of Yang Fan, Chun Dong, and the others respectively, holding a giant cup and gently urging them to drink. Yang Fan, Sun Yuxuan, and Sure You Were Still Fine. Their behavior was a bit more reserved, but Chun Dong and Hu Yuanli, the 2 old perverts who had just encountered such delicacies of the land and sea, how could they still control themselves? They had already let the beauty Hu Ji sit on their knees, not afraid of crushing their old arms and legs. Their hands even reached into the girl's full, snow-white chest. They drank the wine, but they had to drink it with the beauty's leather cup. They ate the food, but they had to ask the beauty to feed them with chopsticks. That kind of sensual energy formed a strong contrast with the people on the other side of the wall, who had not even touched their food or wine, who only cared about listening to Wu Yizong's boastful lecture, which formed a strong contrast. Even when Ao, the imperial judge, was a little restrained in the beginning, but when he saw the ugly behavior of the others, he threw caution to the wind. He was just a small imperial judge. How could the king of Hanoi know him? If he did not stand on the side now, he would be the first to die. Thinking of this, the imperial judge made up his mind and decided to get drunk today. The beauty who had just finished her dance, with a pink neck and sweaty cheeks, smiled sweetly and put a mouthful of the wine into his mouth. The imperial judge immediately hugged the plump girl's soft waist, and his other hand reached in her breasts, grabbed the soft and big ball, and as the Hu girl moaned, he sucked on the tip of her tongue. Such an evil appearance made Wu Yizong so angry that one Buddha was born and two Buddhas ascended to the heavens. If he continued, and Yang Fan was enjoying the song and dance with his mocking words, it would make him look like a dancer who was singing and dancing in front of the guests. If he sat down and called the Hu girls to sing and dance, it would feel like he was imitating the other party, and he would be at a disadvantage. Wu Yizong was in a dilemma. After all the forces in Ba heard the news that the leader of the Flood Dragon Triad, when Chongqing, had died, all the influential people from different gangs and factions came to pay their condolences. Even the gangs that were not on good terms with the Flood Dragon Triad came. No matter how bad the relationship was, it was not to the point where they would kill each other. Death was a big deal, and they should come to pay their condolences. Of course, the gangs that were more powerful than the Flood Dragon Triad, and the gangs that are not on good terms with the Flood Dragon Triad, could send someone to represent them. Everyone knew that it was not because of the dead leader, but because they wanted to find out how he died. Seeing was believing. The leader of the Sky Eagle Triad is here. There was a sudden commotion among the mourners, and they spontaneously made way for him. A middle-aged man in a black robe with a long beard, thick eyebrows, and wide mouth walked over slowly with a group of people. The people behind him were all important figures in the Sky Eagle Triad, including Su Lin, the helmsman of the Tsauko. In addition, there was a young woman who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was slender and wore a jade gown and a jade skirt. When she walked, a white silk skirt that covered her legs could be vaguely seen. Her snow-white silk sleeves were narrow and tight, and her hands were wrapped in copper wristbands. She was dressed like a martial artist. The girl in martial arts clothes had a slim waist, a round chest, and long legs. Although she was only 5 or 6 out of 10, her figure could be rated 8 out of 10. However, she had thin lips and high cheekbones, which made her look a little mean. Her almond-shaped eyes were also slightly slanted out of habit, which made her look domineering. This person was Wei Xiaoxiao, the daughter of the leader of the Sky Eagle Triad, Wei Yongtang. Father-in-law, Xiaoxiao, you're here. When Wenbin saw them, he was overjoyed to welcome them, as if he had seen a family member. Wei Yongting nodded and patted Wenbin's shoulder lightly. He glanced at Li He and Yin Shiwei, who were wearing mourning belts, and said in a deep voice, "Have you found out the cause of Leader Wen's death?" From his tone, it seemed that he could take over the Flood Dragon Triad as soon as when Chongqing died. Li He was secretly displeased, but he replied indifferently, "There are no wounds on him, and there's no poison in his body. We can't find any cause of death." Wei Xiaoxiao interrupted. "What cause of death? We just made enemies with the Shun Triad yesterday, and something happened to Uncle Wen today. It's obviously the doing of the Shun Triad." Wei Xiaoxiao smiled coldly and raised her eyebrows even higher. "You should go and destroy the Shun Triad now. Pick out that bitch's tendons and sell her to a brothel. Tie the 3 brothers of the Qiao family to stones and throw them into the river. More than 2,000 brothers of the Flood Dragon Triad are just watching. Aren't you afraid that the heroes of the world will laugh at you?" Chapter 949. What Miss Xiaoxiao said was not something shocking in Ba. Almost all the gangs in Ba, big and small, had done this kind of thing before. The killers weren't necessarily evil, and the victims weren't necessarily kind or innocent. It was just a rule of the underworld that big fish preyed on small fish, and small fish preyed on shrimps. It was just like how some village chiefs drowned people who broke the rules of the village. People would only be afraid of you if you were more ruthless than others. This was the philosophy of survival in Ba. Miss Wei Xiaoxiao had done such a thing when she was 13. She was different from Gu Zhuting, who had also killed people when she was 13. Gu Zhuting had snuck into a military governor's office at the age of 13 and taken the head of a powerful military governor. Miss Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, had her skirt dirted by a beggar with both legs when she was 13. Miss Xiaoxiao ordered her men to drown the beggar in the Wei River. The gangs that came to pay their condolences disapproved of her arrogant attitude. The people from the gangs that were even more powerful than the Heavenly Eagle gang were glaring at them with hostility. The two deputy leaders of the Flood Dragon Union and a few stewards looked displeased. Wei Yongtang frowned and turned to his daughter. "Shut up. There are so many seniors here. Do you think you have a right to speak?" Wei Yongtang turned to Li He and asked calmly, "What do you plan to do?" The Heavenly Eagle gang and the Flood Dragon gang are willing to advance and retreat together and help each other. Yin Shiwei was now the leader of the Flood Dragon gang, but Wei Yongtang also knew that the real power of the Flood Dragon gang was in Yin Shiwei's hands. He was asking for the real leader. Yin Shiwei was repeatedly ignored by others, and his heart was very depressed. The words of the person who broke into his mansion last night were even more lingering in his heart. Li He cupped his hands at Wei Yongtang calmly and said, "Gang leader Wei, you're helping us. The Flood Dragon gang is very grateful. We have our own plans for this. If we need help from the Heavenly Eagle gang in the future, I, Li He, will ask for your help." Once his father-in-law arrived, Wenbin's courage grew by a lot, and he immediately shouted, "What plan? I don't like what Master He said. I've long said that we should destroy the Shun sect immediately. It was you who were afraid of the slightest thing and refused to act. Now that we have my father-in-law's support, what do we have to be afraid of? The Shun sect only has that bitch who can fight. We have so many heroes on Ba. Are we going to submit to her just like that? How can you speak to your elders like this?" Wei Yongtang put on the airs of an elder and reprimanded Wenbin. Originally, he had intended to form a strong alliance with the Water Dragon Triad. Now, though when Chongqing was dead, his desire to form a marriage alliance became even stronger. He knew very well what kind of person his son-in-law was. Wenbin was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Other than being able to speak flowery words in front of women, he had no other ability. As long as his daughter married him, although the Flood Dragon Triad still had the name of the Flood Dragon Triad, it would actually belong to the Heavenly Eagle Triad. At that time, the two triad would be united, and he would be able to become a first-class triad in one fell swoop. He would be able to stand on equal footing with the Life League, Five Elements Triad, Three Rivers Triad, Circle Sect, and Peace Triad. Wei Yongtang reprimanded his son-in-law and said to Li He with a smile, "What Master He said makes sense. Then let's deal with President Wen's funeral first. Anyway, he can't run away from the Shun sect. Isn't it just a matter of a word for us to get justice?" However, Wei Yongtang glanced at the crowd and said with authority, "A country can't be without a ruler, and a triad can't be without a leader. Now that President Wen has passed away, shouldn't we immediately ask young Master Wen to take over the position in front of President Wen's memorial tablet? This way, we can offer a memorial to President Wen's spirit in heaven and tell him not to worry." Li He was silent for a moment. He looked at Yin Shiwei and said slowly, "Of course." Just as Wei Yongtang's lips curled into a smile, Li He said again, "However, our Vice President Jun has gone to the city. We should wait for him to come back before we discuss such an important matter. For now, let's deal with President Wen's funeral first." Wei Yongtang's smile froze on his lips. If he wanted to help young Master Wen ascend to the position, he naturally had to have the important people in the association present to be a form of acknowledgement. Others could be absent, but the three deputy gang masters had to be present. However, Li He said to wait for Junrian to come back before discussing, not to hold an ascension ceremony for Wenbin after he came back. Discuss? What else was there to discuss? The leaders of the triads, sitting on both sides of the seats, immediately sensed the strangeness in Li He's words. They couldn't help but look curious. A quick-witted person immediately came up with an idea. Could it be that when Chongqing's sudden death had nothing to do with the smooth door, but the internal strife of the Flood Dragon Union? This was interesting. If the Flood Dragon Union really had internal strife and split up, this fat piece of meat was even more tempting than the smooth door. All the triad leaders who had confidence in taking over the divided Flood Dragon Union or could get a share of the pie unconsciously began to think about it. When Junrian arrived at the Chong and local government office, a runner immediately led him to the record military advisor Chu Tianqing's office. Junrian had an official rank and often went in and out of the local government office. He had bribed everyone and would even give him red packets during the new year. Therefore, no one would make things difficult for him when he went in and out of the place. The record military advisor of the Chong and local government office was a person of high status and power. In the supervision system of the Tang dynasty, the central supervision system included the censorate, and the feudal officials. The local supervision system was made up of the inspector and the record military advisor. The record military advisor was in charge of the masses, Chow Winbaw, and he was in charge of good and evil. It was a combination of the political and legal committee and the disciplinary committee. Chu Tianxing, who was in charge of the judicial discipline in Chong and was slightly plump with white hair, light eyebrows, narrow eyes, bald sideburns, and Buddha-like lips. He looked like an extremely loyal elder. He did not look like a military officer, but more like a good-tempered Confucian classics instructor in the Imperial College. Only his colleagues who were familiar with him knew that this person who always looked like a good person was actually a cruel and merciless person. The officials of the Tang dynasty were used to giving people nicknames. Chu Tianxing's nickname was Vulture. He didn't have an aquiline nose or sharp eagle eyes, and his appearance was nothing like a vulture's. This nickname described his behavior and character. He was like a vulture crouching on a cliff, motionless as if he was part of the rock. Only when its prey was completely defenseless or on the verge of collapsing would it suddenly spread its wings and pounce over, using its sharp claws to hold onto the prey, and then using its sharp beak to peck open the prey's skin, pecking at the flesh and sucking blood. Jun Rian followed the Yamen runner inside, thinking about how to tell Chu Tianxing what had happened, even though the two matters were combined into one. But whether he should first inquire about the background of the niece of the shunned sex, Xiao Bangzhu, or first talk about the inexplicable death of President Wan, he had to carefully ponder over how to explain it in an orderly manner. Duke Xiaolian is here. Come, don't stand on ceremony. Chu Tianxing was bent over a pile of official desks. As soon as he saw Jun Ruyan, he immediately stood up with a smile, as if he was blessed by the heavens. Although the record military advisor looked easy to talk to, Jun Ruyan, who was familiar with his character, didn't dare to be careless. She quickly stood still and bowed deeply. The Yamen runner who had led the way retreated. As soon as the figure disappeared from the door, Chu Tianxing's face changed and became very cold. Jun Ruyan had just sat down, but when she saw Chu Tianxing's expression, she quickly stood up again, feeling uneasy. Chu Silu, today I'm here. Chu Tianxing hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted her, then hurried to the door. Jun Ruyan closed her mouth in surprise and looked at Chu Tianxing's strange behavior. Chu Tianxing flashed to the door, looked outside, closed the door, and quickly returned. He waved to Jun Ruyan and whispered, "Come, let's talk in the inner room." Yes. Jun Ruyan couldn't help but panic when she saw Chu Tianxing's expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. She quickly followed Chu Tianxing into the inner room. This inner room was where Chu Tianxing temporarily rested when he was tired from official business. There was a group of low cabinets against the wall, a soft couch in the room, and nothing else. Chu Tianxing stood still in the inner room and whispered to Jun Ruyan, "You don't have to say anything more. I already know why you're here. Chang'an is going to have a great change. Don't do anything at this time. Anything you do could be wrong." Jun Ruyan said hesitantly, "Chu Silu, the Flood Dragon Society." Chu Tianxing raised a hand to stop her and said, "You and I are different from those outlaws of the Flood Dragon Society. We're just providing them with some convenience and benefits. Without the Flood Dragon Society, as long as we're willing, the other gangs will still treat us as distinguished guests. The Flood Dragon Society is too arrogant, and this disaster is inevitable. Jun Xiaolian, don't recklessly rush up at this time. I'm warning you, the waters are deep, and even I don't know the bottom. Don't get involved. When things calm down, do you think we'll miss out on benefits? Now, just sweep away the snow in front of your own door, and don't worry about the frost on other people's houses." Jun Ruyan said in surprise, "Chu Silu already knows about President Wen's death." Chu Tianxing was stunned and turned pale. What did you say? You said when Chongqing is dead? When did he die? How did he die? Jun Ruyin was also stunned. Chu Tianxing didn't know that when Chongqing was dead? Then why was he acting like he was facing a great enemy? Jun Ruyin didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly told Chu Tianxing about when Chongqing's death in detail. She also told him about how the Flood Dragon Society had sent out 200 experts in an attempt to swallow the Shun sect in one fell swoop, only to be utterly defeated by a village girl who had appeared out of nowhere. Chu Tianxing lightly slapped his forehead and paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself, "They've already made their move? How decisive. Something big is really going to happen." Jun Ruyin looked at him anxiously and couldn't help but ask, "Chu Silu, what happened?" Right now, just as he was hesitating whether or not to tell Chu Tianxing about the news of someone breaking into his house last night, Chu Tianxing suddenly turned around and said to him, "If when Chongqing is dead, then so be it. This is just the beginning. Following this, there will be major events that neither you nor I can predict. You have to stay out of this immediately, or I'll be dragged down by you and doomed eternally." Chapter 950. Jun Ruyin's hair stood on end as she listened. Trembling with fear, she said, "Chu Silu, Ba, is just a group of poor people who rely on water to make a living. Is there a need to make such a big fuss over such a small benefit? What kind of big shot has taken a liking to Ba that even you are afraid of him?" Chu Tianxing sneered and said, "Afraid? Afraid my ass. Do I deserve to be afraid? If I'm really unlucky, it won't be because someone wants to deal with me, but because I was too slow to dodge and got caught in the crossfire. Let me tell you, right now, I can't wait to run far away if not for..." As if fearing that the walls might have ears, Chu Tianxing subconsciously looked around and said in a low voice, "If it weren't for the fact that I'm the War Records Advisor, and there are some things that I can't avoid, I wouldn't even be qualified to know about it if they hadn't informed me in advance." Jun Ruyin knew Chu Tianxing's character very well. He was not the kind of person who would make a fuss over nothing. If he could make it sound so serious, then the truth must be even more serious than what he had revealed. Jun Ruyin couldn't help but jump in fright, but he couldn't figure it out. Ba's benefits were extremely generous to them, but they shouldn't be attractive to higher-level nobles. What had happened? Chu Tianxing seemed to see his confusion and said with a wry smile, "Don't ask me. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know either. I don't know what kind of big shot has taken a liking to Ba, nor do I know what his goal is, nor do I know what kind of means he wants to use." Chu Tianxing sighed and said, "In the eyes of an ant, a blade of grass is a tree, a rock is a mountain that's impossible to climb, and a small stream is an ocean that's impossible to cross. In its field of vision, how can it see what a real tree looks like and how tall a real mountain is?" Jun Ruyin was dumbfounded. In his eyes, the captain of the Chong and department was already crouching on a high cliff, looking down on all living things like a vulture, but he described himself as an ant walking in the crevices of a rock. An inexplicable chill suddenly struck his heart. Jun Ruyin said in a trembling voice, "Chu Silu, then what should I do now?" Chu Tianxing said fiercely, "If it weren't for the fact that we're in the same boat, I wouldn't have revealed anything to you. Even if you've heard it, you have to bury it in your stomach and never say a word to anyone. Otherwise, before others can grind you into fine powder, I'll take your little life first." Jun Ruyin shuddered and said repeatedly, I know. Then Chu Tianxing said word by word, "I'm leaving the Flood Dragon Union. From now on, I won't be seeing any guests. This is the only way to avoid disaster." Jun Ruyin's heart skipped a beat, but when she thought of the generous income she got from the Flood Dragon Union every month, she was reluctant to part with it. She said hesitantly, "Then, when can we?" Chu Tianxing said in a stern voice, "Bastard, are you willing to sacrifice your life over your wealth? If the situation had calmed down, would I not have told you? If I can't even protect myself in this storm, what else do you expect? Get lost and go home immediately. Even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, you won't care." Chu Silu, who held a high position in the Chong and local government, was actually most worried about whether he could survive this unknown storm. Jun Ruyin couldn't imagine what kind of storm this would be, but he finally understood one thing. If Chu Silu was just an ant in this storm, then he was not even a fart. Jun Rian agreed repeatedly and stumbled out, only one thought lingering in his mind. Avoid the door and don't see any guests. Only by doing this can I avoid disaster. In a Shihua house, red dresses fluttered, wide sleeves fluttered, and the music became decadent. After 3 rounds of wine, all the guests became unrestrained. Wu Yizong's admonition on the opposite building became a great joke amidst the music and dancing. Wu Yizong had already hurriedly ended the banquet with an ashen face. At this moment, the opposite building was empty, and Chun Dong and the others were even more unrestrained. Sitting next to Shiger was a golden-haired girl with a high bun. She had a pair of sapphire blue eyes and a jade-like nose bridge. Her 2 voluptuous peaks were especially eye-catching under her half-open shirt, which looked like piles of snow. However, Censor Sure sat there, as if he didn't see such a bright and dazzling beauty next to him. He was in very low spirits. Yang Fan smiled and raised his cup to him, saying, "Brother Sure, please have a drink." Sure was deep in thought when he heard this. He quickly raised his cup and squeezed out a smile, half-heartedly returning a toast to Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and said, "What? Brother Sure isn't satisfied with this beauty next to you." Sure hurriedly waved his hand and said, No. Erlang, don't think too much. It's just that I'm a little tired after such a long journey." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Brother Sure is in the prime of his life. Look at Hu Yuan and Brother Chun. These 2 old men are in high spirits. They haven't even said they're tired, so why are you tired?" At this moment, Chun Dong was buried in the full bosom of a beauty that could suffocate a man to death. He was kissing 2 red grapes, making the beauty giggle endlessly. Hu Yuanli, on the other hand, was already 80% drunk. His eyes were blank, and he sat there swaying like an urn that couldn't be tipped over. His cheeks were full of red lipstick marks. Shiryu laughed bitterly and shook his head slightly. At this moment, Censorwin withdrew his hand from the back skirt of an enchanting beauty and said with a smile, "Erlang, you don't know this. Brother Sure likes dignified and gentle women. Although these beauties are enchanting, they may not be to his taste." Shiryu frowned, but Yang Fan smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? It's not like the Shihua house is full of prostitutes. Beauties, hurry up and help our brother Sure choose a dignified, gentle, and talented woman who is proficient in poetry." Beside Yang Fan was a woman wearing a silk gown as thin as a cicada's wing. She was one of the beauties who was dancing on the stage. After the dance, she changed her clothes and came to serve Yang Fan. This beauty had an oval face, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pretty face. She looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. Her smile was very sweet. But in terms of figure, no 17 or 18 years old girl from the Central Plains could compare to her. She was wearing a colorful, tight-fitting bra that wrapped around her full bosom. Her snow-white skin was translucent, and her cleavage was deep. If she was a girl from the Central Plains, she would have to be a mature woman in her early 30s. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a soul-stirring hot body. This little beauty understood Chinese. As soon as Yang Fan finished talking, he lightly slapped her on the buttocks. The little beauty giggled and gracefully stood up. In just a moment, the little beauty returned with a woman wearing a silk gown with narrow sleeves and a long skirt. She had a colorful embroidered silk draped over her shoulders. This woman's appearance was not very outstanding, but she had a scholarly air about her. She did not look like a prostitute, but more like a lady from a respectable family. She was in her 20s, and in the famous brothel of Ping Kong Lane, she was considered old. The little beauty of the woman was holding onto the woman's arm and pointed at Shiryu's back. She giggled and returned to Yang Fan's side. She sat next to him, grabbed his arm, and placed it on her trembling bosom. Shiryu frowned slightly. He still refused. No. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm really not in the mood today. Stop right there." While Felicitous Rain was talking, he suddenly let out a loud roar, scaring Chun Dong, who was lying between the 2 jade peaks and sniffing around like a puppy. He raised his head abruptly. Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan also staggered and stared at felicitous Rain with their eyes wide open. Shiryu leaped up from his seat and quickly pounced forward. He grabbed the elegant woman who was covering her face and trying to leave. He pulled away the hands that were covering her face. His face immediately twisted. He gritted his teeth and roared, "It's you! It's you! It's you! It's really you!" The woman panicked. She quickly shook her head and said, "It's not me, it's not me. Dear customer, you have mistaken me for someone else?" Shiryu's expression was ferocious. He said, "Mistaken me for someone else? I will recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Miss Yin, you have deceived me so much. You have deceived me so much." Yang Fan looked at them with an amused expression. The little Hu Ji, who was clinging to him like a little bird, giggled and said, "This dear customer seems to know our sister Dian Dian." Yang Fan smiled and said, "She is called Dian Dian? Dian as in Dian, or Dian as in Dian?" The little Hu Ji giggled and said, "Yes, yes, it is Dian as in Dian. Sister Dian Dian's skill in bed is very good." But she glanced at Yang Fan with a pair of enchanting blue eyes. She moved closer to his ear and said in a soft voice, "My skill in serving men is not worse than hers. Pretty man, you will know in a moment." At this time, Censor Sure tightly grabbed the girl who had a panicked expression and denied that she was the girl who had tricked him in Dan Province. He gritted his teeth, and his expression was ferocious. He was so angry that it seemed like he wanted to tear her into pieces. However, he was born a scholar and had strict rules since he was young. He had never hit a woman. Therefore, even though he was mad with hatred, he could only stare at the girl until her face turned red. He did not know how to punish her in order to vent the anger in his heart. Yang Fan got up and walked over. He put his arm around Shiryu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother sure seems to have met an old friend here. Come, let's talk here." Yang Fan held him and walked to a corner of the parlor. He then turned around and signaled the panic-stricken girl to wait there and not move. When they reached a corner of the parlor, Yang Fan lowered his voice and gently persuaded, "Brother Sure, the past is the past. Speaking of which, Dian Dian was ordered by someone else and had no choice. She is not related to you, so who else would she trap if not you? If I'm not wrong, ever since you returned from Dan Province, Brother Sure, I am afraid that you have not forgotten this girl, right? Haha, whether it is love or hate is all fate. Today, I will be an Iceman and redeem this girl's freedom. I will give her to you as a concubine. From now on, she can be considered to have jumped out of the mortal world and will no longer be manipulated by others. How about you? Ask her to serve you for the rest of her life as compensation. How about that?" When Shiryu heard this, a chill ran down his spine all the way to the tip of his hair. He had goosebumps all over his body and stood there in a daze. Chapter 9, 51. Shiryu was dumbstruck. Yang Fan patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "The trip to Chong, it is a good opportunity for Brother Sure. If you can make a great contribution now, do you think you won't be able to rise to the top in the future? As far as I know, Imperial Censor of the Left, Wang Chongfeng, is old and ill. I'm afraid he will retire soon. Brother Sure, think about it carefully." Yang Fan finished speaking and turned to leave. Shiryu stood there in a daze for a long time, not knowing what to do. Back then, he had rushed to Danzhou in high spirits with the intention of solving a major case and competing for the position of Imperial Censor of the Right. Who would have thought that he would be seduced by Lady Ming Dian, who pretended to be a merchant's wife? As a result, he fell into the hands of Danzhou's provincial governor, Li Junfeng. He didn't dare to investigate the Danzhou case anymore. When a Yinzhou case implicated Danzhou, Li Junfeng still fell into the net of the law. However, the scandal of Imperial Censor, sure, you hadn't been exposed. In Shiryu's opinion, Li Junfeng definitely hadn't confessed to the crime of framing him. After all, just based on the crime of embezzling grain from the Danzhou treasury, he was only exiled to Lingnan. If he confessed to another crime, he might be executed. Shiryu had thought that this scandal would sink into the depths of the sea and no one would ever know about it. He hadn't expected Yang Fan to expose it today. Imperial Censor, sure, suddenly remembered that when the corrupt officials in Yinzhou had been arrested, The court had followed the clues and arrested many important local officials. Danzhou's provincial governor Li Junfeng had been arrested by Yang Fan. Could it be that provincial governor Li had actually confessed, but Yang Fan had concealed this information? Thinking of this, Imperial Censor Shi's face turned red. But thinking deeper, Imperial Censor Shi couldn't help but tremble with fear. Why did Yang Fan help him conceal this scandal? And why did he reveal this matter to him today? When he had been hit by the immortal trap, he had thought that Lady Mingdian was really Provincial Governor Li's concubine. Only when Provincial Governor Li was arrested did he realize that she was just a prostitute that Provincial Governor Li had hired with a large sum of money. However, he didn't know where this prostitute had come from, nor did he dare to ask. Now, this woman had appeared in the Silk Flower House. Was this a coincidence, or was it a deliberate arrangement by Yang Fan? If it was a deliberate arrangement, then Yang Fan's use of both carrot and stick was to, for a moment, Shi Yu's mind was filled with thoughts. He did not know how many thoughts had crossed his mind. Suddenly, he thought of the sentence that made his heart palpitate. Imperial Censor Wang Chongfeng of the Zuochindu was about to retire due to illness. Yang Fan walked to the side and said a few words to the girl. When the girl heard that Yang Fan wanted to redeem her, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy, but then she was filled with fear. Most people who had fallen into prostitution had no choice but to do so. Who wouldn't want to have someone to rely on? And the best ending for a prostitute was to be taken in as a concubine by a court official. She was already 24 years old, which was considered too old for a brothel. She also wasn't a peerless beauty. To be able to become the concubine of a current imperial censor was the best way out. But this imperial censor had been scammed by her before. Even though she was only a prostitute and did things for money, it wasn't up to her to choose. But would this imperial censor understand her difficulties? If he harbored hatred in his heart, when the time came, wouldn't he be able to trample ennui, abuse, and oppress her? To be able to have such a good way out, the girl really couldn't bear to part with it. But when she thought of the enmity she had formed with the imperial censor, she was really extremely afraid. If only she could become the concubine of a handsome young master. Helpless, the girl couldn't help but feel an indescribable hidden bitterness towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan saw her worry and whispered a few more words in her ear. He first said a few words about the imperial censor's temperament, which was to ease people's hearts. The following words made the girl blush. She nodded her head shyly and stole a glance at the imperial censor who was standing rooted to the ground. She gathered her courage and walked towards him. Yang Fan smiled and said, "The imperial censor's body is tired. Miss Jian, you have to serve him well. Tomorrow morning, you will pack your luggage and leave with the imperial censor." The imperial censor didn't bring his family with him this time. From now on, you'll have to take care of his food and drink. The girl didn't dare to raise her head and shyly agreed in a low voice. Yang Fan then said to Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, and the others, "It's getting late. Let's all rest here for the night." Everyone had drunk enough. The fire of passion was gradually aroused, but in front of a large crowd, it was inconvenient for them to show their wanton and unrestrained behavior. Yang Fan's words won the hearts of the people. Everyone responded one after another, each holding a beauty in their arms and swaying away. Little Hu Ji came in front of Yang Fan and stared at him with a pair of watery blue eyes. She was like a little puppy waiting for its owner to throw a bone at it. She was just short of wagging her tail. However, Yang Fan pushed her towards Chen Dong, who was swaying in front of him. He smiled and said, "You go too. Take good care of our brother Chen." Compared to the plump Dr. Chen, who was over 50 years old, it was obvious that little Hu Ji was more interested in the young, strong, and handsome Erlang Lang. Little Hu Ji could not help but feel resentful when she heard this. Chen Dong, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He hugged little Hu Ji's shoulder and gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. He stammered, "Erlang, you're a good friend. I didn't make the wrong friend." The song ended and everyone dispersed. The reception hall was a mess. A few people, including the imperial censor, left with one or two attractive girls in their arms. Only Yang Fan was left sitting there quietly. Rin Wei, who was dressed in casual clothes, quietly came up to him. Yang Fan raised his head and said, "Let's go to the North City first and take a look at the situation of the Thousand Horsemen camp. After that, we'll go to Bashang." Naturally, someone stayed behind to handle the banquet and to handle the matters of redeeming the girl. Yang Fan, on the other hand, left the Shihua house with a few trusted imperial guards and galloped towards the North City. The girl's boudoir was just like her. It was warm and elegant. An embroidered tent was laid out, and the fragrance of beasts lingered in the air. The girl looked timidly at the imperial censor who she would serve for the rest of her life. She was at a loss as to what to do. The imperial censor had drunk a lot of wine at the banquet. His face was flushed, looking at the woman in front of him, whom he hated and loved and could never forget. The imperial censor gritted his teeth and roared, "Strip!" The young lady was startled and quickly pulled off her clothes, quickly stripping herself into a naked little lamb. Her two hands did not know whether to cover the top or the bottom. Just as she was panicking, the imperial censor was burning with lust. He hugged her and threw himself onto the bed, turning all the grievances in his heart into action. Back when she was dressed as a merchant's wife, she had to pretend to be reserved and dignified. She did not dare to let loose and get intimate with the imperial censor. This time, she sincerely wanted to please her Langjun. Naturally, she gave it her all and served the imperial censor until he was on cloud 9. Her gums chattered and she moaned. It looked like the two of them were going to die together to settle their scores. The Tang dynasty had a palace in both the east and west. The north gate of the palace was called the Xuanwu Gate. However, Luoyang only had one Xuanwu Gate, but Chang had two. One of the two Xuanwu gates in Chang and was the north gate of the palace, and the other was the north gate of the Daming Palace. Before the year of Jingguan, the imperial family continued to expand along the west side of the palace and built the Grand Daming Palace. Its size was not inferior to the palace. Just the Daming Palace alone was equivalent to 4.5 times the size of the Forbidden City of the Qing dynasty. One could imagine how vast it was. The north gate of the Daming Palace was called the Xuanwu Gate. The Xuanwu Gate of the palace and the Xuanwu Gate of the Daming Palace both led directly to the inner court of the palace. Therefore, these two Xuanwu gates were the most important gates in the palace and had to be guarded by the Thousand Horsemen Battalion. Now that the entire imperial family was in Luoyang, there was no need for strict security in the palace. The task of guarding the Thousand Horsemen Battalion was relatively easy. Yang Fan told Su Liang and the others to take the opportunity to take people to familiarize themselves with the roads and rooms in the palace. In addition, they had to choose a site for the camp. The original site of the imperial army was located in the most critical part of the north side of the palace. It blocked the main road to the north of the palace. However, at that time, there was only 100 horsemen. They only guarded the Xuanwu Gate of the palace. The other defense was handed over to the other troops of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. According to Yang Fan, now that the Thousand Horsemen Battalion had enough manpower, the entire north side of the palace must be under their absolute control. Therefore, the scope of the military camp had to be expanded. With the moat outside the north side of the city as the boundary, the entire north side was under the control of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion. In this way, if any imperial army wanted to enter the palace from the north side, they had to pass through the defense of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion. Therefore, they had to be one step ahead to delimit the scope of the barracks and send troops to guard it. It was expected that Wu Yizong would not dare to argue with them in such a sensitive place. Yang Fan rode his horse and patrolled outside the north side of the city. He confirmed the scope that Su Liang, Ma Qiao, and the others had already delimited. He told a few trusted subordinates some things to pay attention to, and then left quietly. Only Sima Xuliang and a few Lang generals knew that Yang Fan was not in the camp. Although they knew that Yang Fan had left the military camp, they did not know where he went. Even Yang Fan's sworn brother, Ma Qiao, did not know. This place had become the defense of the Thousand Horsemen Battalion. Naturally, others could not find out whether Yang Fan was here or not. When Yang Fan came back, he was dressed in casual clothes. At this time, he left quietly without even changing his clothes. He quietly went to Shangba. The Xuanwu Gate was to the north of the palace. The palace was to the north of the entire Chang'an city, but Shangba was to the southeast of Chang'an city. If Yang Fan wanted to go to Shangba, he would have to cross the entire Chang'an city. At this time, Junrian was causing another uproar in Buying Town. Although the Flood Dragon Society did not say why Junrian went to Chang'an city today, everyone knew that he was the branch leader of the Chow Gang. Since the Flood Dragon Society was in such a big trouble, he would definitely return to the city to explain the current situation to the officials who supported the Flood Dragon Society. He might also want to know more about the Shun Gate. However, Junrian did not return. Only 2 of his trusted bodyguards came back with a piece of news. Vice President Jun suffered a stroke. According to the 2 bodyguards, when Vice President Jun returned from the city, he suddenly fell unconscious from a stroke when he was about to leave the city gate. Therefore, he was sent to the old mansion in the city to be treated by a doctor. Before the Vice President of the Flood Dragon Society, the Chief Steward, and the guests who came to pay their respects could digest this news, the 2 bodyguards brought the eldest lady of the Jun family back to the city. With such a big thing happening to Junruyan, it was normal for his wife to return to the city to take care of him. But later, everyone realized that Junruyan's people had emptied the Jun family's house in Shangba. They did not keep a single valuable item and moved it all back to the city. If Junruyan was paralyzed in bed, then he would indeed lose the possibility of being the branch leader of the Chow Gang. The Jun family would have to move out of Buying Town sooner or later, but was there a need to be so impatient? Junruyan had suffered a stroke, who had instructed the eldest lady of the Jun family to immediately move all the properties in Buying Town. The Flood Dragon Society, which was already in a state of panic, was plunged into even greater turmoil. Chapter 952. When Li Hei and Yin Shiwei heard the news, they immediately rushed to the city. They met the Jun family's carriage on the way, but they didn't even greet them and rushed to the Jun family's residence first. Junrian was indeed paralyzed in bed, his mouth crooked and eyes slanted, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. They couldn't ask a word because he couldn't say anything other than moaning. Junrian was also a ruthless person. Since Chu Silu said, "Avoid the door and don't meet outsiders. This is the only way to avoid disaster." He simply carried it out more thoroughly and became a disabled person who couldn't speak or move. Even if someone came to see him, they wouldn't be able to dig a word out of his mouth. Unfortunately, Junrian only knew a little about the symptoms after a stroke. He had never seen a stroke patient with his own eyes. Li Hei and Yin Shiwei, on the other hand, were knowledgeable. Although Junrian tried his best to act, he was not a good actor. Li Hei and Yin Shiwei could still see some clues from his eyes and the unnatural expression that he tried to twist. They were all experienced people and didn't point out that Junruyan was pretending to be crazy. It was obvious that Junruyan wouldn't admit it, so there was no need to do so. After a while, the Jun family's wife, Miao Qing also hurried back. When she saw her husband was paralyzed from the stroke, she immediately collapsed in front of the bed and cried. She had only married Junruyan for a month, and this happened. If Junruyan didn't recover, he would be a widow for the rest of his life. How could she not be sad? Yin Shiwei and Li Hei looked at the Jun family's wife, who was crying so hard that she almost fainted. They could see that the Jun family's wife wasn't acting. That was to say, Junruyan had pretended to have a stroke. Up until now, even his lover was kept in the dark and didn't dare to reveal the truth to his wife. What had happened? The two comforted her and got up to leave the Jun family's residence. Out of the long alley, Li Hei stood on the street for a long time without saying a word. Strangely, Yin Shiwei sat on the horse next to him and didn't move. After a long time, Yin Shiwei sighed softly and said, "Master Hei, I'm afraid the decades of peace on Bar River are coming to an end." Li Hei smiled faintly and said, "Has Bar River ever been peaceful?" Yin Shiwei said, "With wind and waves, it is called Jianghu. If it wasn't peaceful, it would depend on how big the waves were. In the past, the waves could overturn other people's small boats, but they couldn't overturn our big boats. To us, that was peaceful. Now, I'm afraid there's going to be a huge storm that can capsize the Flood Dragon Society." Li He stared deeply at Yin Shiwei and said, "Within a day, the leader became a dead man for no reason. The branch leader of the Cao suffered a stroke and became a living dead. Now only you, the branch leader of the Chaoquan branch leader. What do you plan to do?" Yin Shiwei smiled bitterly and said, "Master He, you're making fun of me by saying that. In the past, no matter how much we fought, it was always about who would take the helm. After all, we're on the same boat. Now that this storm is going to overturn the boat, I can't run away, and I can't hide from you. I hope that Master He can help me out." Ever since Li He handed over the position of the branch leader of the Chaoquan branch, the two of them started fighting openly and secretly. But now they had to help each other out to deal with the current situation. Yin Shiwei knew that the most powerful person in the Flood Dragon Society was this semi-retired Master He, so he had to lower his stance and seek cooperation. Li He was silent for a while and said slowly, "Last night, an uninvited guest came to my house." Yin Shiwei's body shook, and he cried out involuntarily, "What?" Li He revealed a faint smile and said, "It seems that Vice President Yin also has a guest visiting." Yin Shiwei slowly calmed down from the shock and decided to have a frank talk with Li He. He said, "That's right. Last night, someone from my house also came to visit." Someone came. Yin Shiwei told Li He what that person had said and stared at Li He. "Master He, what did that guest say?" Li He said, "That person said the same thing as your guest." Yin Shiwei stared at him without blinking and said, "Then what did Master He say?" Li He said, "Looks like there's more than one of them. But even if there are a few or a dozen of them, and each of them is a good man who could fight against 100 people, they still can't control Ba. No one can make the tens of thousands of people on Ba bow their heads to him with just their fists. If you can't make a living for them, they won't listen to you even if they have to fight you to the death." Yin Shiwei said, "I thought so too. They can't make me bow my head with their fists. But it's different now. You've seen how stupid Junruyan is when he's pretending to be crazy. He's so scared that he'd rather give up his position as the helm of the Cao and give up his generous annual income to hide at home and pretend to have a stroke. The person who wants to control Ba must have a powerful background. Junruyan fears them like a tiger. Do you think we have a higher status than this Duke Xiaoyan?" Li He said, "It's good that Vice Head Yin understands this. In that case, shouldn't the two of us seriously consider that uninvited guest suggestion?" Yin Shiwei said, "What does Master He plan to do? I'm young and inexperienced, so I'll just follow your lead." Li He saw that he was still trying to play tricks and couldn't help but laugh. If a ship is about to sink and everyone wants to live, the best way is to climb onto another ship, a bigger one. What do you think? Yin Shiwei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you sure? That's a big ship?" Li He said indifferently, "I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Junruyan's expression, you don't?" The two of them stopped talking and looked at the long street together. As the sun set, the dark red light bathed the ancient city of Chong, which was as orderly as a chessboard. Standing on the long street, they were like two insignificant chess pieces on this huge chessboard. Advancing or retreating was insignificant to the chess players, but for these two chess pieces, it was a matter of life and death. The setting sun mixed the shadows of the man and the horse into a very strange shape, dragging on for a very long time. Li He stood there silently, recalling what the guest had said to him last night. He didn't quite believe it at the time, but now he had to take it out again and carefully ponder over it. "Master He, I'm telling you today because I'm not afraid that you'll leak it. But remember, if you leak a single word from your mouth, don't even think about hearing your grandson call you Grandpa for the rest of your life. Speak. Our goal is to consolidate the current Water Gang and rebuild the situation of the Water Gang during the end of the Sui dynasty." "Haha, that's just wishful thinking. It's simply impossible. Do you think you can subdue the Flood Dragon Gang with your martial arts? Not just us. There are the Life League, the 5 Elemental Guild, the 3 Rivers Gang, the Circle Sect, and the Peace Gang. They're stronger than us. These first-class gangs are rich and powerful. They have money and people if you want to use force. Even if they don't have masters who can compete with you, they can spend a lot of money to invite eccentric Jianghu, people who can compete with you. What's more, if they invite the official forces behind them, Unless you rebel, a patrol officer and a team of constables can make you piss your pants. Haha, you don't have to worry about whether we have the ability or not. You should be clear that if all the major waterway gangs on Bashong can be united, it will be beneficial to everyone except for the gang leaders, society leaders, and sect leaders who have inherited their positions of power and authority. After the unification, you can gather all the skilled sailors to transport the important, urgently needed, and heavy goods that are inconvenient to transport by land by ship, and other goods that are difficult to transport by water can be transported by land. This way, everyone's lives will be much better than they are now. There will be less competition and exclusion between gangs. Everyone will be united. Even if there are no ports, the officials along the way won't dare to extort or make things difficult for you. Otherwise, if the transport of grain is affected, the whole of Chong will be affected. This matter will be of great personal benefit to you. Once the water gangs are united, we will follow the original rules of the Shun sect and set up 8 elders and 36 stewards. You should know that after the gangs are united, a steward will be more powerful than a helmsman. Most importantly, at that time, you won't have to worry about your family business being taken away by others because of your grandson's young age. Right now, in the big water gangs, aside from a stable position of gangmaster, if the helmsmen don't have capable descendants to inherit their positions, they will inevitably have their power taken away by others after a bloody struggle. But once they are united, even if your grandson is young, he can firmly hold on to the rice bowl you left him. It won't be taken away by others, because when he is young, his affairs can be handled by other stewards, and it won't affect the affairs of the water gangs. On the other hand, if anyone has designs on your grandson, the 8 elders and 36 stewards will support you, because no one can guarantee that there won't be orphans and widows in their branch one day. Helping you today is helping them tomorrow. Thinking of this, Li Hei suddenly raised his head and shook the reins of his horse. He said to Yin Shiwei, "I, Li Hei, am old. I only have this precious grandson. I don't want anything else but to leave a family business for my grandson so that he can eat and wear warm clothes. I'll work for whoever gives me food. What do you say?" Yin Shiwei rolled his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "Then, shall we go meet them tonight?" Li Hei nodded, whipped his horse, and galloped away. Yin Shiwei stared at his receding figure for a long time. It was only when Li Hei's figure was about to disappear at the end of a long street that Yin Shiwei ruthlessly lashed his whip and led his men away. Over the past day, the Shun gang had received too many surprises or scares. Last night, they were still on tenterhooks worrying about the revenge of the Flood Dragon Triad. But this morning, they received the news of the death of Wen Chongqing, the leader of the Flood Dragon Triad. When the Wen family held a funeral, Xiao Mu anxiously waited for the people of the Flood Dragon Triad to break in openly and kill his whole family. This kind of thing had happened before. 12 years ago, there was a leader of a small gang who didn't listen to the Flood Dragon Triad because of his outstanding martial arts skills and unruly character. At that time, Wen Chongqing, who had just taken over the position of the gang leader, used him as an example and led his men to break into his house. After one night, the whole family of this hero disappeared in the surging Wei River. Today, was this scene going to repeat itself in the Qiao family? However, in the evening, the turning point came. Chapter 953. In the evening, another piece of shocking news came. Jun Ruyan, the deputy leader of the Flood Dragon Triad, had suffered a stroke. Until now, the Flood Dragon Triad still hadn't taken any action against the Shun sect. Xiao Mu was a veteran in Jianghu. Maybe his ability was not as good, but his vision was not bad. All these were enough to show that the girl did have an extremely powerful force behind her. Xiao Mu thought it through, so he stood on Gu Zhuding's side. He had no choice. Other small sects didn't care about being annexed by others as long as they could make a living, but he couldn't. He carried the glory of his ancestors, but he couldn't restore the glory of his ancestors. This had become his biggest worry. He would rather die than let the inheritance of his ancestors be destroyed. Even if there was only one boat left in the Shun sect, at least the name was still there. This might be a very stupid idea, but in Xiao Mu's belief of respecting his ancestors, this kind of persistence was the belief he had been fighting for all his life. Therefore, he couldn't give up, even if the flag of the Shun sect was already broken. If he didn't give up, under the full suppression of the Flood Dragon Triad, he could only give his ancestors an explanation with his life. In the end, the Shun sect still couldn't escape the danger of being destroyed. But now Miss Gu stood up. She might not be able to protect him forever with her martial arts, but she was obviously not alone. If the master that this young lady spoke of really had such great power, and if her master could even command the Dugu family, then wouldn't it be possible for the Shun Gate to be safe from danger? Wouldn't it be possible for the Dugu family to regain its former glory? Wouldn't it be possible for the Shun Gate to be restored? Therefore, after hearing the news of Junrian's stroke, Xiao Mu returned to his room, holding the sewn and dusty flag of the Shun sect, and thought for a long time. When he went out of his room again, he summoned his 2 brothers and several stewards of the gang, and decisively issued an order. From now on, his niece, Gu Zhuting, would be the leader of the Shun sect. There were more than 20 people in the Shun sect who could fight. These people had seen Gu Zhuting's martial arts and were naturally convinced by her, so there was no resistance to this appointment. However, all of these people were currently injured. If something were to happen now, it was likely that Miss Gu would have to take action alone. There were more than 200 strong men in the gang, but with their mediocre martial arts, having them take action would only add to the medical expenses of their already strapped lives. Then, Xiao Mu asked Shui Yiqing to go out with his wounds. According to Gu Zhuting's order, he went to visit the other small gangs that were also bullied by the big gangs and asked their grandmasters to come to the Shun Gate to discuss some matters. At dusk, Li He and Yin Shiwei returned from Chang'an City. They first went to the Wen Mansion and lit a stick of incense for Wen Changxing's memorial tablet. They said a few words to young Master One, who was keeping vigil, and then quietly returned to their own homes. They did not mention when they would support young Master One to ascend to the throne, nor did they mention taking revenge on the Shun School. The leaders of the small gangs who received Xiao Mu's invitation did not go to the Shun sect immediately. Instead, they kept a close eye on the Flood Dragon cult's reaction. They were not as powerful or capable as the Flood Dragon cult, but it didn't mean that they were not as smart. The abnormal behavior of the Flood Dragon cult made them decisively walk out of their homes and rush to the Qiao family. Obviously, there was going to be a change in Ba. Although the Shun sect had not revealed their trump card, judging from the reaction of the Flood Dragon cult, they must have something to rely on. It was always good for them to go to the Shun sect and find out what was going on. Compared with the Flood Dragon cult, they were closer to the Shun sect, which had also been bullied. "Brother Qiao, how are you?" When the leaders of the small gangs arrived at the Qiao family, they pretended to ask about Xiao Mu's injury, but their eyes kept glancing at Gu Zhuting. Although they had long known that it was this woman who made the Flood Dragon cult suffer a great loss. The leader of the Flood Dragon cult died suddenly. The helmsman of the Cao suffered a stroke. The helmsman of the Chaoquan school and another deputy leader of the Chaoquan school didn't dare to say anything because of her. But when they saw her with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe that she was such a delicate and timid woman. Her waist wasn't even as thick as my thigh. After Xiao Mu introduced Gu Zhuting one by one, he said to the leaders, "This is my niece. Her surname is Gu. From now on, she is the helmsman of the Chaoquan school of the Shun sect. I'm injured and need to recuperate for a while, so she is now in charge of all the affairs of the Shun sect. Today, I invited you here because I have something to discuss with you. Zhuting, tell your uncles about it." Gu Zhuting nodded and neatly cupped her hands to the crowd. Then, she said in a clear voice, "Seniors, in terms of seniority and age, I, a junior, have no place to speak in the Shun sect. Since my uncle has put this burden on my shoulders, and my brothers trust me, I have no choice but to take this responsibility. I'm young and inexperienced. If I've said something wrong, please forgive me." Han Yuantang of the Iron Helm gang said, "In Jianghu, those who are capable come first. Miss Gu, don't stand on ceremony. Our muscles and bones are rusty, but our old eyes are still sharp. We know what happened on Ba in the past 2 days. Hee, if we really compare, we are old loaches in a shallow ditch, while you are a dragon girl in a big river. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Okay," Gu Zhuting said straightforwardly. "You are all like our Shun sect. You are all bullied by those big gangs and sects, and you all seek a way to survive through the fingers of others. Now that I'm the helmsman of the Chaoquan school of the Shun sect, I have to think about the Shun sect. I wonder if we all stick together, will others still treat us as pushovers? Seniors, each of you has 5 or 6 boats and 100 brothers. If we stick together, we will have 30 or 40 boats and 8 or 900 brothers. At that time, let alone others, at least gangs like the Flood Dragon cult will not dare to bully us casually. Han Yuantang frowned and interrupted Gu Zhuting. Miss Gu, you must have never been in the transportation business, haven't you? Some things are not as simple as you say. Gu Zhuting smiled and said, Please enlighten me, senior. Han Yuantang said, If it's just to stick together, do you think we will wait until now? Brother Qiao Shun sect is an old name. It used to be the most famous signboard in the underworld. Brother Qiao doesn't want to ruin his ancestral business, but we don't have such concerns. We've worked hard for half of our lives and pieced together these broken boats just to make a living. If we could have a big tree to rely on, we'd be more than happy to have it. But we have too many people and too few boats. Those big sects don't care about us. It's even harder to make a living on our own. Our boats are neither big nor small, and our disciples' water skills are just passable. We can't take some jobs, and we don't dare to take some that we can, because those big gangs won't let us go if we block their way of making money. They don't need to use force, but they will make trouble for you along the way, and you won't be able to continue your business. From collecting taxes and grain to shipping, from Yangzhou to Chang, and all the profitable places had long been divided up by the big gangs and sections. We were weak, and we didn't have the Chao Ko to take care of, so we could only follow behind the big gangs and sects, picking up the scattered businesses that they were too lazy to do or that weren't profitable. Those big gangs have connections, means, and backers. That's why they want to do business as big as possible. We don't have any of these things. We only have a few broken boats and 100 brothers, and we can barely fill our stomachs. Once we stick together, how can we do business? Gu Zhuting's clear eyes swept across the crowd and asked, Seniors, do you all have the same concerns? The crowd nodded one after another, all talking at once, sighing endlessly. Gu Zhuting smiled and said, If I say that these are not problems for me, then would you all be willing to join me? The crowd listened and looked at each other. Han Yuantang asked doubtfully, Miss, do you really have this ability? It was no wonder that he didn't believe her. If the Shun Gate could solve these problems, why would they need to pull them in? They had fewer boats and more people, and their skills in sailing were poor, so they would be a burden to others. Just as Gu Zhuting was about to speak, Zhui Yiqing suddenly walked in and rushed to Gu Zhuting's side. He whispered a few words into her ear. Gu Zhuting smiled lightly, and a pair of attractive dimples appeared on her cheeks. Uncles, please follow Brother Zhua. I'll treat you to a good show. At night, Baishang Town was still bustling with activity. This place was originally a relatively isolated environment. Other than transporting water, the locals were mostly doing business. Therefore, the gradually desolate atmosphere of the long streets in Chang and city before the curfew could not be seen here. The people strolling on the streets were still taking leisurely steps, and the small businesses were still doing well. The taverns were bustling with noise, and the gambling dens were shouting and drinking. The gamblers were shouting until their ears were red, and the low-end brothels had red lanterns hanging high. The sounds of birds chirping could be heard. Baishang Town at night was even livelier than during the day. There were more than 40,000 watermen and sailors in Baishang Town, and this did not include the families of those who were already married. Adding on the original families of the town's farmers, and some merchants who came to the town to do business as watermen, it formed a special group with a high population density. The main force of this group was the tens of thousands of watermen and sailors. Most of them were bachelors. Wine, women, avarice, and anger were their favorite places to spend their time, and thus caused the abnormal prosperity of Baishang Town. This abnormal prosperity appeared at the end of every year, because the watermen had all returned to the town, and it was especially lively. When they were about to reach Baishang Town, Yang Fan changed his appearance. A messy beard appeared under his chin, and his eyes were still handsome. Because of his beard, it gave him a bit more of a rough and heroic feeling of a Jianghu person. This was something Yang Fan had learned from Anu before he left the capital. It could not be said to be very brilliant, but it was just a simple disguise. It could not be hidden from acquaintances, but it was enough to deceive people in Baishang town. Yang Fan had just entered the town with his horse, and from the way the townspeople looked at them, he felt that something was wrong. This was not Luoyang City, nor was it Chang'an City. It was not the kind of big city where scholars and merchants from all over the world came to study. Here, even if there was only one person, as long as you were a stranger, it would be like a drop of water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, immediately attracting the attention of the people of Baishang Town. Although Baishang Town had a population of more than 100,000, and not all of the townspeople knew each other, but from a person's attire and temperament, they could easily distinguish whether you were a townspeople or not. Yang Fan's group of 5 was a bigger target. Moreover, such a big incident had just happened in the town today, which made it even more eye-catching. Yang Fan had not yet made contact with Gu Zhuting, so he did not know how the situation was going. It was not suitable for others to know his purpose now, so he decisively dispelled the idea of directly going to the Shun Gate. In a low voice, he said to Ren Wei, "Let's first find Nin and stay there before we talk." Chapter 9:54. A rotten ship still had 3 caddies of nails. The 3 caddies of nails from the Shun Gate were reflected in their Ju Yi Hall. All these years, the Shun Gate was Wang Shao Heir's new year. Everything that could be sold had been sold, and everything that could be pawned had been pawned. The only thing that was still decent was this Ju Yi Hall. Although the paint on the pillars was peeling, they still firmly supported the spacious hall. There was nothing left of this Ju Yi Hall that was built during the reign of Emperor Wen of Sui, except for the huge seating screen that was made up of 36 screens. The seating screen was extremely old, but from the intricate carvings and the complicated and vivid river patterns, one could still vaguely see the grandeur of this hall that could accommodate hundreds of heroes at the same time. Gu Zhuting entered the Ju Yi Hall under the guidance of 2 disciples of the Shun Gate. The empty Ju Yi Hall no longer had a main seat, only 2 rows of seats facing each other. In this huge hall, there are only 2 rows of seats, 3 seats facing each other. It was too cold and cheerless. The people sitting on the guest seats were Li Hei and Yin Shiwei. From their attire, it was obvious that they had disguised themselves before coming. They naturally had a way to hide from the eyes of the townspeople and sneak into the Shun Gate to pay a secret visit. Seeing Gu Zhuting enter, the 2 hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Miss Gu." While the 2 of them were speaking, they were sizing up Gu Zhuting. Seeing Gu Zhuting's appearance, the 2 of them couldn't conceal their astonishment. Perhaps in their opinion, this woman who could fight 100 enemies, even though she was a woman, should be 2 zhang tall. Her arms should be able to run like a horse, and her fists should be able to stand like a man. They didn't expect her to be such a delicate beauty. Although she had a strong figure, light steps, and a hint of heroic spirit, her appearance was obviously very different from the heroine who could defeat 100 people of the Flood Dragon Gang in their hearts. "Greetings, Master He. Master Yin. 2 seniors, please take a seat." Gu Zhuting invited the 2 to take a seat and sat opposite them. She said with a smile, "I thought the 2 seniors would only come tomorrow. I didn't expect you to come tonight. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." Yin Shiwei thought she was teasing him and could only smile awkwardly. Li Hei suddenly thought of something and said, "Tomorrow? Could it be that something is going to happen tonight?" Gu Zhuting smiled faintly and said, "I wonder if Master He and Master Yin will be able to lead the Flood Dragon Union if Wenbin was still around. Or are you willing to bear the reputation of betraying your master? If you can't or aren't willing, then I'll do it on your behalf and save you the trouble." Li Hei and Yin Shiwei looked at each other in shock. Could it be that the young master will also pass away tonight? Thinking of this possibility, even a veteran like Li Hei felt his scalp tingle. Gu Zhuting's bright eyes swept over them as she spoke in an indifferent manner. These are all insignificant matters. Let's not talk about them. Since the 2 seniors are willing to come, I believe that you have considered our previous suggestion. May I know what the two seniors have decided? Li Hei calmed himself down and said slowly, Miss Gu, if we agree, the 2,000 brothers of the Flood Dragon Gang will be on your boat, and we will have to rely on you to feed us in the future. Don't you think you should tell us the truth? Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, we won't be able to explain it to our brothers. Since Master He and Master Yin are so straightforward, I should be honest with you. Gu Zhuding straightened her slender waist and stood up nimbly. She clapped her hands 3 times and said loudly, Invite Mr. Dugu to meet the guests. After noticing the vigilant gazes of the townspeople, Yang Fan immediately slowed down his pace. He wanted to find an inn to stay in first. There were lights everywhere in the market, and people were walking to and fro. Sheds, stalls, and shops crowded the streets. Countless signboards and banners were sticking out of the shops on both sides of the road. When a slightly taller person walked in the alley, those signboards and banners would gently brush past his head. A few people, slowly walking in front of him, suddenly attracted Yang Fan's attention. One of them was very tall and wore a white robe that looked like a loose nightgown. He also had a thick shawl draped over his shoulder and a white square scarf with a hexagonal pattern on his head. The scarf was fastened to his head by a metal ring as wide as a finger. At a glance, it was obvious that he was an Arab. The people walking on his left and right were obviously his bodyguards. These warriors were dressed in simple clothes. Outside of their undergarments, a long brown cloth was draped diagonally over their shoulders. This could be considered their outer clothing. Their heads were also wrapped with square scarves of the same color. In their hands was a thin sword without a scabbard, only wrapped in a rag. This bearded Arab with sunken eyes and a straight nose was looking around as he walked. He seemed to be very curious about the situation in Baishang town. It seemed that he had also just arrived at Ba. Suddenly, someone from the second floor of the small building splashed a basin of water down. The water splashed at his feet, dirtying his white robe. Several of the warriors were enraged and immediately raised their heads. Like loyal dogs that had seen someone harm their master, they bared their fangs and growled threateningly. The white-robed Arab also raised his head in anger. However, the anger in his eyes quickly turned into surprise. There was a naked woman in the window. Yang Fan was standing at the side, and he could see her naked appearance from there. The woman did not feel the slightest bit of shame towards her naked body. She only looked a little cold. After splashing the water, she put down the wooden basin and reached out to close the window. As she bent down, a pair of plump breasts dangled down, making them seem even larger. Yang Fan knew who this woman was. There were many prostitutes in this town, but the prostitutes that specialized in the business of these laborers and sailors were naturally not of high quality. This woman's appearance was very ordinary, and she was a little chubby. However, her skin was very white. The Arab merchant raised his head and said excitedly, Look at what I see. Ah, that white skin is like a silver coin on a porcelain plate, or like a white antelope in the wilderness. Her face is like a full moon, and her plump breasts are like 2 large pomegranates. He did not expect this Arab to speak in the language of the Central Plains. However, his tone was a little strange, and there was a hint of a foreigner's accent. The woman on the second floor poked her head out and fiercely scolded, Yiksha ghost, get lost. What are you blabbering about? A golden-haired and blue-eyed brat popped out from behind the Arabian merchant's robe. He was not very tall, only about 12 or 13 years old. Hands on his hips, he hopped up the stairs and yelled, Hey, madam, don't be as blind as a bat. Our master is the most famous poet in Basra. His poems drive countless noble ladies crazy. Every word he says is like pearls falling on a plate. Although the woman on the second floor was a cheap prostitute who only knew how to sell flesh, and she might not even know how to read, as someone who was born in the country of poetry, she clearly had the ability to appreciate poetry. With just one word, she fully expressed her evaluation of this lousy poem. Bah! The woman slammed the window shut. The Arab merchant looked at the woman's back before the window closed and was still in the mood to write a poem. Ah! Her angry eyes are like a nightingale that has seen a bug. Her angrily trembling belly is like the white of a fish's belly at dawn. She gracefully turned around and left, like an antelope, swaying her plump buttocks with her swaying waist. The blonde imp made a heart shape with his hands, and with a pair of beautiful blue eyes, he praised in an intoxicated manner. "Ah, what a beautiful poem! What a beautiful poem! Like the first ray of dawn through the morning mist, like the first drop of morning dew on a green leaf." The great poet from a faraway country probably liked to use body language to accompany his recitation. As he recited the poem, he danced with joy. A drunkard who walked out of a small tavern happened to be caught in the eye by him. The drunkard was enraged and raised his hand to slap the poet. He scolded, "Do you not have eyes?" The great poet retreated awkwardly and angrily said to the drunkard, "You dare to humiliate me? You dare to humiliate the Honorable Abdul Shaman bin Aziz bin Hakam. Only a donkey is used to being humiliated. An honorable sir, a free man, even a camel will not swallow this insult." The drunkard was about to walk away when he was amused by the poet's words. He stared at the air with a pair of bloodshot eyes and said, You demon, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you want to do?" The poet adjusted his headband in annoyance and sternly said, "A wolf will howl at a man without the protection of a dog, but when facing a strong man like a lion, there is only respect. I, the Honorable Mr. Abdul Shaman bin Aziz bin Hakam, for the sake of defending my dignity, want a duel with you. Go to hell." As soon as the poet said this, his warriors immediately lowered their shoulders and arched their waists, assuming an attacking posture. At the same time, they bared their snow-white teeth and growled threateningly from their throats. Their hands also tightly gripped the cylindrical and slender hilts of their swords. "Yo-ho, you want to duel with me?" The drunkard was overjoyed. He looked left and right, cupped his hands over his mouth, and shouted, "There's a demon looking for trouble with our Three Rivers gang. Brothers, charge!" Whoosh! Countless people swarmed out from the taverns, shops, and streets. Even the peddlers who had set up stalls by the roadside jumped out, tightly blocking the two ends of the street. The Hu warriors with their long cloths did not show the slightest fear. They continued to bare their white teeth and widen their fierce eyes. However, the great poet seemed to be shocked by the situation. His angry expression quickly calmed down, and he said in a reserved tone, "Those who forgive will be forgiven by Allah. I will not lower myself to the level of a barbarian like you. Let's go, boss." The poet called out to his golden-haired attendant and turned to leave, but the entire street was blocked by the people of the Three Rivers gang. There was no way out. The drunkard stood on the side with his arms crossed and a cold smile on his face. The Arab poet's sudden change from arrogance to deference was truly frightening. Yang Fan suppressed his laughter and stepped forward, saying, "Brothers of the same gang should help each other. However, there is no need to make such a big fuss over a small dispute. Bullying foreigners is not a good reputation." Chapter 955. The drunkard glared at Yang Fan and said, "Who do you think you are?" "This is the Three River Gang's business. When did it become?" Before he could finish, he was pulled away by a strong man in his 30s. It seemed that this man had a high status in the Three River Gang. As soon as he appeared, the people of the Three River Gang immediately stopped making noise. When the drunkard turned around and saw that it was him, he immediately shut his mouth. The man looked up and down at Yang Fan. When he saw that Yang Fan was standing alone in the middle of the heavy encirclement, his expression was calm and without fear. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Ever since the Flood Dragon Gang had been in trouble, all the gangs on Ba were in a state of panic. This man was not from Ba, and yet he was so calm in the middle of the encirclement. This made the steward feel a bit of fear. He looked at Yang Fan and said with a fake smile, "This brother is right. It's just a quarrel. It's not good to make a big fuss. Everyone disperse, disperse." As soon as the man spoke, the people of the Three River Gang immediately dispersed. The other gangs saw that the two sides were not fighting, so they also dispersed. As they walked, they looked back and whispered to each other. Obviously, they were all guessing at Yang Fan's identity. The steward of the Three River Gang looked deeply at Yang Fan and turned to leave. The poet heaved a sigh of relief. Placing his hand on his chest, He bowed gracefully to Yongfan and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to meet you, elegant and graceful Mr. Dongfang. I'm Abdullah Shaman bin Aziz bin Hakam. May I know your name, Mr. Dongfang?" Yongfan smiled and said, "My surname is Mu Mui. You're Mr. Ah. Mr. Ah something?" The great poet smiled knowingly and said, "My friends call me Abdullah. Mr. Mu can also call me that." Yongfan nodded and said, "Mr. Abdullah, in a foreign land, you should be careful in everything you do. Don't easily provoke trouble. You should know that the local people always look out for the local people. Well, you do what you need to do. I will leave now." "No, no, no. Mr. Mu, I like you very much. You are willing to help me, and you have lofty morals. You have helped me, so I should repay you. Please allow me to entertain this esteemed friend of yours with delicious delicacies to express Abdullah's gratitude." The blond kid Abbas jumped out and helped his master. Being generous and hospitable is my master's ancestral tradition. Yongfan shook his head and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. There is no need for a meal. I just arrived in Ba and was looking for an inn to stay. I have just arrived. I just arrived." Abdullah gladly replied, "What a coincidence. I have also just arrived at the town and have just settled down. The inn I am staying at is the best inn in this town. Mr. Mu, why don't you stay at the same inn as me? Come, come, come. I'm honored to lead the way for you." Abdullah did not allow any explanation and pulled Yongfan away. As he walked, he boasted, "Fortunately, Mr. Mu helped me out of the predicament. Otherwise, if I had really injured someone in a fit of anger, the authorities would have come looking for trouble with me. You should know that I am smart and brave. I have outstanding swordsmanship." The golden-haired imp, Abbas, jumped out again and boasted, "My master has killed 10,000 enemies, burned their tents, snatched their camels and women, and won a lot of gold. My master has 1,000 scars on his body, and they are all scars from battles. The blood that my master has shed is more than the water of the Wei River in front." Rin Wei and the others followed behind with their horses and looked at each other in dismay. Yongfan looked at Abdullah and said with some surprise, "So Mr. Abdullah is a brave warrior?" In fact, he wanted to ask if this great poet was a bandit or a bandit. From the stories that his servant had boasted about, this great poet seemed like a bandit from the western desert. Abdullah modestly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. I'm a merchant, a wealthy merchant." The golden-haired kid, Abbas, immediately continued, "My master is a merchant who sells everything, an invincible warrior, a world-famous poet, and—" Abdullah smiled and said, all right. You talkative little fellow, be quiet. I want to chat with the respected Mr. Mu." Yongfan did not know that the poetry of Dashi had a special type of praising poetry. Regardless of whether it was praising others or praising themselves, they would use the most exaggerated words and tone without blushing. Usually, there would be an eloquent slave who was favored by the poet to help them. This was a habit that the well-educated nobles of Dashi had developed since they were young. It was not that he wanted to blow his own trumpet in front of Yongfan. However, because his tone was too exaggerated, it sounded like an old friend deliberately boasting in front of him. Yongfan did not feel the slightest bit disgusted. Yongfan asked as they walked, "What kind of business does Mr. Abdullah do?" Abbas immediately jumped out and interrupted, "My master is willing to sell anything." Abdullah glared at him and said to Yongfan with a smile, "I mainly deal in all kinds of spices, precious jewels, beautiful blankets, and slaves for various countries. The ones I sell to the east are mainly female slaves. This time, I traveled tens of thousands of li to Chang'an. However, a guide I was familiar with fell ill, so I had to change to someone who was not too familiar with the roads. In the end, he led us on a wrong path, and we went to Taiyuan. Only when we got there did we realize that we had gone a wrong way. We could only hurry back here and take a boat to get here. I have many camels and slaves, so it is more convenient to live here than in the city." Abdullah was a very talkative person. Yongfan only asked one question, and he talked for a long time. Besides explaining that he was originally going to Chang and why he was here, he also explained his identity. He was a traveling merchant. The Abbasid Caliphate was very developed. The Abbasid Caliphate's merchants were divided into three types: peddlers, sitting merchants, and traveling merchants. The peddlers bought goods from the workshops and brought them to the regular markets to be traded. The sitting merchants were usually based in a certain city. They were wealthy enough to rival a country and were known as Taji. However, their business was not limited to their own city. When they did business with foreign countries, they would use traveling merchants. Traveling merchants were sent by sitting merchants to bring large amounts of goods or money to foreign countries to do business. Traveling merchants who could be sent by sitting merchants were usually very prestigious in their own countries, had their own estates and land, and were of noble character. Otherwise, if a traveling merchant took the goods of a sitting merchant and never returned, that sitting merchant would suffer a great loss. Yang Fan patiently listened to him finish, then interjected, "Sir Abdullah has traveled tens of thousands of li to come here. This is no small risk." Abdullah replied, "Without risk, how can there be profits? I am Taji Abbasra's most trusted friend. I have been entrusted by him to come to the Far East. I am very happy to meet you, Sir Mu. My soul tells me that you are an extraordinary person. This is not my first business in the East, but I hope that this will be the largest with your help." His eyes sparkled as he said this, like two stars peeking out of the night sky, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery. Yang Fan's eyes met his, and he smiled inexplicably. Following Abdullah to the inn, Yang Fan found that the courtyard was full of camels, boxes, and groups of black and white slaves. The entire inn had been booked by Abdullah. Although the weather was already cold, many slaves could only sleep on the ground under the porch. Abbas was a favored slave, so he was qualified to sleep on the ground in his master's room. As soon as Abdullah entered the inn, he immediately ordered his warriors loudly, "Hey, hurry up and move out of your rooms. All of you, squeeze together and give your rooms to my honorable guests. You, and you lazy bums, quickly get up and make a few exquisite dishes. I want to entertain my friend with them. Remember to put more spices in the meat." Yang Fan took the opportunity to whisper into Ren Wei's ear, "Go out and take a walk. Contact Miss Gu Chang in City, Huaijin Workshop, Zheng Yu's mansion." Under the light, Zheng Yu sat upright and still. His eyes were bright as he listened carefully to the person sitting opposite him. If the young masters of the aristocratic families who were close to him saw Zheng Yu's eyes at this moment, they would never believe that this was the person they were familiar with. Zheng Yu had always been known as a bookworm among them, and he was often ridiculed for this. However, there was a kind of stupidity known as great intelligence. While they were chattering like a flock of hens, wearing their glorious and noble family backgrounds as colorful feathers and thinking that they were proud peacocks, this seemingly simple-minded nerd who didn't understand the affairs of the world was secretly working hard to manage his forces. Perhaps the influence of his family and his identity played a big role in this, allowing him to only use 1% of the strength of an ordinary person, and yet he could do better than those people. It did not show his intelligence, but since he had better conditions and a higher starting point, why didn't he use it? There was no absolute fairness in the world. You could be born with intelligence that ordinary people did not have, but he could also be born with a noble status that you did not have, and have thousands of times more connections and resources than you did. At least, as a noble young master born with a golden spoon in his mouth, it was very amazing that he could have such schemes and ideals. When young Master Jiang had kidnapped the pregnant Xiao Man, the aristocratic families had tried to put him under house arrest to ease the conflict between the two sides. At that time, it was Zheng Yu who had secretly sent young Master Jiang out of Chang, and because he owed young Master Jiang a favor. At that time, Chang was the world of Xinzhou. What kind of favor did he owe young Master Jiang? His many years of work had finally paid off. When the connections that the aristocratic families had worked so hard to build in Guangzhou were torn apart, and some officials that had been supported by the aristocratic families were implicated. They were either imprisoned, executed, transferred, or removed from office. He did not need to keep up the pretense. He began to reveal his sharpness and his strength. Those aristocratic young masters who used to laugh at him for his stupidity suddenly realized that they were the ones who were stupid to the extreme. Zheng Yu is slightly proud of this. The saying, "If you don't cry, you will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If you don't fly, you will soar into the sky with a single leap." This was probably his true portrayal. The person responsible for mediating the conflict between the Xianzong and hidden sects in Luoyang was Qinghe Chuilin, the person in Chang, and to prevent the conflict between the Xianzong and hidden sects was him, Xingyang Zhengyu. Chapter 956. Yingyang's Zheng clan and Longshi's Li clan were the biggest supporters of the hidden sect behind the scenes, and also the most powerful controllers. Zheng Yu had some secret cooperation with young Master Jiang, the head of the obvious sect. In return, he established his own network of influence and connections in Chang'an. At this critical juncture, he was naturally entrusted with a heavy responsibility by the aristocratic families. Cui Lin's mediation in Luoyang was actually a failure. He lacked experience and didn't have enough connections in Luoyang to make use of. If it wasn't for the fact that the obvious and hidden sects realized that both sides would suffer losses if they continued to fight like this, and that it would arouse the strong opposition of the 7 aristocratic families, Cui Lin wouldn't have accomplished anything. Of course, the masters of the aristocratic families, who were experienced in the ways of the world, would not place all their hopes on the alliance between the two sections. Shen Mu took drastic measures and borrowed the strength of the two sections. He actually facilitated the emperor to move the capital. However, Yang Fan immediately became one of the first batch of advanced personnel. This matter immediately aroused the sensitive nerves of the masters of the aristocratic families, who were under great pressure. They hoped that Yang Fan's advance was just a coincidence. It was because of the emperor's trust in him and not because he wanted to come to Chang and to stir up trouble. But they were afraid that they would be wrong. What if Yang Fan really came for the hidden sect? Their old bones really couldn't withstand such torment. This task was handed over to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu hoped that he could do 10 times better than Cui Lin. Although the Zheng family's ranking was lower than the Cui family, the competition between the aristocratic families was ultimately a competition for talents. If he could resolve this matter perfectly, the Zheng family would be able to suppress the Cui family in terms of prestige. For this, he had to do his best. Zheng Yu stared at the person opposite him with bright eyes and said in a deep voice, "Has Yang Fan arrived in Chang'an today?" "Yes." Under the slanting light, the man's face was half-lit. His hair was white, his eyebrows were thin, his eyes were thin, his temples were bald, and his lips were like that of a Buddha. He was none other than Chu Tianxing, the military advisor of the Chang and local government, also known as the Vulture. "Tell me in detail." "Yes." Leading the entire 1,000 Horseman Battalion, Yang Fan, along with Chun Dong and Sun Yuxuan of the Ministry of Justice, Hu Yuanli of the Censorate, Shi Yu, Wen Ao, and a group of government officials, arrived at Chang and this afternoon. The Lord of Hanoi had sent out invitations one day in advance, inviting all the officials, dignitaries, relatives of the emperor, and the heads of the aristocratic families in Guanlong to a banquet to humiliate Yang Fan. When Yang Fan and the others arrived in Chang, and no one came to greet them. They entered the city on their own. The attendants of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate respectively stayed in the Assistant Yamen, while the 1,000 Horseman Battalion camped outside the Black Tortoise Gate in the northern part of the city. After that, Yang Fan invited the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate to have a drink at the Shihua House in Pingkong Square. "Oh." Zheng Yu smiled thoughtfully and said, "This Yang Fan does not have any aristocratic family background. Born in a common family, he is successful at a young age. His position is high and powerful, but he is not arrogant. Even when the king of Hanoi treats him like this, he cannot be angered. His self-restraint is very good. A person who is not easily angered was usually very scheming. Such a person was not easy to deal with." "Go on." "Yes. Unfortunately, the Lord of Hanoi's banquet was also in Pingkong Square, and it was just a wall away from Yang Fan and the others. They could hear the music, and their facial features could be seen clearly. Yang Fan and the others were noisy, talking and laughing, which made the Lord of Hanoi very unhappy. As a result, the banquet ended hastily. Zheng Yu was stunned. After a long while, He laughed and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. I praised him just now, but I overestimated him. I really thought he was indifferent to praise and humiliation, and that he was very scheming. But it turns out, what coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence? This young fan obviously found out where the Lord of Hanoi was and deliberately went to show off in front of him. Chu Tianqing smiled bitterly and said, Young master's right, but this is the only reason we should be careful. The mission that old mistress gave to young master is to pay close attention and not let the obvious and hidden sex cause any more trouble. With Yang Fan's extreme character, he doesn't care about the severity of the situation, and he will definitely take revenge. It will be fine if the hidden sect doesn't provoke him, but if the hidden sect does something inappropriate, it is imaginable how Yang Fan will react. Zheng Yu frowned and asked, Is Shenmu back? Chu Tianqing replied, Not yet. This time, the Yin province, the Dan province, and the Feng province had incidents one after another. All the major clans were implicated, and some of the officials related to the hidden sect were imprisoned. Shenmu is still in Luoyang, running around for them, hoping to rescue them. It isn't easy to support an official. As long as those people aren't beheaded, even if they are exiled to Lingnan, they will have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Once they make a comeback, they will be useful people. How can Shenmu bear to give them up? Zheng Yu felt relieved and nodded. That's good. The hidden sect only follows Shenmu's lead. Before Shenmu returns, the hidden sect won't act rashly. At least, they won't make any big moves. Chu Tianqing reminded, Isn't young master worried that Yang Fan will stir up trouble? Zheng Yu shook his head and said, It isn't possible. From Yang Fan's usual character, if someone dares to bully him, he will oppose them with equal harshness. However, he rarely initiates trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Shenmu intentionally hid his tracks and was obviously targeting Xianzong, Yang Fan wouldn't have retaliated. If he had such intentions, he would have made his move while Shenmu was still in Xinluo. Right now, the Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, has rushed to Chang'an. It is obvious that he intends to fight with Yang Fan for power in the officialdom. He wants to use the 1 year before the emperor to subdue the various factions in Chang, and for the Wu clan to use. In such a situation, unless the hidden sect stirred up trouble first, Yang Fan wouldn't easily start a war on both sides. Chu Tianqing spoke with admiration. Young master is right. Zheng Yu smiled reservedly, nodded, and said, Continue. Chu Tianqing said, After the Lord of Hanoi and the others left, Yang Fan and the others continued to drink. After they were drunk, the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censor stayed at the Silk Flower Pavilion. The Imperial Censor took a fancy to a lady, and Yang Fan redeemed that lady and gave her to Siyu as a concubine. After that, Yang Fan returned to the barracks. Zheng Yu was slightly surprised and asked, He didn't stay at the brothel? No. Zheng Yu rubbed his chin and muttered, He doesn't drink and isn't lustful. It is said that a gentleman is self-disciplined. Gifting beauties is a habit of the wealthy. However, he is generous and hospitable, which is clearly a habit of the pugilistic world. He doesn't know how to endure in the officialdom and can't control himself at the slightest provocation. He will immediately retaliate, which is no different from a pugilistic world person who will draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. This should be his true nature. This person is a pugilistic world person in his bones. This kind of person is amenable to coaxing but not coercion, and is more interested in fame than profit. He won't be very ambitious. In reality, he is very easy to deal with. As long as Shenmu doesn't make trouble, he won't cause any more trouble. After he returned to the barracks, did he do anything else? No. Chu Tianqing's thick Buddhist lips curved slightly, like Buddha looking at the monkey sun jumping around in his palm. He said with slight disdain, Before the well is filled, the general does not speak of thirst. Before the food is cooked, the general does not speak of hunger. This General Yang hasn't led troops for many days. He probably still remembers the rules of the military books and is working hard to buy people's hearts. Zheng Yu laughed lightly. In his eyes, Yang Fan was just a bumpkin who had gotten lucky. He had inexplicably climbed to a high position, but he didn't have any of the shrewdness and foundation of an upper-class person. He worked hard to become a qualified general, worked hard to become an upper-class person that matched the status of the leader of the Xian clan, but all of his efforts were for the sake of being a servant and a wife. Zheng Yu waved his hand and said disdainfully, "There is no need to pay too much attention to this person. The important thing is still Shenmu. I will send people to keep a close eye on Shenmu. As long as nothing goes wrong, the Xian clan and the Hidden clan will not cause any more trouble." The old grandfather also has the same intentions. He feels that with Shenmu's usual shrewdness, he has made many stupid moves recently. It is somewhat strange. Zheng Yu's brow slowly furrowed, and he thoughtfully said, "I wonder what he is planning." As an extremely wealthy Arabian merchant, Abdullah was very particular about his food. He did not eat the food of the inn, but had his slaves cook a table full of Arabian delicacies for him and the honored guests. Their food was very ethnic, but the Arabians of this time did not care about luxury, nor did they like excessive formalities. Their food was simple and crude. There were 2 plates of fruit, raw vegetable leaves, and then there was meat soup and steam buns, followed by pilaf and boiled mutton. He did not drink alcohol, and his drink was camel milk. It had to be said that the steaming and fragrant meat soup and flatbread were truly delicious. The large piece of boiled mutton was also very fragrant and tender. At the very least, it suited the appetites of Yang Fan and his guards. After the main course was finished, it was time for dessert. Yang Fan did not like desserts, but Abdullah did. With a beaming smile, he said, "In the name of Allah," and began to enjoy his delicacies. Abdullah ate the dessert with relish while calling in batches of slaves, preparing to choose a gift for Yang Fan as a token of appreciation. Despite Yang Fan's repeated refusal, Abdullah very seriously told him that generosity was a virtue of the Arabians. In order not to damage this great poet's virtue, Yang Fan could only sit there and watch as the female slaves entered and left. "Is there anyone you like? Look, these are Indian slaves. They have gentle temperaments and are the best at taking care of children. You don't like them? That's right. The greatest weakness of Indian slaves is that they age very quickly. Then what about the Sindhi slaves? Look at their slender waists, their beautiful long hair. All right, let's change to another batch. These are female slaves born in Medina. They're the best at acting coquettishly to their masters. They are happy and humorous, and all of them have golden voices. Whether it is at a ball or in bed, their voices are especially enchanting. This is a female slave from Mecca. Look at her petite figure, those alluring eyes that seem to open and close." Abdullah was in the zone. It was as if he was not giving away, but selling. Spittle flew everywhere as he spared no effort in promoting to Yang Fan, "Why don't you consider this Berber female slave? Her skin is as smooth as silk, and her temperament is incomparably docile. She has a good background, a charming appearance, and a gentle temperament." For the sake of courtesy, Yang Fan resisted a yawn, and his eyes filled with tears. Chapter 9:57. Abdullah was not discouraged and continued to recommend to Yang Fan. "Then what about this Roman beauty? Look at her rosy white skin, her soft flaxen hair, her big sapphire-like eyes, and her millstone-like buttocks. She's very fertile. You've never ridden a Roman woman before, right? You should ride her fiercely. She is so tasty." When the last batch of female slaves also left, Abdullah finally closed his mouth. As soon as the incessant chatter stopped, the room immediately became quiet. Abdullah propped up his chubby chin and said dejectedly, "My dear Mu, what do you like? You should at least accept one. This is the gratitude of your most sincere friend, Abdullah." As Abdullah spoke, he suddenly saw Yang Fan looking at the door, and the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. Abdullah immediately turned his head to look at the door, but the door was empty except for Yang Fan's 2 guards standing outside like javelins. There was nothing else. Yang Fan retracted his gaze and said to Abdullah with a smile, "I just saw a lot of blankets in your goods. Maybe you can give me one as a gift." Abdullah was overjoyed. "Okay, I will give you 50. Hey, that is the best wool carpet. 2 of them could be exchanged for a female slave. Yang Fan shook his head and said, No, 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 one is enough. The friendship between friends is not determined by the amount of money. Do you want me to change my career to selling blankets? Abdullah laughed heartily and immediately called for someone to fetch him the most luxurious blanket. When Abdullah handed the soft, smooth, feather-light blanket to Yang Fan's hands, he winked at him and said, My dear Mu, there are so many beautiful female slaves, but you really don't like any of them? Or, your wife is too powerful? Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He patted his shoulder and said, You are really smart, Abdullah, so I won't bother you. A blanket is better. The weather is cold, so it will be very warm to sleep on it. Abdullah shook his head. The bodies of beautiful female slaves are smoother and softer. 2 beautiful female slaves will make you sleep warmer than a blanket. There's a proverb in my hometown. Female slaves can be bought and sold freely, but free women are the shackles around men's necks. You shouldn't get married so early. Look at me, I am a happy bachelor. Yang Fan replied, That's right, that's right. It's a pity that I didn't meet a good friend like you before I got married and heard your priceless advice. Quickly go back and rest. It's already very late. Let's chat again tomorrow. Yang Fan smiled and pushed Abdullah out of the door. Abdullah mumbled as he walked away. Yang Fan turned and went back to the room, but he didn't close the door. A moment later, a slender figure suddenly flashed into the room and the door was closed by her. The woman was wearing a green short dress and had a graceful figure. She stood under the light and glanced at Yang Fan with a pair of bright and charming eyes. She said with a smile that was not a smile, Ah Lang should have accepted his kindness just now. Yang Fan smiled and said, Yes, I originally wanted to accept it. It would be great to leave 2 beautiful female slaves to warm my bed, but I suddenly saw you. How can those women be as beautiful as shouting? The woman's face immediately turned red. She bit her lips and lowered her head shyly, but she didn't say anything to object. Her charming shyness made Yang Fan's heart palpitate. When a mature and beautiful woman smiled shyly, that kind of charm was really irresistible. Yang Fan coughed, and his throat tightened. How's the matter of the Shun gang going? Gu Zhuding immediately put on a joyful smile and said happily, Li Hei and Yin Shiwei have agreed to join the Shun gang. I promised them that if the Shun gang can unify the Chao gang before the beginning of February next year, they will be one of the 36 stewards. If they can't do it, they can lead the people of the Flood Dragon Union to establish their own gang. Good, the situation has been opened up so quickly. With the Flood Dragon Union in our hands, we will have the ability to attack the first-class gangs. Yang Fan asked Gu Zhuding to sit down, picked up the half jar of camel milk, and poured a cup for her. Gu Zhuding thought that Yang Fan was thirsty at first, but when she saw that he was pouring it for her, she was rather flattered and stood up. She took the cup with both hands and said, Not only the Flood Dragon Union, but also 7 small gangs have agreed to join. They have fewer ships and fewer people, but together they are not a small force. With their participation, the Shun gang is now barely close to the first-class gangs. Oh, is it really that smooth? You have to be careful. Don't let them test our strength by pretending to advance. Of course not. Seeing that Yang Fan was a little suspicious, Gu Zhuting became anxious. She had just taken a sip of camel milk when she put the bowl back on the table. She hurriedly stood up and said to Yang Fan, We've already demonstrated our strength. Jun Rian's refusal to come out has also shown our influence in the government. In a situation where their lives are threatened and they can't resist, do they have any other choice? As for those small gangs, the fact that the Flood Dragon Union is willing to join the Shun sect is enough to give them enough confidence. I don't even need to reveal the details to them. All I need to do is let them stand behind the screen and hear Li Hei and Yin Shiwei agree to join the Shun sect with their own ears. Good, good, good. Look at how anxious you are. Yang Fan found it funny that Gu Zhuding was so anxious that her face was red. Under the light, her skin was pink and translucent. In a hurry, there was a drop of camel milk on her lips. The milky camel milk and the bright red lips. An evil scene suddenly appeared in Yang Fan's mind. His lower abdomen was a little hot. When he stretched out his trembling fingers and pressed Gu Zhuting's soft lips, he saw her cute eyes that were like that of a frightened deer. He didn't even have time to wipe away the drop of camel milk before he kissed her lips. Gu Zhuting only had time to let out a soft cry. As a result, not only did she lose her first kiss, but she also lost control of her little tongue, which was hooked by the tip of Yang Fan's tongue. It was only a kiss, but Gu Zhuting turned into noodles, and her whole body softened. Fortunately, Yang Fan held her small waist in time. Gu Zhuting couldn't bear to be flirted with. Her whole body was intoxicated. When had she ever been cared for so gently? For a moment, her body and mind were intoxicated. Her body was burning hot, and she became softer and softer. Yang Fan couldn't make her stand just by holding her waist, so he took the opportunity to sit on the chair. Gu Zhuting, who was panting, was paralyzed on his lap. Yang Fan softly said, "It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just afraid that you will be too impatient. We have nearly 3 months, so we can take our time to plan. This decisive battle can't be early or late. It has to be at the end of January or the beginning of February next year. Only then will we have the right time, the right place, and the right people." Gu Zhuting snorted. Her cheeks were so hot that she didn't dare to raise her head. In fact, she also knew that her reaction just now was a bit excessive. As an assassin, her temperament had always been very calm. But she didn't know why. When Yang Fan revealed a trace of distrust in his tone, she became flustered. She embarrassedly lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Those small gangs don't know our real background. Li He and Yin Shiwei also don't know. They only know that we have the support of the Dugu family. They even think that we are people of the Dugu family. But with the name of the Dugu family, it is enough to subdue them." Yang Fan smiled and said, "In fact, in a place like Chong, and the name of the Dugu family is more useful than mine. They don't know what the succession hall is. It's enough to let them know that the Dugu family is supporting them." Yang Fan's hand wandered around. It wasn't known where he had touched, but Gu Zhuting's body fiercely trembled. Her face turned red, and her heartbeat quickened. Her breathing became ragged. Her pair of moist eyes looked at Yang Fan with a pleading expression as she softly said, "Master." Yang Fan's heart softened. So, he moved his hand away from her breast. Gu Zhuting felt as if she had been granted amnesty. Her top body relaxed a little, but the 3 Chiao brothers know that this third master successor can order around the Dugu family. But they don't know who he is and what his identity is. Should I tell them? Yang Fan gently patted her plump buttocks. He thought for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said no. We don't need to tell them, at least for now. They value the word obedience more than their own lives. This is the greatest guarantee of their loyalty. We must let them know the details. But we must wait until they can no longer get off the boat. Yes. Yang Fan rested his chin on Gu Zhuting's shoulder. Her body was shivering. This kind of soft and timid appearance could easily arouse a man's beastly desire. Yang Fan resisted his impulse and continued. You'll first integrate the word obedience. Then you'll gradually annex the other factions. I'll set up a decoy in the city, and I'll come to see you from time to time. Gu Zhuting enjoyed Yang Fan's caress very much. Her body felt limp, and her bones felt soft. She had never experienced such a feeling before. So, she felt intoxicated. In fact, it seemed as if she was drunk. So, she couldn't even reply. Yang Fan looked at her appearance, and he couldn't help but burn with lust. He knew that they couldn't talk about official matters. So, it would be better to talk about private matters. Yang Fan subconsciously wanted to hug her leg. Gu Zhuting exclaimed, "Ah," and wrapped her hand around Yang Fan's neck. Her hot face pressed against his cheek. She said in a trembling voice, "Master, you can't. Outside, there's someone." Gu Zhuting was shy. Yang Fan didn't have the habit of letting others eavesdrop. The room was very simple. There was no difference between the outer hall and the inner room. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll send them away." Gu Zhuting was very embarrassed. "Don't. That's too obvious." Yang Fan's face turned bitter. Then what should we do? Gu Zhuting said in a soft voice. Next time. Your servant is already master's woman. Can I still run away? Towards the end, her voice was as thin as a gossamer. Yang Fan said, then this time. Gu Zhuting gathered her courage and escaped from Yang Fan's body. She did not dare to raise her head to look at him. Her legs were still trembling. In a low voice, she said, your servant is leaving first. The door opened. She left like a gust of wind. Yang Fan dejectedly looked at a certain Ergu who was full of fighting spirit. He sighed and said, all right, let's rest. Gu Zhuting stepped on a cloud, 1 foot high and 1 foot low. Like an arrow, she flew up to the top of the wall. Her limp legs couldn't support her anymore. Io! She cried out and fell down. A waiter of the inn heard the commotion. He picked up his stick and roared, blind little thief, you dare to break into an inn run by the Taiping clan? Gu Zhuting covered her face and walked away in shame.